Welcome back, legends. And if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what if fanfictions. This channel isn't just about retelling stories. Here, we explore alternate destinies, power awakenings, and the darkest secrets of the wizarding world that were never revealed. Quick note before we begin. Every story on this channel is originally written, creatively edited, and reimagined purely for storytelling and entertainment purposes. So each video delivers a fresh experience. Want to skip the intro? Jump straight to 1 minute to dive into today's main twist. And if you enjoy powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit subscribe because we upload daily magical what if videos you won't want to miss. In today's video, we ask a single question. What if Harry Potter escaped the Dursleys and met a young genius Hermione at age 8? One that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. Let's begin.
The darkness under the stairs was absolute, a thick, dusty blanket that smothered sound and sight. It wasn't empty, though. It was full of things. The sour smell of old polish from the boots that lined one wall. The dry, itchy scent of dust from the vacuum cleaner that never seemed to reach this corner. The phantom ache of a stomach that hadn't been full in days, and the sharper, more present sting of the new bruise on his ribs, a parting gift from Uncle Vernon's meaty hand. Harry Potter lay on his thin, lumpy mattress, eyes wide open. He wasn't crying. He'd learned not to do that by the time he was 5. Crying made it worse. Crying made Dudley laugh and Aunt Petunia's lips pinch tighter than a locked purse. Instead, he stared into the black, listening to the house breathe. The groaning settle of pipes, the distant, comfortable murmur of the television from the living room where his family sat bathed in electric blue light. A family he was not part of. 8 years old. He knew that much. The date on the kitchen calendar, when he was allowed to clean it, told him it was July. His birthday had come and gone 3 weeks ago, marked only by Aunt Petunia giving him a wire coat hanger to straighten and Vernon barking that he'd better not have any funny business. Funny business. That's what they called it. The unexplainable things that happened around Harry. The time his hair grew back overnight after Petunia had sheared it off. The time he'd found himself on the school roof, fleeing Dudley and his gang. The time he'd made the glass of the zoo enclosure vanish. That one had earned him the longest stretch in the cupboard yet. He didn't try to do it. It just happened. When the fear or the anger or the loneliness got too big, too hot inside his thin chest, it would crackle out of him. It was the only thing that was truly his, and it terrified him almost as much as it terrified the Dursleys. A floorboard creaked overhead. Dudley, waddling to the kitchen for another snack. The sound was followed by Aunt Petunia's simpering, "Careful, Dudders, don't strain yourself." A coal of something hotter than anger, fiercer than resentment, glowed in Harry's gut. It was a new feeling, sharp and clear. It wasn't just sadness. It was a knowing. This was wrong. This wasn't how boys were supposed to live. He saw other boys at school, with their mothers who ruffled their hair and packed them lunches with biscuits. He wasn't stupid. He knew. The knowledge was a key, twisting in a lock he didn't know he had. He sat up in the dark, his head brushing the sloped ceiling. He reached out, not with his hands, but with that hot, restless feeling inside. He thought of the door. Not just the locked bolt on the outside, but the door itself. The grain of the wood, the cheap painted white surface, the way it sealed him away from everything. I want out. The thought was pure, a clear note in the silent dark. I want out. I want out. I want out. The heat in his chest flared, not a burst, but a wave. It traveled down his arms, prickling in his fingertips. There was no flash of light. No sound. But in the absolute black, he saw a thin, hairline crack of yellow light appear vertically down the center of the cupboard door. It wasn't light from the hall. The hall light was off. This was a different light. Golden, warm, and humming with a vibration he could feel in his teeth. Harry scrambled back, pressing against the wall, his breath catching. The crack widened, not splitting the wood, but seeming to exist within it, a seam of impossible daylight. He could see something through it. Not the hall. Blurry shapes of green and blue in a vast, open sky. A wild, desperate hope, more dangerous than any anger, exploded in his heart. He didn't think. He pushed himself forward on his knees and shoved his fingers into the golden crack. It didn't hurt. It felt like dipping his hands into warm, thick honey. The light clung to him. He pulled. The crack widened, the edges of the door shimmering, becoming insubstantial. The smells of dust and polish were swept away by a rush of air that carried the scent of rain on grass, of petrol, of something sweet and foreign. With a final, silent heave, Harry tumbled forward, out of the cupboard. But he did not spill onto the Dursleys' hall carpet. He fell onto damp, hard ground, scraping his palms. The sudden, shocking cold of evening air hit his face. He gasped, the sound loud in his ears. The light was fading, not from a cupboard door, but from a vast, bruised purple twilight sky above rows of neat, identical brick houses. He was in a narrow alleyway between two gardens. Behind him, where the golden crack had been, was now just a solid, unremarkable garden wall. He was outside. He was out. For a long minute, Harry just knelt there, shivering in his oversized, threadbare t-shirt and shorts. The sounds were all wrong. Distant traffic, a dog barking, the rustle of leaves in a real tree. Not the muffled hum of the television. He was cold, terrified, disoriented. But under the fear, a fierce, singing joy began to rise. He was out. He got to his feet, legs wobbly. He had to move. They'd find him missing. Uncle Vernon's face, purple with rage, swam in his mind. He stumbled to the end of the alley and peeked out. It was a suburb, but not Privet Drive. The cars looked different. The street signs were unfamiliar. He was lost, completely. The enormity of it pressed down on him. He was 8. He had no money, no coat, no idea where he was. He started walking, keeping to the shadows, his bare feet flinching from the cold pavement. He walked for what felt like hours, the twilight deepening into proper night. Streetlights flickered on, creating pools of orange that felt more exposing than safe. Hunger gnawed at him, a familiar enemy now teamed up with a new, sharp-edged fear. He turned a corner and saw it. A small, square building with warm light spilling from its big windows. A sign read, Little Whinging Public Library. A library. He knew about libraries from school. They were warm. They were quiet. And, he thought with a jolt, they had places to hide. Maybe he could stay until it closed. Maybe they wouldn't notice a small boy in the corners. He slipped inside, the blast of heated air making him shudder with relief. The place was quiet, nearly empty. A stern-looking woman glanced up from a desk, her eyes narrowing at his bare feet and ragged clothes. Harry ducked his head and scurried past, into the maze of tall shelves. He found a corner in the nonfiction section, behind a large book about astronomy. He curled up, pulling his knees to his chest, trying to make himself invisible. The warmth was seeping into his bones, making him drowsy. He was so tired. His eyes began to close. That's not an accurate representation of stellar nucleosynthesis, you know. The voice was high, clear, and matter of fact. It came from right beside him. Harry jerked upright, heart hammering. A girl was standing there, peering at the book he was hiding behind. She had a bush of very brown, very frizzy hair that seemed to crackle with its own energy, and large, front teeth. She was dressed in neat, smart clothes, a pressed blouse and a skirt. She looked about his age, but her eyes were older, sharp and inquisitive behind slightly smudged glasses. What? Harry croaked, his voice rough from disuse and fear. She pointed a finger at the cover of the astronomy book, which showed a dramatic painting of a supernova. The color gradient is all wrong for that type of star. And the accretion disk is more suggestive than scientific. It's misleading for a layperson. Harry stared at her. He had no idea what she was talking about. Oh, he said weakly. The girl's eyes finally left the book and landed on him. They took in his size, his clothes, his dirty face and bare feet. Her bossy, confident expression faltered, replaced by something more curious, less certain. You're not supposed to sleep in the library, she said, but the tone wasn't accusing. It was observational. And you're not wearing any shoes. It's 9 degrees Celsius outside. I got lost, Harry whispered, the half-truth sticking in his throat. The girl studied him for another long moment. The stern librarian's voice echoed from the front. Closing in 5 minutes. A panic, different from the fear of the Dursleys, seized Harry. He'd be put out. Back into the cold, the dark. He must have looked it, because the girl's brow furrowed. My parents are in the reference section, she said, her voice dropping. They're researching local ordinance laws. They'll be ages. If you're lost, you could wait with me. I'm reading about basic mechanics. I've already finished the children's section. It wasn't an offer of help, not exactly. It was more like she'd identified an irregular variable in her environment and was proposing a temporary study. But it was a lifeline. Okay, Harry breathed. I'm Hermione Granger, she said, sitting down cross-legged beside him without waiting for an invitation. She had a large, heavy-looking book already open on her lap. Fundamentals of Physics. I'm Harry, he said. He almost said, Harry Potter, but stopped. His name had only ever been barked or hissed by the Dursleys. Here, in the warm, quiet library with this strange, talking girl, it felt like a secret. Harry, she repeated, testing the sound. She nodded, as if it met some unspecified criteria. Are you hungry? I have an apple. My mother says it's good for concentration, though the glycemic index is a concern. She pulled a perfect, shiny red apple from her small backpack and held it out to him without ceremony. Harry looked at the apple. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He took it, his fingers trembling. The first crisp, sweet, juicy bite was a shock to his system, a flavor so profound it made his eyes water. He tried to eat it slowly, to make it last, but he was too hungry. He devoured it, core and all. Hermione watched him, her head tilted. She didn't seem disgusted. She looked fascinated. You were very hungry, she stated. Harry, his mouth full, just nodded, shame flushing his cheeks. Hunger is a physiological response to energy deficit. Your basal metabolic rate must be quite high for your body mass, she mused, then blinked, as if remembering she was talking to a person, not a textbook. I mean, are you all right? Before he could answer, a woman's voice, brisk and kind, called out. Hermione. Time to go. Hermione stood up, slinging her backpack over her shoulder. She looked down at Harry, who had drawn his knees up again, the temporary sanctuary crumbling. The library lights were dimming. He was about to be cast back into the night. Her lips pursed. Her eyes, those bright, intelligent eyes, darted from his face to the empty space around him, to the approaching footsteps of her parents. Come on, she said suddenly, decisively. What? If you're lost, you should tell an adult. My parents are adults. They'll know what to do. It's the logical course of action. She said it with such absolute certainty that Harry, for the first time in his life, found himself obeying someone smaller than Dudley. He stood up, his legs stiff. Hermione grabbed his wrist. Her hand was small and warm. Don't worry, she said, and it sounded less like comfort and more like a prediction of a solved equation. My father's a dentist. He's very responsible. She pulled him out from behind the shelves, into the open aisle, just as a man and woman with the same kind, earnest faces as Hermione rounded the corner. Mum, Dad, Hermione announced, her voice cutting through the quiet library. This is Harry. He's lost. And he's hungry. We have to help him. And Harry, standing there in his rags, with apple juice still on his chin, met the gaze of the two confused, concerned adults. Behind them, through the library's glass doors, the dark night waited. But here, in the circle of light, held fast by the small, fierce grip of Hermione Granger, the crack in the world he'd fallen through didn't feel like an ending. It felt, for the very first time, like a beginning. And as Mrs. Granger's eyes softened with horrified pity, and Mr. Granger knelt down to his level with a gentle, all right there, son, Harry understood one terrifying, wonderful thing. The door to the cupboard was closed forever. There was no going back. The world narrowed to the kind, perplexed face of Mr. Granger. Dentist. Responsible. The words meant nothing to Harry, but the man's posture, the way he knelt instead of loomed, created a fragile pocket of safety in the hushed library. Lost, you say? Mr. Granger's voice was calm, like the murmur of the library's heating vents. His eyes, a lighter brown than Hermione's, scanned Harry with a clinical yet gentle thoroughness that missed nothing. The grass-stained knees, the bruise just visible under the sleeve of his t-shirt, the way Harry's body tensed, ready to bolt. He was hiding behind the astronomy section, Hermione reported, as if filing evidence. He ate my apple. The core as well. That suggests severe hunger, not just missing a meal. Hermione, love, not so loud, Mrs. Granger murmured, her voice warmer than her daughter's but threaded with the same efficiency. She was looking at Harry's feet. The pity in her eyes wasn't the mocking, contemptuous kind Aunt Petunia sometimes showed. This was a sharp, painful pity that made Harry want to curl in on himself. He hated being pitied almost as much as he hated being hit. Almost. What's your surname, Harry? Mr. Granger asked. The question was a trap. Potter. Say, Potter, and they might know the Dursleys. They might take him back. The hot coal in his gut, the one that had cracked the world open, gave a faint, warning pulse. I don't know, Harry whispered. It was the first lie he'd ever told that felt like a shield, not a defiance. Hermione's eyebrows shot up. You don't know. That's statistically improbable unless you've been in some form of institutional care without proper documentation, or... Hermione, Mr. Granger said, a note of gentle warning in his voice. He kept his eyes on Harry. Where do you live? Nowhere. The truth this time, tumbling out bleak and simple. The three Grangers exchanged a look, a silent, adult conversation of raised eyebrows and slight frowns. Harry knew that look. It was the prelude to being handed over. To police, to social workers, to people in uniforms who would ask more questions and eventually, inevitably, return him to Privet Drive. The warmth of the library turned cloying, suffocating. He took a step back, his bare heel hitting the bottom shelf. I should go, he mumbled. Go where? Hermione asked, genuinely baffled. It's night. And you have no shoes. Hypothermia is a real risk. We're not going to just let you wander off, Harry, Mrs. Granger said, her voice firming into a decision. You're coming home with us for tonight. We'll sort this out properly in the morning. With a hot meal and a warm bed in between. The words, hot meal, and warm bed, hung in the air, mythical, tantalizing, suspect. It was a trick. It had to be. Kindness was a language Harry didn't speak, its grammar nonsensical, its promises hollow. No, thank you, he said politely, the way he'd been taught to speak to adults who might complain to Aunt Petunia. But Mr. Granger was already standing, not forcefully, but with a finality that blocked the path to the dark doors. I'm afraid I must insist. As a responsible adult and a father. Come on. The car's just outside. It wasn't an offer. It was a gentle, immovable fact. Trapped between the shelves and this wall of disconcerting concern, Harry felt the fight drain out of him, replaced by a weary, numb dread. The alternative was the concrete cold of the alley. Reluctantly, he nodded. The Grangers' car was a small, sensible vehicle that smelled of mint and leather. Harry was placed in the back seat with Hermione, who immediately fastened her seatbelt with a decisive click. He fumbled with his, the mechanism foreign. She watched his struggle for a moment, then leaned over and pushed the buckle into place for him. Safety is paramount, she stated. He sat rigid, watching the unfamiliar streets slide by, a panorama of lit windows and closed curtains, each a glimpse into a normal life that felt as alien as the moon. The car ride was silent except for the low murmur of the Grangers talking in the front, their words too soft for him to catch. They pulled up to a neat, two-story house with a trimmed hedge and a brightly painted front door. It looked like a house from a television show. Home, Hermione announced, unbuckling herself. Inside was overwhelming. It was clean, but not the sterile, fearful clean of Privet Drive. It was a lived-in clean. Books were stacked on side tables. A pair of reading glasses lay abandoned on the arm of a sofa. A faint, sweet smell of something recently baked lingered in the air. Light came from lamps, warm and yellow, not the stark, overhead glare Harry was used to. Right, Mrs. Granger said, clapping her hands softly. First things first. A bath, I think. And then some of Robert's old pajamas. Hermione, show Harry where the bathroom is. I'll find the clothes. A bath. Not a hurried, cold scrub in the downstairs lavatory with Aunt Petunia standing guard. A bath. Hermione led him upstairs, her small feet sure on the carpeted steps. This is the bathroom, she said, pushing open a door to reveal a pale blue room with fluffy towels and a tub. The hot tap is on the left. Don't use too much bubble bath, it's a surfactant and can irritate the skin if overconcentrated. She left him there. Harry stood in the middle of the room, staring at the tub. He turned the taps, flinching at the roar of the water. Steam began to rise. He undressed, his movements slow, and looked at himself in the mirror over the sink. A small, bony boy with a pale face, dark hair that stuck up in every direction no matter what, and those stupid, huge green eyes behind broken glasses held together with tape. And the bruise on his ribs, a livid purple yellow. He looked exactly like what he was, something discarded. He sank into the water. The heat was an agony of bliss. It scalded his cold skin, turning it pink, seeping into muscles perpetually clenched against blows or shivers. He slid under, letting the water close over his head. The silence was immense. For a few seconds, he could pretend he was somewhere else, someone else. A knock on the door made him jolt upright, spluttering. "Pajamas are outside the door," came Mrs. Granger's voice. "Take your time." The pajamas were blue cotton, soft and smelling of clean laundry. They were too big, but they were whole, without holes or frayed edges. He folded his own rags neatly, a habit born of punishment, and emerged, the fabric whispering against his clean skin. The smell hit him first as he descended the stairs, rich, savory, profoundly good. His stomach gave a loud, involuntary groan. In the kitchen, a scene of impossible normality was unfolding. Mrs. Granger was stirring a pot on the stove. Mr. Granger was setting the table, a proper table, with placemats and cutlery. Hermione was sitting, already with a book open next to her plate, though she wasn't reading it. She was watching him. "There he is, Mr. Granger said, smiling. Looking more human already. Sit here, Harry." A bowl was placed before him. It held a steaming, thick stew, with chunks of meat, carrots, and potatoes. A slab of buttered bread sat on a small plate beside it. Harry stared at it. This was more food than he usually saw in 2 days. "Eat up," Mrs. Granger said, taking her own seat. He picked up the spoon. His hand trembled. He took a mouthful. The flavors exploded: herbs, salt, meat, warmth, a complexity of goodness that was almost painful. He ate slowly, methodically, aware of their eyes on him, but the hunger was a primal force. The bowl was empty in minutes. He stared at the slick of gravy left behind, fighting the shameful urge to lick it clean. "Would you like more?" Mrs. Granger asked gently. He nodded, not trusting his voice. A second bowl appeared. He ate that too, the edge of the desperate hunger finally blunting into a heavy, glorious fullness. After, they moved to the living room. Harry sat on the very edge of the sofa, the pajamas pooling around him. The inevitable questions were coming. He braced himself. "Harry," Mr. Granger began, leaning forward, his elbows on his knees. "We need to try and understand how you came to be in that library. Can you tell us anything about where you were before? Any names? A street?" Harry looked at the pattern on the carpet. "My aunt and uncle," he whispered. They didn't want me back." A heavy silence filled the room. "Did they hurt you, Harry?" Mrs. Granger's voice was very quiet. He touched his ribs through the soft pajama top. He didn't nod. He didn't need to. "We need to call the authorities," Mr. Granger said to his wife, his face grim. "No." The word burst from Harry, louder than he intended. All three Grangers looked at him, startled by the vehemence. "Please, don't. They'll take me back. Or somewhere worse." The panic was real, a metallic taste in his mouth. The magic inside him stirred, a restless serpent. The lamp on the side table flickered. Hermione's eyes snapped to the lamp, then back to Harry, her gaze sharpening from curiosity to intense scrutiny. Mr. Granger sighed, running a hand through his hair. "We can't just not report this, Harry. There are procedures. People who are trained to help." "They won't help," Harry said, the conviction bleak and absolute in his young voice. "No one ever does." The words hung there, a damning indictment of the adult world. It was Hermione who broke the impasse. "What if it's temporary?" she said, looking at her parents. "What if we just wait and observe? If what Harry says is true, then the responsible thing is to gather more data before involving a system that might cause him harm. We learned about social services in current affairs. The system is overstretched. Mistakes happen." Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at their daughter, then at each other. A silent debate raged between them. "A few days," Mrs. Granger said finally, her voice taut with worry. "Just a few days. To let him get his strength up. To think." Harry's breath left him in a shudder. A reprieve. Not safety, but a pause. "You'll stay in the spare room, Mr. Granger said, his tone making it law. "We'll get you some proper clothes tomorrow. And we'll figure this out." Later, lying in a proper bed for the first time he could remember, under a real duvet that felt like a cloud, Harry stared at the ceiling. The room was dark, but a sliver of light from the hall shone under the door. It was a nightlight. A small, deliberate kindness. He heard soft voices outside. Clear signs of neglect, Jean. Malnutrition. That bruise. I know. But did you see his face when you mentioned authorities? It was terror, Robert. Pure terror. What are we getting into? I don't know. But we can't put him out. A pause. Then, that girl of ours. Gather more data. Honestly. A soft chuckle. She's not wrong. The footsteps moved away. Harry turned on his side, burying his face in a pillow that smelled of sunshine. He didn't trust it. He couldn't. But for now, the geometry of this house, the warmth, the food, the quiet voices, held him in a shape that wasn't painful. It was confusing, frightening in its novelty, but not painful. Down the hall, in her own room, Hermione Granger lay awake, her mind racing. The flickering lamp. It hadn't been a power surge, she'd felt a static prickle in the air at the exact moment Harry had shouted. Correlation did not imply causation, she reminded herself sternly. But the probability was intriguing. And then there was his story. The gaps in it were not like the gaps in the lies the boys at school told. These gaps were like shadows, dense and hiding things. She needed more information. She needed to understand the variable that was Harry. In the dark, a plan, precise and logical, began to form in her mind. Tomorrow, she would begin her investigation. And in the spare room, Harry, for the first time in his memory, felt the slow, heavy tide of sleep pull him under without the cold or the fear or the hard edges of the cupboard to fight against. His last conscious thought was the memory of the crack of golden light, and the girl who had pulled him through it. He was out. But he was also, for the moment, in. And that was a puzzle more terrifying and wonderful than any he had ever known. The house settled into the quiet of the night, sheltering its two unusual children. One hiding from a past that hunted him, the other peering into a mystery, unaware that the future had just cracked open in her very own living room, and that nothing in her meticulously ordered world would ever be the same again. The morning light in the Granger household was a structured thing. It arrived at a predictable time, filtered through clean blinds, and was accompanied by the smell of toast and the soft, precise murmur of the radio announcing the news. For Harry, who was used to waking either to darkness or to the violent racket of Uncle Vernon's fist on his cupboard door, it was deeply disorienting. He lay in the soft bed, the unfamiliar contours of the room solidifying around him. For a heart-stopping second, he was sure it had all been a dream, the golden crack, the library, the stew. Then the smell of toast anchored him. It was real. He was here. The relief was so acute it felt like a new kind of pain. A soft knock at the door. Harry. Breakfast is in 10 minutes. Mrs. Granger's voice. Okay, he croaked, scrambling out of bed. The pajamas pulled at his feet. He dressed quickly in yesterday's rags, the clean feeling from the bath already a memory against the rough, stale fabric. Downstairs, the kitchen was a portrait of orderly bustle. Mr. Granger, in a crisp shirt, sipped coffee while reading a dental journal. Mrs. Granger buttered toast. Hermione was already dressed, her hair an even more determined cloud than yesterday, bent over a bowl of cereal with a paperback book propped against the milk jug. The title read, An Introduction to Logic. Good morning, Harry, Mrs. Granger said, her smile not quite reaching her worried eyes. Sleep well. Harry nodded, hovering in the doorway. He didn't know where to sit. Here, Hermione said, not looking up from her book. She nudged the chair beside her with her foot. He slid into it. A plate with 2 pieces of toast was placed in front of him. Butter and 2 small, sealed pots of jam, strawberry and marmalade. A choice. He stared at them. We'll go into town after breakfast, Mr. Granger said, folding his journal. Get you some essentials. Clothes, shoes, perhaps a new pair of glasses. He gestured with his own cup towards Harry's taped frames. Harry's hand flew to his glasses. These are okay, he mumbled. They're suboptimal for visual acuity, Hermione stated, finally looking at him. The fracture in the right lens causes diffraction. It's a wonder you don't have headaches. He did have headaches. Constant, dull ones. He said nothing. It's settled then, Mrs. Granger said in that tone that brooked no argument. It was a mother's tone. Harry found himself obeying it instinctively. The trip to the town center was another journey into a foreign world. The Grangers moved through it with confident ownership. Harry, in his ill-fitting rags, felt like a ghost, translucent and awkward. He stuck close to Hermione, who marched with purpose, a living shield against the curious glances of shoppers. In a department store, under the fluorescent lights, Harry endured the quiet humiliation of being measured and fitted. Mrs. Granger chose practical things: trousers that didn't need a belt, sturdy jeans, t-shirts, jumpers, socks, underpants. The normality of it was staggering. Then shoes, proper trainers with laces he had to learn to tie, Mr. Granger kneeling patiently to show him the loop and pull method. The glasses were last. The optician clucked over his old pair. Goodness, these are a death trap. How long have you been managing, young man? Harry just shrugged. The new frames were chosen, a similar, round style, but sturdier. We'll have the lenses ready in an hour, the optician said. They waited in a small cafe. Hermione ordered a hot chocolate and continued reading her logic book. Harry, sipping a glass of water, watched the world go by the window. People with shopping bags, friends laughing, a mother scolding a child. A universe of mundane connections he had only ever observed from the outside, like watching fish in a tank. Your aunt and uncle, Hermione said abruptly, closing her book. Her parents had gone to fetch the new glasses. This was clearly a planned interrogation. What are their names? The hot coal in his gut gave a twitch. Dursley, Harry whispered, the name foul on his tongue. Vernon and Petunia. They live on Privet Drive. Hermione nodded, filing the information. And they didn't feed you properly. They fed me, Harry said defensively, an old, ingrained habit. Sometimes. The apple core suggests otherwise. And your height-to-weight ratio is concerning. She leaned forward, her eyes bright. Why did you leave? Really? He couldn't tell her about the magic. The golden crack. She'd think he was mad, a liar. She'd tell her parents, and that would be the end of the fragile, terrifying sanctuary. It was bad, he said, the words hollow. They hated me. I had to get out. Hermione studied him. She didn't look satisfied, but she didn't push. Instead, she asked, and the things that happen? The unexplained things. Harry froze. His water glass felt slippery in his hand. What things? The lamp. Last night. It flickered when you got upset. The air felt ionized. His heart hammered against his ribs. She'd noticed. Of course she had. She noticed everything. Faulty wiring, he muttered, looking away. Our house was built in 1982. The electrical system is fully compliant with the 15th edition IEE wiring regulations. Faulty wiring is statistically improbable. It just happens. He burst out, a flare of panic making his voice sharp. I don't do it. It just happens when I'm scared or angry. Bad things happen around me. He braced for her recoil, for the fear, the disgust. Hermione's expression didn't change to fear. It changed to the fierce, blazing focus of a scientist on the verge of a breakthrough. You make them happen, she breathed, not a question, a conclusion. It's a causal relationship. Emotional state acts as a trigger for a physical phenomenon. What kind of phenomena? Desperate, trapped, Harry glanced around. The cafe was quiet. An elderly couple a few tables over. A bored-looking waitress wiping down the counter. He looked at his hands, clenched on the table. He thought of the zoo glass. Of his hair. Of the roof. Once, I made glass disappear, he whispered, the confession dragged out of him. At the zoo, I was talking to a snake. My cousin shoved me. I got angry and the glass vanished. The snake got out. He chanced a look at her. And my hair. Aunt Petunia cuts it all off, hates it being messy. It grows back overnight. Every time. Hermione's mouth had formed a perfect O. Her eyes were wide behind her glasses, not with terror, but with awe. Telekinesis. No. Transmutation. Rapid, targeted biological regeneration. This is impossible. The word, impossible, coming from her didn't sound like a dismissal. It sounded like a challenge. I'm a freak, Harry said, the old, hated label leaving his lips with the weight of truth. You're an anomaly, Hermione corrected instantly, her voice low and intense. Anomalies are data points that don't fit the established model. They don't mean the data point is wrong. They mean the model is incomplete. She leaned so close he could see the flecks of amber in her brown eyes. Harry, this is the most important thing that has ever happened. Do you understand? This changes everything. He didn't understand, not really. But her certainty was a raft in a stormy sea. She wasn't running. She wasn't calling him a liar. She was fascinated. Her parents returned then, bearing a small case. The new glasses. Harry put them on. The world snapped into a clarity so sharp it made him dizzy. He could see every individual leaf on the tree across the street, the weave in Mr. Granger's jacket, the faint freckles on Hermione's nose. He looked at her, truly seeing her for the first time, the intelligent, hungry light in her eyes, the earnest set of her mouth. "Better, Mr. Granger asked. Harry nodded, unable to speak. The rest of the day passed in a blur of new sensations, the feel of soft jeans against his skin, the secure grip of the trainers, the astonishing clarity of his vision. He was a new person in an old skin. Back at the house, he was shown the spare room properly, now his room, for now. He put his few new things in the drawers, movements reverent. After dinner, a delicious, confusing thing called shepherd's pie, Hermione cornered him in the hallway. "We need to test it," she said without preamble. "Test what?" "Your ability. We need parameters. Controls. We need to see if you can do it intentionally." The idea was terrifying. "No. What if I break something? What if I hurt you?" "We'll be methodical. Safe. We'll start with something small. In my room." Her room was a temple to knowledge. Books lined shelves, spilled onto the floor, sat in stacks by the bed. A small desk was neatly organized with pens, rulers, a microscope. The air smelled of paper and the floral scent of her shampoo. It was the most personal space Harry had ever been invited into. Hermione cleared a space on the floor. She placed a small, clear marble in the center of a sheet of white paper. "Okay," she said, sitting cross-legged opposite him. "The variable is your emotional state. The target is the marble. The desired result is movement without physical contact. Focus on it. Want it to move." Harry stared at the marble. It was just a glass sphere. He didn't want it to move. He wanted to not be a freak. He wanted to stay in this warm house with this strange girl who looked at him like a puzzle, not a problem. Nothing happened. "You're not focusing," Hermione chided. "Try to remember how you felt when the glass vanished. Or when the lamp flickered. Anger. Fear. Desperation." He called up the memory of the cupboard, the tightness in his chest. The marble remained inert. He felt a flush of embarrassment. Maybe it was gone. Maybe the magic had stayed behind on Privet Drive. "It's not working," he said, slumping. Hermione chewed her lip. "Maybe it's not about negative emotions. Maybe it's about intensity. Any intense emotion." She thought for a moment, then stood up and went to a case by her bed. She opened it and took out a violin. She tucked it under her chin, positioned the bow. "I'm not very good yet. I only started 6 months ago," she warned. Then she began to play. It was a simple, slow scale at first, then it shifted into a melody. It was halting, sometimes screechy, but underneath the imperfection was a thread of pure, sweet sound. It was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever heard. Not because it was perfect, but because it was made. Created, here in this room, by her. It filled the space, weaving around the books, touching the walls. It spoke of something he had no words for: longing, order, a heart trying to speak through wooden string. The emotion that swelled in him wasn't anger or fear. It was a vast, aching wonder. A sense of beauty so sharp it was almost sorrow. His chest felt too full. The air in the room seemed to hum in sympathy with the violin. Hermione's bow screeched on a wrong note. She winced, lowering the instrument. "See, I told you I'm not." She stopped. Her eyes went to the floor. The marble was no longer on the paper. It was hovering, spinning gently, 6 inches above the ground. It caught the light from her desk lamp, throwing tiny, dancing rainbows across the walls and ceiling. Harry gasped. The marble dropped, clack, onto the wooden floor and rolled under her bed. Silence, thick and profound, filled the room. Hermione slowly placed the violin back in its case. She turned to Harry, her face pale but her eyes blazing with triumphant, irrefutable joy. "You did it," she whispered. "Intentional, observable, repeatable phenomena. You did it." Harry looked from her to the space where the marble had hung. He had done it. Not from pain, but from this. This strange, uplifting ache. The magic hadn't left him. It was just different. It was part of him. A heavy tread on the stairs. "Mr. Granger's voice called up. "Everything all right up there?" Sounded like a screech. Hermione's eyes went wide. She looked at Harry, then at the space under the bed where the marble hid. A secret now lay in the room with them, vast and glittering and dangerous. "Fine, Dad," she called back, her voice impressively steady. "Just a wrong note." She turned back to Harry. The joy in her eyes had hardened into something steely, protective. "We need to be careful," she said, her voice low and urgent. "We need to learn everything. But no one can know. Not yet. They wouldn't understand." Harry nodded, the bond between them solidifying in that moment, forged in shared wonder and shared secrecy. He had escaped the Dursleys. But now he and Hermione stood on the brink of a discovery far bigger than either of them, a secret that shimmered in the air between them, as real and as fragile as the memory of a spinning marble. And downstairs, unaware of the new world being born in his daughter's bedroom, Mr. Granger frowned at the ceiling, a faint, inexplicable static charge still lingering in the air, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. The world did not end because a marble had floated. The house did not shake. No ominous wind blew. The only thing that changed was the space between Harry and Hermione, now charged with a silent, mutual understanding as solid as a locked door. They were accomplices. The next few days settled into a new, precarious rhythm. For the Grangers, life continued with its orderly cadence: work, meals, discussions about politics and preventative dentistry. Harry was a quiet, polite shadow in their midst, absorbing the routines like a plant turning towards an unfamiliar sun. He helped clear the table without being asked. He made his bed with military precision, the corners tucked tight, a habit from the cupboard, where neatness was the only defense against complaint. For Hermione, the rhythm had been irrevocably altered. Her curiosity, once a wide-ranging searchlight, had become a laser. Books on parapsychology, quantum physics, and even folklore appeared from the library, read with ferocious speed and dismissed with a frown. "It's all either wishful thinking or misapplied metaphysics," she declared, tossing a heavy tome on telekinesis onto her growing, rejected, pile. "They're trying to force square phenomena into round theories. Your ability, it operates on different principles." Harry didn't understand half of what she said, but he listened. Her certainty was an anchor. She didn't call it magic, not yet. She called it, the ability, or, the phenomenon. To Harry, it was simply the something that had always been there, now being examined under the bright, unforgiving light of Hermione's mind. Their experiments continued, but with Hermione's rigorous new protocols. Safety was paramount. They used a locked wooden box with a clear perspex lid, donated from an old chess set. The target objects grew progressively lighter: a feather, a slip of paper, a thread. The goal was control, not power. Emotion is the catalyst, but intent must be the steering mechanism, Hermione lectured, her finger tracing a diagram she'd drawn in a notebook labeled, Observations. You must separate the feeling from the desired outcome. Channel the energy, don't just be swamped by it. It was maddeningly difficult. Trying to summon an emotion on command felt false and produced nothing but a faint, fizzy static in the air that made the hair on their arms stand up. The best results still came from genuine moments. A burst of laughter when Mr. Granger told a terrible pun made the feather in the box do a frantic, spinning dance. A flash of remembered indignation at Dudley, carefully conjured, not truly felt, caused the thread to snap with a tiny ping. Harry was exhausted after each session. It was a mental strain he'd never known, a different kind of ache from hunger or a beating. But there was a fierce pride in it, too. He was learning. He was, for the first time, trying to understand the wild thing inside him, not just survive its eruptions. One rainy afternoon, while Mrs. Granger was at a charity committee meeting and Mr. Granger was at his surgery, the house belonged to them. They were in the living room, a fire crackling in the hearth. Hermione was attempting to teach Harry chess, her explanations peppered with historical battles and logical gambits. Harry was less interested in the rules than in the carved wooden pieces themselves, the weight of the king in his hand. "Your move," Hermione said, tapping the board. He moved a pawn randomly. She sighed, a teacherly sound. "That exposes your queen in 3 moves. You're not concentrating." He wasn't. He was watching the firelight gleam on the polished wood of the chessboard, feeling a deep, unfamiliar contentment. The rain pattered against the window. He was warm, full from lunch, sitting across from someone who didn't flinch from him. The feeling was a low, golden hum in his chest, warmer than the fire. "Harry, the board," Hermione insisted. He looked at her instead, at the way her frizzy hair formed a fuzzy halo in the firelight. "Thanks," he said quietly. She blinked. "For what?" "You're losing spectacularly." "For this." "For not making me go back." Her bossy demeanor softened, just for a second. She pushed her glasses up her nose. It was the logical thing to do. But her voice lacked its usual clinical certainty. She looked down at the board, then back at him. "Do you ever hear things? Or see things? Things other people don't?" The question was so unexpected it jolted him. "What kind of things?" "I don't know." "Whispers. Shadows that move wrong. After the experiments, sometimes I think I see things out of the corner of my eye. Or I'll hear a sort of ringing. A high-pitched sound no one else seems to notice." A chill crept up Harry's spine, unrelated to the draft from the window. He had heard things. In the darkest hours in the cupboard, he'd sometimes heard a faint, rhythmic scratching, like claws on stone, that couldn't be explained by pipes or mice. He'd seen his ragged towel twitch when no one was near it. He'd always assumed it was his mind breaking under the loneliness. Sometimes, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "I thought I was going mad." "Perception alters with awareness," Hermione said, but she sounded less sure of herself now. "If we're tuning into a different frequency of reality, it stands to reason our senses might pick up ancillary phenomena. Like radio static near a transmitter." She was using words to fence in her own fear, Harry realized. She was scared, too. Scratch, scratch, scratch. They both froze. The sound was not from the fire. It was clear, crisp, coming from the wall behind the bookshelf. A slow, deliberate drag of something sharp against plaster. Hermione's hand shot out and gripped Harry's wrist. Her fingers were cold. "Do you hear that?" she mouthed. He nodded, unable to speak. The golden contentment was gone, replaced by the old, familiar icy dread. The something inside him coiled tight, a spring pressed down. Scratch. Scrape. It was moving. Along the wall, towards the window. They turned their heads in unison, tracking the sound. The rain sheeted down the glass. Then, a shadow. Not a shadow cast by the fire. This was a denser patch of darkness, tall and unnaturally thin, that slid across the rain-blurred window outside. It had no discernible features, just a stretched, humanoid silhouette that paused, as if looking in. Harry's breath caught. Every instinct screamed at him to hide, to make himself small. Hermione gasped, a tiny, sharp intake of air. Her grip on his wrist was painful. The shadow lingered for 3 heartbeats that felt like years. Then it melted away, dissolving into the general gloom of the rainy afternoon as if it had never been. The scratching stopped. The living room was suddenly just a room again, fire crackling, rain pattering, the chessboard waiting. The ordinary sounds rushed back in, loud in the silence. "What was that?" Hermione whispered, finally releasing his wrist. Her face was parchment pale. "I don't know," Harry said. His heart was a frantic drum against his ribs. The magic inside him was a live wire now, sparking under his skin. He felt exposed, as if the shadow had seen straight through the brick and mortar to the secret glowing within him. It wasn't a person, Hermione stated, her mind fighting to process. The proportions were wrong. The way it moved, it didn't walk. It slid. It was looking for something, Harry said, the knowledge settling in his gut. "Like a stone. For you." The question hung in the air, awful and plausible. The front door latch clicked. They both jumped violently. "Hello. Anyone home?" Mrs. Granger's voice, cheerful and mundane, rang in the hall. The sound of shopping bags being set down, an umbrella being shaken. Hermione and Harry stared at each other. A silent, frantic communication passed between them. "Say nothing. It will only confuse them. It will make them send you away." By the time Mrs. Granger entered the living room, smiling, her coat beaded with rain, they were sitting stiffly at the chessboard. Harry's pawn was still in its reckless position. "Cozy in here, Mrs. Granger said, rubbing her hands together. "Who's winning?" "I am," Hermione said, her voice a half octave too high. "Harry's terrible at strategy." Harry forced a weak smile. The normalcy of the scene felt like a pane of glass between them and the terror of moments before, so fragile it might shatter at any moment. That night, Harry lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Every creak of the house was the scratching claw. Every shift of light from a passing car was the returning shadow. The comfort of the room had vanished, replaced by a lurking vulnerability. The Dursleys' house had been a prison, but its dangers were known: blows, hunger, locked doors. This new danger was formless, silent, and seemed to seep through walls. He heard a soft tap at his door. It opened a crack, and Hermione slipped in, a flashlight in her hand. She was wearing her dressing gown, her hair a wild cloud. "I couldn't sleep," she said, sitting on the edge of his bed. She didn't turn on the light. The flashlight beam, pointed at the floor, carved out a small pool of safety in the dark. "Me neither. We need to learn faster," she said, her voice low and urgent. "Not just parlor tricks. If that thing comes back, we need to be able to do more than make a marble float." "What can we do?" The helplessness in his voice shamed him. "I don't know. But we have to try." She looked at him, her face grave in the back glow of the flashlight. "This isn't just an interesting anomaly anymore, Harry. It's a signal. And something out there heard it." The word, signal, echoed in the dark room. That's what he was. A beacon. He'd spent his life trying to be invisible, and now, just as he'd found a place to be seen, he was glowing in the dark for all the wrong things to see. Hermione reached out and, with a clumsy pat, touched his hand where it lay on the duvet. It was an awkward gesture, devoid of her usual precision, and all the more meaningful for it. "We'll figure it out. Together. I'll research. We'll practice. Properly." He nodded, the knot of fear in his chest loosening a fraction. He wasn't alone. She stood to leave, then paused at the door. "Harry, what if there are others? Others like you? If this is a trait, not just a mutation, there must be a population. A community. There would have to be, for the genetics to sustain themselves." The idea was so staggering Harry couldn't encompass it. Others. Not freaks. A community. A whole hidden world of people who could make marbles float and glass vanish. A world where he might belong. "Do you really think so?" He breathed. "It's the only logical conclusion," she said. But for once, logic sounded like hope. "The question is, how do we find them? And how do we know which ones to trust?" She slipped out, closing the door softly behind her. Harry lay back down. The fear was still there, a cold companion. But alongside it now was a new, desperate yearning. Others. A place. A name for what he was. He looked at the window, a pale rectangle in the dark. The rain had stopped. The world outside was quiet and still. But he knew now it was not empty. It was watchful. And he was no longer just a boy hiding from his aunt and uncle. He was a signal in the night, and he had just begun to shine. The shadow at the window had been a question, a terrible, silent question. And Harry, for the first time, was determined to find the answer before the question came asking again, in a form less content to just watch from the outside. The shadow did not return the next day, nor the day after. But its absence was a presence itself, a held breath in the corners of the Granger house. Normalcy became a performance. Hermione's research intensified, but the books from the public library were now useless to her. She needed a new source, a deeper well. "It's all superstition and weak methodology," she declared in frustration, shoving a book on British folklore across her bedroom floor. "They talk about fey lights, and will-o'-the-wisps as if they're meteorological phenomena. There's no rigor." Harry, sitting on the floor trying to levitate a rubber band, let it drop. The focus required was immense, and the lingering fear made his control slippery, unpredictable. "Maybe there isn't a book for it," he said quietly. "Maybe it's just me." "No." Hermione's refusal was immediate, absolute. The law of large numbers disagrees. One unique data point is an outlier. A pattern of unique phenomena across centuries of global culture suggests a hidden variable. We just need the right key. The key, it turned out, came from an unexpected place, the attic. Mr. Granger decided it was time for a clear out. "Might be some things up there for you, Harry," he said with forced cheerfulness. "Old toys, books. Better than gathering dust." The attic was a landscape of forgotten things, smelling of timber and old fabric. Light filtered through a grimy circular window, illuminating dancing motes of dust. There were boxes labeled, winter clothes, a discarded exercise bike, a lamp with a fringed shade. Hermione zeroed in on a small, brass-bound trunk shoved under the eaves. It was locked, but the latch was rusted. With a determined grunt and a screwdriver from her pocket she had come prepared, she pried it open. Inside were not toys. There were books, but not like any Harry had seen. The covers were of faded leather or strange, thick paper, embossed with titles that shimmered faintly even in the dim light. Herbal Almanac of the British Isles. Star Charts for the Attuned Mind. A Child's Primer of Elemental Theory. Hermione's breath hitched. She lifted the primer carefully. It was small, its cover illustrated with a stylized, friendly-looking flame, a droplet of water, a smiling face in a cloud, and a grinning lump of earth. She opened it. The script inside was looping, elegant, and the illustrations moved. The flame on page 1 danced cheerfully. Harry stumbled back, knocking into a box. That's... Yes, Hermione whispered, her eyes wide with avaricious wonder. She turned pages slowly. The water droplet swam in a little circle. The cloud face winked. Beneath the books were other objects, a bundle of smooth, pale wood that felt warm to the touch, a wand, though neither recognized it as such. A tarnished silver compass whose needle didn't point north, but spun in slow, lazy circles. A small, clear crystal that pulsed with a soft, internal light when Harry's fingers brushed it, making him snatch his hand back. This is it, Hermione breathed, her voice trembling with excitement. This is the key. This isn't folklore. This is a curriculum. But who put it here? Harry asked, looking around the attic as if its owner might materialize. It doesn't matter. It's here now. Hermione gathered the books into her arms like treasure. We have to hide these. My room. We'll study them. And so, their education began in earnest. The Child's Primer was their starting point. It spoke of magic not as a wild force, but as a discipline. It described the inner well, the source of power within a person. It talked of intent as a sculptor's tool and will as the chisel. The language was simple, meant for a young child, but the concepts were profound. For Harry, it was a revelation. The restless, fearful something inside him had a name: magic. It was a thing to be understood, not just endured. He read the primer over and over, lips moving silently, tracing the moving illustrations with a reverent finger. The other books were more difficult, their language archaic and dense. Hermione devoured them, cross-referencing terms, making endless notes in a new, secret notebook. She determined the wand was a focus, though neither could make it do anything. The compass, she theorized, pointed to sources of magical disturbance, not north. The crystal was a resonance stone, attuned to magical potential. A week after finding the trunk, they were in Hermione's room, the primer opened between them. The chapter was on passive shielding, a gentle, constant use of will to soften one's magical presence, like damping a lantern's glow. It says it's the first defense for a young magical child in a non-magical area, Hermione read aloud. To avoid attracting unwanted attentions. She looked pointedly at Harry. He was trying. He sat cross-legged, imagining the magic inside him not as a coiled spring, but as a pool of water. He visualized a smooth, cool lid of stone settling over it, containing the ripples. It was incredibly difficult. His magic felt alive, restless, and the act of quieting it was like trying to calm a nervous bird with his hands. I can't, he muttered, sweat beading on his forehead. You must, Hermione insisted. If that shadow was an unwanted attention, this is how you hide. Frustration sparked in him. The pool image shattered, replaced by a flash of the shadow at the window. The magic reacted to the fear, a sharp spike. The desk lamp flickered violently, and the glass of water beside Hermione's bed trembled, its surface quivering. Stop, Hermione hissed. You're doing the opposite. The door opened. Mrs. Granger stood there, a basket of laundry in her arms. Her eyes went from Harry's strained, pale face to the flickering lamp, to the vibrating glass of water. The silence was brittle. Everything all right? She asked slowly, her eyes narrowing. Fine, Mum, Hermione said, a shade too quickly. Harry was just demonstrating static electricity. From the carpet. We were learning about it. Mrs. Granger did not look convinced. She stared at the glass of water, which had now gone still. I see, she said, her voice neutral. Well, keep the noise down. She left, closing the door softly behind her. The click of the latch was deafening. She knows something's wrong, Harry whispered, guilt and fear churning in his gut. She knows we're hiding something, Hermione corrected, her face grim. But she doesn't know what. We have to be more careful. The incident lit a fire under Hermione. The passive shielding was a priority. She turned it into a relentless training exercise. During meals, while walking, she would catch his eye and give a slight nod, a signal to practice damping his magic. It was exhausting, constant work. But slowly, infinitesimally, Harry began to feel a difference. The constant, low-level buzz of his own magic, a sensation he hadn't even been fully aware of, began to soften. The air around him felt less charged. A few days later, Mr. Granger brought home a television and video player, a treat. They were to watch a film, a family event. It was a fantasy movie, full of wizards and dark lords portrayed with glittery special effects and booming voices. Harry watched, mesmerized and vaguely disappointed. It was all so loud, so garish. It felt nothing like the quiet, profound truth in the primer. During a particularly loud battle scene, Hermione nudged him. "Shield," she mouthed. Obediently, Harry closed his eyes for a second, envisioning the stone lid. He pushed his will against his magic, smoothing it out. The television didn't flicker. But something else happened. As the cinematic spell light flashed across the screen, Harry's new glasses, the plain, ordinary lenses, seemed to warp for a second. The film's images blurred, and underneath them, like a palimpsest, he saw different shapes. Flickering, archaic symbols scrolling up the edges of his vision. He heard it too, not the film's soundtrack, but a whisper, layered and distant, threading through the noise. The blood seals, the watcher in the deep, the boy. He ripped his glasses off with a gasp. "Harry." Mr. Granger asked, concerned. "Headache," Harry choked out. From the light. He kept the glasses off for the rest of the film, his heart hammering. Later, in the hall, he put them back on cautiously. Nothing. Just clear vision. But the memory of the symbols, the whispers, was etched into his mind. He told Hermione that night, speaking in hushed tones under her duvet with a flashlight. The glasses came from a regular optician, she reasoned, but her eyes were alight. "But you are not regular. Maybe you imprinted them. Or maybe there's a residue on you, and the glasses, as a tool for your perception, are amplifying it. Tuning it in." She grabbed her secret notebook. "We need to experiment. With control. This could be a way to get information." But Harry was afraid. The whisper had not felt friendly. It had felt cold, ancient, and hungry. The boy. The next afternoon, Hermione was at the dentist with her father for a checkup. Harry was in his room, practicing his shielding. The house was quiet, just Mrs. Granger moving about downstairs. A pressure began to build in the room, not in the air, but in Harry's head. A dull, insistent thrum, like a sub-audible bell. His glasses began to feel warm on the bridge of his nose. He took them off, staring at them. The clear lenses fogged, not with condensation, but with a milky, swirling vapor. The whispering started again, not distant now, but clear, as if someone was standing just behind him. "Little snake, in a soft nest, they smell your fear, they taste your magic." Harry dropped the glasses as if burned. They landed on the carpet, the lenses clearing instantly. The voice was gone. The pressure vanished. Trembling, he picked them up. Nothing. Just glass and plastic. He knew then, with a certainty that froze his blood. The shadow at the window hadn't been random. It had been a scout. And the whispers in the static, they were a search party, getting closer. His shielding was a child's blanket over a lighthouse beam. It was not enough. He had found a name for what he was. He had found a secret history in an attic trunk. But he had also, it seemed, sent up a flare in a night full of watching, hungry things. The ordinary world of the Grangers was a thin veneer, and underneath it, something old and dark was stirring, and it was whispering his name. He placed the glasses carefully on his bedside table, facing away from him. He didn't want to see what they might show him next. The attic's treasures had given him knowledge, but with it came a terrifying truth. The magic was not just a part of him. It was a beacon, and he was just learning how to light it. The days after the whispering glasses took on a grim, determined quality. Fear was no longer an abstract, it had a voice, cold and hungry, and it knew his name. The attic books, once objects of wonder, now felt like field manuals for a war they didn't understand. Hermione's research became less about discovery and more about defense. "It's called a lingering perceptual echo," she announced, reading from a dense, cloth-bound volume titled On Unseen Intrusions. Sometimes, when a magical being of strong intent focuses on a person, a psychic residue can adhere to that person's aura. It can manifest through enchanted objects, or in places of quiet magic. She looked up, her face serious. Your glasses aren't cursed. They're tuned to you. And they're picking up the signal of whatever is hunting you. So I'm broadcasting, Harry said flatly. He was sitting on the floor of her room, mechanically practicing the shielding exercise. The stone lit over the pool. It was getting easier, a constant, low-grade mental hum, but it felt futile. If they could hear him through a pair of ordinary glasses, what good was a whisper? We need to understand what it is, Hermione declared. The primer mentions non-beings and spiritual parasites, but it's vague. The other books are worse, full of euphemisms. Shadow stuff. The hungry dark. It's not scientific. It's scary, Harry corrected quietly. That's what it is. She didn't argue. That, more than anything, showed him how worried she was. They began a new, riskier line of experimentation. Hermione theorized that if Harry's magic was a beacon, perhaps he could also be a receiver. A controlled one, using the shielding technique not to dampen his magic, but to shape it into a kind of antenna, directed by the strange compass from the trunk. The needle still spun lazily, never settling. Focus on the compass, Hermione instructed, her voice low. Don't push your magic out. Just let it flow towards the instrument. Ask it a question, silently. What question? Harry whispered, the compass cold in his palm. What is looking for me? He took a deep breath, trying to ignore the dread coiled in his stomach. He dropped the stone lid in his mind. The magic, restrained for days, surged up, eager and bright. He didn't let it explode. He imagined it as a beam of light, pouring from his chest into the tarnished silver of the compass. The needle gave a violent jerk. It stopped spinning. It pointed, trembling, directly at Harry's heart for a second, then swung past him, towards the window of Hermione's room. It held there, vibrating with a faint, high-pitched whine Harry could feel in his molars. It's pointing out there, Hermione breathed. Towards the woods at the end of the lane. As soon as she said it, Harry felt it. A pull, not physical, but a sickening gravitational tug in the direction of the needle. A cold spot in the warm room. The shadow had left a trail, and his magic, channeled through the compass, was tracing it. We have to go, Harry said, the words leaving his mouth before he could think. Go. Hermione's eyes were huge. Harry, no. That's the opposite of logical. If something is out there, we stay inside. We tell my parents. And say what? That a magic compass says there's a monster in the woods. They'll think we're mad. Or they'll call the police, and then the thing will still be there, and it'll know we sent people to it. He stood up, a strange calm settling over him. This was the same feeling as facing Dudley's gang, the moment you knew running was pointless. It's following me. I led it here. To your house. The unspoken words hung between them. I have to lead it away. Hermione saw the resolution in his face. Her own expression shifted from fear to a fierce, protective stubbornness. If you go, I go. You can't do this alone. You don't have the data. I can observe. I can help. He wanted to refuse. To keep her safe in this warm, book-lined room. But the truth was, he was terrified to go alone. And she was right, he didn't understand what he was facing. Hermione understood things. Okay, he said, his voice small. They waited until dusk, when Mr. and Mrs. Granger were engrossed in a documentary downstairs. They slipped out the back door, the compass a cold weight in Harry's hand, its needle unwavering, pointing like an accusing finger towards the line of trees at the bottom of the Granger's garden and beyond. The woods were not large, a scrappy copse of oak and birch between housing estates, but in the failing light, they seemed vast and deep. The cheerful sounds of televisions and distant traffic faded, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the lonely cry of a bird. The air grew colder. Harry's heart was a frantic drum against his ribs. Every shadow between the trees looked like the stretched silhouette from the window. Hermione stayed close, her hand clamped around the small torch she'd brought, its beam cutting a shaky path ahead. The compass needle began to tremble more violently. They were close. They emerged into a small clearing, a place where local kids probably built dens. In the center, the ground was blackened, as if by a cold fire. The grass was withered and gray in a perfect circle. The air here was dead still and silent, no insects, no rustling. It smelled of ozone and damp soil, and underneath, a faint, sickly sweet rot. "This is the place," Hermione whispered, her scientific detachment crumbling into awe and horror. The pull was overwhelming here. Harry felt dizzy with it. The magic inside him strained towards the clearing, not with eagerness, but with a terrible, magnetic dread. The compass needle spun wildly, then pointed straight down at the blackened earth. Something was buried here, or had been anchored here. "We should leave," Hermione said, her voice tight. "Now." But Harry couldn't move. His glasses, which he'd been wearing, began to warm. The world through the lenses shimmered. The blackened circle wasn't just scorched earth. He saw lines within it, thin, phosphorescent green symbols etched into the soil, pulsing with a weak, malevolent light. A trap, a sigil, and in the center of it, a shadow began to pull. Not a cast shadow. It leaked up from the ground like oil, forming that familiar, emaciated silhouette. It had no face, but Harry felt its attention lock onto him, a physical weight. "Little snake," the whisper came, not through his glasses, but directly into his mind, freezing the blood in his veins. "You came. Hungry, so hungry." It slid towards the edge of the sigil, but the glowing green lines flared, containing it. It was trapped, but only just. And they were standing right outside its prison. "Hermione, run," Harry choked out. The shadow pressed against the invisible barrier of the sigil. A long, claw-like tendril of darkness extruded, scraping at the air just feet from them. The sweet rot smell intensified. Hermione didn't run. She shone her torch directly at the shadow. The beam didn't illuminate it, it was swallowed, devoured by the darkness. But the action seemed to startle the creature. It recoiled for a second. Light might be an irritant. She yelled, "Harry, your magic. It's drawn to your magic. Don't give it anything." But it was too late. The thing's presence was a vacuum, sucking at the power inside him. Fear shattered his control. His shielding, the stone lid, vaporized. Magic, raw and panicked, erupted from him, not a beam, but a wave. The air crackled. The torch in Hermione's hand flared blindingly bright and then died with a pop, plunging them into near darkness. The green sigil on the ground flared in response, but it flickered, weakened by the magical surge. The shadow creature shrieked, a sound of tearing metal and breaking glass that echoed inside their skulls. The barrier held, but just barely. The claw tendril lashed out again, farther this time, brushing the toe of Harry's trainer. A jolt of utter, soul-deep cold shot through him. It wasn't temperature. It was absence, a nullity that drank warmth, hope, light. He stumbled back, crying out. "No!" Hermione screamed. She didn't have magic, but she had her mind. She scooped up a hefty fallen branch from the ground and, with a strength born of pure terror, swung it not at the shadow, but at the edge of the glowing sigil on the ground, scuffing through the etched lines. The symbol's light sputtered. The shadow's containment wavered. It was the wrong thing to do, but it was also the only thing. The creature's attention split, confused by the attack on its prison. That split second was all Harry had. The icy numbness from its touch was spreading up his leg. He focused not on the creature, but on the feeling it caused. The emptiness. The cold. He gathered his swirling, terrified magic, not to push it out, but to turn it in. To make a shield not of stone, but of light. Of warmth. He thought of the Granger's kitchen. Of the fire in the hearth. Of Hermione's violin melody. He forged a barrier not around his body, but around his very self, his magic, his life force. A pale, golden glow erupted from him, faint, flickering, but steady. It didn't push the darkness back, but where it touched the tendril of shadow, the nullity recoiled. The cold retreated from his leg. The creature hissed, pressing back against its sigil prison, repelled not by power, but by the quality of the magic. It fed on fear, on wild, untamed energy. This was something else. This was defense. This was self. The lines, Hermione. Harry gasped, maintaining the fragile golden glow was like holding up a falling ceiling. Fix the lines. Understanding, Hermione dropped the branch and used her hands, frantically scraping soil back over the scuffed portions of the sigil, trying to reconnect the glowing grooves. The shadow gathered itself for another lunge. Harry's light guttered. He was so tired. A new sound cut through the clearing, a sharp, clear whistle, 3 ascending notes. It was coming from the trees behind them. The shadow creature froze. Then, with a shriek of pure fury, it dissolved, pouring back into the center of the sigil and sinking into the earth. The green light of the symbols faded, leaving only the ordinary blackened circle. The oppressive silence shattered. Woodland sounds rushed back in. The cold vanished. Harry's golden glow extinguished, and he collapsed to his knees, gasping, trembling in every limb. Hermione scrambled to his side. "Harry, are you hurt?" Before he could answer, a figure stepped into the clearing. It was a man, tall and thin, dressed in shabby, mismatched robes that might have been elegant once. His hair was long and streaked with gray, his face weary and lined, but his eyes were a brilliant, electric blue, sharp and alive with an intelligence that missed nothing. In his hand, he held a long, polished piece of wood, a wand. He looked at the blackened circle, at the two terrified children, his gaze lingering on Harry, on his lightning bolt scar, now visible under his sweat-dampened hair. "Well," said the man, his voice dry and quiet, yet carrying perfectly in the stillness. "That was monumentally foolish. But, I must admit, rather impressively resilient." He sighed, a sound of infinite exhaustion. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. And I believe, Harry Potter, that we have a great deal to discuss." The name, Albus Dumbledore, meant nothing to Harry. But the way the man said, Harry Potter, with a weight of knowing, of history, sent a fresh shiver through him that had nothing to do with the remnants of the creature's cold. This man knew his name. Not just, Harry. His full name. Hermione, ever practical in the face of the impossible, positioned herself slightly in front of Harry, a small, soil-stained shield. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice only trembling a little. "How do you know Harry?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, a startling contrast to the weary lines of his face. He made no move to come closer. A wise question, and one that demonstrates admirable loyalty. "My name, as I said, is Albus Dumbledore. I am the headmaster of a school called Hogwarts. And as for how I know Harry," his gaze softened as it returned to Harry's scar. "I have known of him since the night he received that mark." Instinctively, Harry's hand flew to his forehead, covering the lightning bolt. No one had ever mentioned it. The Dursleys had called it a dreadful souvenir of the car crash that killed his parents. But this man's tone suggested it was something else entirely. "You know about my parents." The words were out before Harry could stop them, raw and hopeful. "I do," Dumbledore said gently. "And I know why that creature, a Lethifold, though a young and weak one, thankfully, was drawn to you. This is not the place for such explanations, however. The wards on this clearing are broken, and while I have temporarily reinforced them, it is not safe. You are both shivering. May I suggest we retire to somewhere warmer? I believe a cup of hot cocoa is in order." He gestured with his wand, a casual, almost negligent flick. Behind him, the air in the middle of the clearing rippled like heat haze over a road. It shimmered, silvered, and resolved into a circular opening framing a completely different scene. A cozy, cluttered sitting room, lit by a roaring fire in a hearth. Books lined the walls, strange silver instruments whirred and puffed on spindle-legged tables, and the smell of lemon drops and woods mist drifted out to them. Hermione made a small, choked sound of utter disbelief. Harry just stared. It was another crack in the world, but this one was clean, precise, and offered warmth. A simple focusing charm applied to an existing flow connection, Dumbledore said, as if discussing the weather. "After you." Harry hesitated. The memory of the shadow creature's touch was still a frozen brand on his ankle. But the alternative was the dark, cold woods. And this man knew about his parents. He took a step forward, then another, Hermione gripping the back of his jacket. Together, they stepped through the shimmering portal. The transition was seamless. One moment, the damp chill of the clearing, the next, the enveloping, dry heat of the fire. The portal winked out behind them, leaving a perfectly ordinary wall hung with a tapestry of stars and planets that moved slowly in a cosmic dance. "Sit, please," Dumbledore said, moving to a sideboard where a kettle was already whistling. He wasn't asking. He busied himself with cups, his back to them, giving them a moment to absorb their surroundings. Hermione sank into a large, chintz armchair, her eyes darting around the room, cataloging the impossible instruments, the moving pictures in frames, the titles of books, the rise and fall of dark arts, great wizarding events of the 20th century. Harry remained standing, poised for flight, his heart still hammering. Dumbledore brought over 2 steaming mugs of cocoa topped with whipped cream, placing them on a low table. He took a seat in a high-backed chair opposite them, steepling his long fingers. Now, he began, his voice losing its gentle edge, becoming solemn. You have had a very narrow escape. Lethifolds are dark creatures that feed on human emotion, particularly fear and despair. They are attracted to strong, untrained magical cores, like yours, Harry. The one in the woods was likely drawn across continents by the burst of magic you used to escape your relatives' home. It has been feeding on the magical resonance left in your wake, growing stronger. I led it here, Harry said, guilt a bitter taste in his mouth. To Hermione's house. Unwittingly, yes. But its ability to pinpoint you was hampered by the remarkable passive shielding you have been attempting. And, he added, with a nod to Hermione, by the rather potent anti-intrusion wards placed around the Granger household. Quite ancient, and keyed to blood. I must admit, I was surprised to find them there. Hermione sat up straighter. Wards. Our house. Indeed. Old, subtle magic. The work, I would suspect, of a magical ancestor who chose to live as a muggle, a non-magical person. They have slumbered for generations, but your recent activities have stirred them. They are likely the only reason the Lethifold did not simply come through your window. Harry thought of the scratching, the shadow. It had been kept out. For a time. You said you're a headmaster, Hermione pressed, her scientific mind wrestling with the supernatural. A school for what? For people like Harry. People who can do magic. She said the word as if testing a new, volatile chemical. Precisely, Dumbledore said. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I have been its headmaster for some years now. It is where young witches and wizards from Britain learn to understand and control their abilities. A school. For people like him. The concept was so vast, so hopeful, it was dizzying. My parents, did they go there? Harry asked. They did, Dumbledore said, and his eyes held a deep, old sadness. They were among the finest students I ever had the privilege to teach. James Potter, your father, was a fiercely loyal friend and uncommonly talented. Your mother, Lily, possessed a kindness and a magical brilliance that was truly unique. He paused. They were murdered, Harry. Not in a car crash. They were killed by the darkest wizard of our age, a man named Tom Riddle, who called himself Lord Voldemort. The name meant nothing to Harry, but the way Dumbledore said it, a whisper laden with gravity, and the involuntary flinch that followed, told him everything. This was the bad thing. The source of all the whispers. Voldemort came to your home to kill you. For reasons that are not yet clear to you, his killing curse, the spell meant to end your life, rebounded. It destroyed him, and left you with that scar. You are famous in our world, Harry. Known as, the boy who lived. The words were absurd. Famous. For surviving. He lived in a cupboard. He was small, skinny, and scared of shadows. He looked at Hermione, whose face was a mask of stunned comprehension. She was piecing it together faster than he was. The magical world, it's been hidden. All this time, she breathed. The International Statute of Secrecy has been in effect since 1692, Dumbledore confirmed. For the protection of both magical and non-magical people. Your parents, Harry, died to uphold that principle, to fight a wizard who wished to tear it down and dominate all. Harry's mind was reeling. A secret war. Famous parents. A school. It was too much. Why didn't anyone tell me? The question came out as an accusation. Dumbledore's expression grew pained. You were placed with your mother's sister, Petunia, under powerful enchantments meant to protect you. Blood wards, strongest where your mother's blood dwells. It was deemed the safest course. I confess, I believed you would be told of your heritage when you were older, by your family. A harsh, mirthless laugh escaped Harry. Tell me. They locked me in a cupboard and told me I was a freak. For the first time, a flicker of something like anger crossed Dumbledore's face, though it was gone so quickly Harry wondered if he imagined it. The firelight seemed to dim for a second. That, Dumbledore said quietly, was a grave and profound error. One I bear responsibility for. Your magic, suppressed and fearful, acted as a lighthouse. It called the Lethifold. It has also, I am sure, caused other oddities. The trunk in the attic, Hermione said suddenly. The books. The wand. Was that a remnant of your magical ancestry, Miss Granger? Your great-great-grandfather was a wizard. He fell in love with a muggle woman and chose to live apart from our world. He left those behind, perhaps hoping a descendant would one day rediscover them. It seems his hope was not in vain. He looked between the two of them. Which brings us to the present, rather urgent problem. The Lethifold is contained, but not destroyed. It is bonded to Harry's magical signature. It will keep trying to reach him. The wards on your home, Miss Granger, will not hold indefinitely against a determined dark creature. And Harry cannot return to his aunt and uncle's house. He said the last words with finality. What do we do? Harry asked. The "we" was instinctive, including Hermione. You must learn. Properly, and quickly. Hogwarts begins at 11. You are 8. The traditional curriculum is not designed for such precocious circumstances. But these are not traditional times. Dumbledore leaned forward. I propose an arrangement. I will provide you with a tutor, a professor from Hogwarts who can visit discreetly and begin your foundational magical education. You will learn control, theory, and basic defense. This will accomplish two things. It will strengthen your own defenses, and it will diminish the signal that attracts the Lethifold, allowing a specialist to eventually isolate and eradicate it. And where will Harry live? Hermione asked the practical, devastating question. Dumbledore's gaze rested on Harry. That must be your choice, Harry. There are options within the wizarding world, safe houses, orphanages for magical children. No. The word was sharp, from Hermione. She turned to Harry, her expression fierce. You'll stay with us. My parents, they'll understand. We'll make them understand. You can't go to some strange orphanage. Harry looked from Hermione's determined face to Dumbledore's inscrutable one. The thought of another institution, even a magical one, filled him with dread. But imposing on the Grangers further. They have been kind, Dumbledore said softly, as if reading his thoughts. And Miss Granger is correct, the dormant blood wards on their home are a significant protection. With your permission, I would like to speak to Mr. and Mrs. Granger. To explain the situation, as much as is prudent. The idea of the stern, sensible Grangers being told about magic, Lethifolds, and hidden schools was terrifying. But the alternative, leaving, being alone again, was worse. Okay, Harry whispered. Dumbledore smiled, a real one this time that reached his eyes and made him look younger. Excellent. Then there is only one more thing to attend to tonight. He stood and went to a shelf, returning with a small, velvet pouch. He loosened the drawstring and tipped a shimmering, silvery powder into his hand. Miss Granger, if you would hold Harry's hand. Puzzled, Hermione did so. Dumbledore stepped to the fireplace, threw the powder into the flames. They roared, turning emerald green. Step into the fire, and say clearly, the Granger residence, little whinging. Harry balked. But Hermione, after a moment's wide-eyed hesitation, tightened her grip on his hand and pulled him forward. Come on. Logic suggests if he wanted to harm us, he's had ample opportunity. Together, they stepped into the green fire. There was a sensation of tremendous speed, a whirl of blurred hearths and rooms. Harry felt Hermione's hand, clenched in his, an anchor. Then they tumbled out, stumbling onto the familiar hearthrug in the Grangers' living room, sooty but unharmed. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who had been reading on the sofa, shot to their feet, faces etched with panic and relief. Hermione. Harry. We were worried sick. We called the police. Mrs. Granger cried, rushing forward. Behind them, with a gentle whoosh, Albus Dumbledore stepped gracefully out of the fireplace, brushing a speck of ash from his robes. Good evening, he said, his voice calm amid the chaos. My apologies for the dramatic entrance. My name is Albus Dumbledore. We need to have a very important conversation about Harry, and about the rather unusual world he, and through recent events, your daughter, has become a part of. And as Mr. Granger's jaw went slack and Mrs. Granger's hand flew to her mouth, Harry knew his life had fractured once again. But this time, the pieces were not falling into darkness. They were being gathered, by a strange old wizard and a fierce, brilliant girl, and held up to a fire that showed a path forward, strange and winding and full of impossible light. The secret was out, and for better or worse, he was no longer alone in it. The silence in the Granger living room was absolute and profound. It was the silence of a suspension bridge just after the last cable has snapped, holding its shape for one impossible moment before the fall. The crackle of the now normal fire was an insult to it. Mr. Granger's dental journal lay splayed on the floor where it had slipped from his fingers. Mrs. Granger's hand remained pressed to her mouth, her eyes wide enough to show a complete ring of white around her irises. Harry felt Hermione's fingers, still tightly laced with his, go clammy. His own heart was a trapped bird beating against his ribs. This was it. The moment the fragile, precious illusion of normalcy shattered. They would see the freak now, undeniable and delivered by a man in bizarre clothes from their own fireplace. Dumbledore did not fill the silence. He stood with a patience that felt ancient, his hands folded before him, his vivid blue eyes moving calmly between the stunned faces of the adults. He was allowing the reality to settle, however uncomfortably. It was Mr. Granger who broke first. He made a sound, a sort of choked cough, and pointed a trembling finger at the fireplace, then at Dumbledore's robes. You just, and that, what in God's name? A regulated network of interconnected fireplaces, Mr. Granger, Dumbledore said, his voice gentle but carrying an undercurrent of unshakable authority. A form of magical transportation. Forgive the intrusion, but the matter is urgent. Magic. Mrs. Granger whispered the word, dropping her hand. It wasn't a question. It was the naming of a suddenly visible monster in the room. Her eyes flew to Harry, then to Hermione. This is what you've been hiding. The flickering lights. The whispers. The state you came home in from the woods. Her voice gained strength, sharpened by maternal fear. You were in danger. Real danger. Yes, Dumbledore said simply. They were, and they displayed remarkable courage and resourcefulness. But the danger is not yet past. He moved then, not with a flicker of apparition, but with a slow, deliberate gait that made him seem more human, more approachable. He took the armchair usually reserved for Mr. Granger, gesturing for the stunned parents to sit. They did so slowly, like puppets with cut strings, sinking onto the sofa. What I am about to tell you will challenge everything you understand about the world, Dumbledore began. I ask only that you listen with open minds. For the sake of Harry, and for your own daughter, who has become enmeshed in this through her own brilliant, if perilous, curiosity. And he told them. A condensed, carefully curated version, but the truth nonetheless. He spoke of the wizarding world, hidden in plain sight. Of Hogwarts. He confirmed the existence of the trunk in the attic and Hermione's latent magical heritage. He explained, in stark but not graphically terrifying terms, the nature of the Lethifold and its attraction to Harry's untamed magic. He revealed the truth of Harry's parents, their murder, Harry's survival, the scar. He did not mention Voldemort by name. He called him, a dark wizard, and left it at that. Harry was grateful. The name felt like a curse itself. Throughout it all, the Grangers listened. Robert Granger's face cycled through disbelief, skepticism, dawning horror, and finally, a grim, professional acceptance of an impossible diagnosis. Jean Granger's expressions were more fluid. Fear, a wrenching pity as she looked at Harry, a fierce protectiveness as she looked at Hermione, and a deep, unsettling wonder. When Dumbledore finished, the silence returned, but it was a different quality now, heavy with processed shock. So, Mr. Granger said, his voice raspy. He cleared his throat. So Harry is a wizard. Yes. And this creature. It's still out there. It wants to hurt him because of his magic. It is contained for the moment. But its fixation remains. With training, Harry can learn to shield himself so completely it will lose the scent, so to speak. Then it can be dealt with permanently. Mrs. Granger found her voice. And our Hermione. Is she? She couldn't finish the question. The magical trait can skip generations, Mrs. Granger. The presence of the trunk suggests a powerful magical ancestor. Whether the ability has manifested in Hermione will become clear in time. The Hogwarts acceptance letters are dispatched automatically in the summer of a child's 11th year if there is magic present. Her clear-sightedness, her intelligence, her ability to perceive and rationalize the magical phenomena around Harry, these are promising signs, but not definitive proof. Hermione looked almost disappointed at this clinical answer. She wanted a yes or no. Harry knew the feeling. What happens now? Mr. Granger asked, the pragmatist reasserting himself. You said Harry can't go back to his relatives. That is no longer an option, Dumbledore said, and there was a finality that brooked no argument. The protective enchantments there are broken. More importantly, the environment is inimical to his health and safety. He chose his words with diplomatic care, but the meaning was clear. He stays with us, Mrs. Granger said. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a decree. She looked at Harry, and her eyes were no longer just pitying. They were resolved. We'll see to it. He's part of this family now, as far as I'm concerned. The words struck Harry with a physical force. Part of this family. They were just words, but spoken with that quiet, unshakable certainty, they felt like a key turning in a lock he didn't know he carried. Mr. Granger nodded, placing a hand over his wife's. Of course. The legalities, we'll need to sort something. But we'll manage. He looked at Dumbledore. You mentioned training. A tutor. A professor from my staff. She will visit twice a week under a guise of your choosing, a private academic tutor, perhaps. She will instruct Harry in the fundamentals of magic, focusing on control and defense. This will keep him safe and prepare him for Hogwarts. It would also be beneficial, he added, with a glance at Hermione, for Miss Granger to sit in on these sessions. Her mind is a formidable tool, and understanding the theoretical framework will be valuable, regardless of her own magical status. Hermione's face lit up with a fervent, glowing hope. Permission to learn. It was all she ever wanted. The discussion turned practical, schedules, cover stories, how the tutor would arrive by perfectly ordinary means, Dumbledore assured them. It was agreed that for the wider world, Harry would be a distant cousin who had come to stay after a family tragedy. The Grangers would begin the process of becoming his legal guardians. Through it all, Harry sat mute, a whirlwind of emotions threatening to tear him apart. Relief so potent it made him feel weak. A burning, painful gratitude towards the Grangers that lodged in his throat. A terrified excitement at the idea of learning magic on purpose. And underneath it all, a deep, vibrating awe at the portrait Dumbledore had painted of his parents. They weren't irresponsible drunks who died in a car crash. They were heroes. They were brilliant. They had died for him. As the meeting drew to a close, Dumbledore stood. Professor Minerva McGonagall will call on you tomorrow afternoon. She is formidable, fair, and has no tolerance for nonsense. She will be an excellent teacher. He turned to Harry. You have a great deal to learn, Harry Potter. And a great deal to live up to. But from what I have seen tonight, you possess your mother's capacity for love and your father's stubborn courage. That is a foundation stronger than any magic. He made his way back to the fireplace, drew a pinch of powder from his pouch. Wait, Harry said, the word bursting out of him. Sir, my parents, do you have a picture? Dumbledore's expression softened into something unbearably kind. I will see that you receive some. Good night, Harry. Good night, Miss Granger. Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Thank you for your open minds and open hearts. He threw the powder, called out, Hogwarts, and vanished in a whirl of green flame. The living room was just a room again. The clock ticked. The fire settled. Mr. Granger let out a long, slow breath. Right then, Mrs. Granger stood up and, without a word, walked over to Harry. She didn't hug him, he was too stiff, too wary for that. But she placed a firm, warm hand on his shoulder and squeezed. Up to bed, both of you. It's been an enlightening evening. In Hermione's room, with the door closed, they didn't speak for a long time. They just sat on her bed, the events of the night echoing around them. A school, Hermione finally breathed, her eyes distant. A whole secret school, with a curriculum, and a society, with laws and history. Her focus snapped back to Harry. We have so much to learn before tomorrow. We should review the primer, try to anticipate what this Professor McGonagall will. Hermione, Harry interrupted softly. She stopped, looking at him. Thank you. She blinked, then shrugged, a faint pink tinge on her cheeks. It was logical. You needed help. Not just that. For believing me. Before you had proof. She considered this, then nodded once, a sharp, precise motion. The data was compelling. He knew that was the closest he would get to a sentimental admission from her. It was enough. More than enough. That night, back in his own bed, in his room, in a house where he was part of the family, Harry stared at the ceiling. The fear of the Lethifold was a cold ember in his gut. The awe of Dumbledore and the hidden world was a bright, dizzying constellation in his mind. But overriding it all was a single, solid, warming fact. He had a place. It was a place with books and violin screeches and dentists who asked logical questions and a mother who made decrees and a father who nodded and made it law. It was a place where his freakishness had a name, and that name came with a school, a history, and a future. He was Harry Potter. His parents were heroes. He was a wizard. And he was home. As he drifted into the deepest, most secure sleep of his life, one last thought floated through the warmth: Professor McGonagall. Tomorrow. The future was no longer a dark, shapeless dread. It had a name, a stern face, and it was coming to teach him how to fight back. The morning after the world changed dawned bright and ordinary. Sunlight streamed through the kitchen windows, catching on the chrome of the toaster and the rim of Mrs. Granger's teacup. The familiarity of it was a lie, but a comforting one. The clock ticked on the wall, marking seconds towards the afternoon, towards the arrival of Professor McGonagall. Harry moved through the routines like an astronaut in gravity training, every action feeling both mundane and weighted with new significance. He chewed his toast, tasting not just marmalade but the aftertaste of green flame and an old wizard's piercing gaze. He listened to Mr. Granger discuss a difficult root canal, hearing not just the clinical details but the steady, normal sound of a man who fixed problems, who would now help fix his. Hermione was a controlled vortex of nervous energy. She had arranged 3 textbooks from the attic trunk on the living room coffee table: the primer, Elemental Theory, and a thin volume called Magical Theory, First Principles. She had sharpened 2 pencils to needle points and laid out 2 fresh notebooks. Her own was already half full with meticulously organized questions. "We should demonstrate a structured approach," she said to Harry for the 3rd time over breakfast. "Prove we're serious students. Theory before practice, that's clearly the Hogwarts method." Harry just nodded. His stomach was a tight knot. What if he couldn't do it? What if, when presented with a real witch as a teacher, his magic shriveled up or exploded? What if she took one look at him and saw only the skinny, nervous boy from the cupboard, not a wizard? At precisely 1 minute past 2 o'clock, the doorbell rang. A normal, electrical chime. Harry jumped. Hermione smoothed her skirt and stood, her face pale but set. Mrs. Granger answered the door. On the step stood a woman so severe she seemed to cut the afternoon light into neat geometric shapes. She was tall and upright, her hair pulled into a tight, strict bun, and she wore a tweed suit of mossy green that should have looked ordinary but somehow didn't. Her glasses were rectangular, and her eyes behind them were a sharp, observant hazel. She carried a large, sensible leather handbag. "Mrs. Granger, I am Minerva McGonagall." We spoke. Her voice was crisp, Scottish, and left no room for ambiguity. "Yes, of course, Professor, please come in." Mrs. Granger's voice held a note of awe she usually reserved for particularly complex medical journals. Professor McGonagall stepped inside, her gaze sweeping the hall, assessing, categorizing. It landed on Harry and Hermione, who had appeared in the living room doorway. Harry felt scanned, like an X-ray was passing over his bones and soul. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger." She gave a small, precise nod. "Shall we begin?" There were no wands drawn in the living room. No flashes of light. Professor McGonagall sat in the armchair Dumbledore had used, her posture so straight the chair seemed to adapt to her, not the other way around. She listened as Hermione, with admirable brevity, outlined their discoveries: the trunk, the books, their experiments with the marble and the shielding. McGonagall's expression was unreadable. When Hermione mentioned the lethifold, a flicker of something, anger, concern, passed behind her glasses. She turned to Harry. "Show me your shielding, Mr. Potter. The passive technique you've been attempting." Harry's mouth went dry. He nodded, closing his eyes. The stone lid. The quiet pull. He focused, pushing down the nervous flutter of his magic. He held it for a count of 10, then opened his eyes. Professor McGonagall was watching him closely. She had drawn a slender, dark wood wand from her handbag and was holding it lightly. A silvery, gossamer thread extruded from its tip, wavering in the air towards Harry. As he held his shield, the thread stopped about a foot from his chest, pooling in the air as if against an invisible bowl. "Adequate," she said, and the thread vanished. "It is indeed a shield, but it is porous and inconsistent. You are containing the volume of your magic, but not its signature." A skilled predator, like a lethifold, would sense the strain of the containment, like hearing held breath. "The goal is not to hold your breath, Mr. Potter. The goal is to have no scent at all." She put her wand away. "We will start at the beginning. Magic is not a muscle to be flexed. It is an extension of the self, of will, of emotion, of identity. Control does not come from force. It comes from understanding, from acceptance. She spent the next hour on theory. It was nothing like the primer's simple metaphors. She spoke of magical cores, of channels, of the mind as a lens. She used words like transfigurative intent and ethos of spellcasting. Harry struggled to follow, his mind snagging on the unfamiliar concepts. Hermione, however, was in heaven. Her pencil flew across her notebook, her eyes alight. Now, McGonagall said, standing. Practical application. We will start with the simplest of all exercises, Lumos. The creation of light. Not by emotion, not by accident. By will alone. She drew her wand. The wand is a focus. A conduit. It directs and clarifies your intent. The incantation provides a conceptual shape for the magic to fill. Watch. She held her wand aloft. Lumos. A clear, bright, white light blossomed from the tip, steady as a star. It illuminated the room without glare, a perfect sphere of illumination. The light is not in the wand. It is in me. The wand and the word are the switch. Now you try, Mr. Potter. You will use mine. She offered him her wand. Harry took it. It was warm from her grip, and the moment his fingers closed around the wood, a jolt went through him. It was like grabbing a live wire, but one that hummed with a familiar song. His own magic surged in response, rushing to meet the foreign object. Do not let it control you, McGonagall's voice was sharp. You are the master. Hold it. Feel the connection. Now, clear your mind of everything but the concept of light. Pure, simple illumination. Point the wand away from us and say the word. Harry pointed a trembling wand at the empty fireplace. His mind was a riot. The feel of the wood, McGonagall's stern gaze, Hermione's expectant silence, the memory of his own wild, golden glow in the woods. Light. He just had to want light. Lumos. A sputter of sparks, angry and yellow, shot from the tip, fizzling against the bricks. A smell of ozone filled the air. The wand grew hot in his hand. You are forcing it, McGonagall said, unperturbed. You are shouting at your magic. It is not a dog to be commanded. It is you. Try again. Softer. Be the light. Harry took a shuddering breath. He thought of the tiny, steady flame in the primer. Not a blaze. A single point of light. He imagined it kindling in his chest, traveling down his arm, through the wand. He didn't push. He offered. Lumos. This time, a wan, yellowish light flickered at the wand tip. It guttered, weak and sickly, but it held. It was light. Made light. On purpose. A grin split Harry's face, fierce and triumphant. He looked at McGonagall. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, but there was a faint, approving gleam in her eyes. Adequate. Do not celebrate premature mastery. Sustain it. He held the feeble light for maybe 10 seconds before it winked out, leaving him feeling drained and strangely hollow. He handed the wand back, his arm aching. Miss Granger. Your turn. Hermione took the wand with reverence. She adjusted her grip, her face a mask of concentration. She didn't hesitate. She pointed, took a breath, and said, Lumos. A soft, silver blue light, cooler and smaller than McGonagall's but perfectly formed, shone from the tip. It was steady. It didn't flicker. Harry's triumphant grin faded. She'd done it perfectly. On her first try. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Well, a clear and logical mind has its advantages. Excellent control, Miss Granger. Sustain it. Hermione held the light for a full minute, her face serene, before letting it fade. She handed the wand back, a flush of pleasure on her cheeks. The rest of the lesson was a blur of theory and gentle, firm correction. McGonagall assigned reading, specific chapters from first principles. She gave Harry a strenuous mental exercise to practice his shielding, this time visualizing not a lid, but a seamless integration, his magic flowing through him as naturally as blood. You must stop seeing it as separate, she said. It is your fifth limb. Start using it. When the clock struck 4, she stood. We will meet again on Thursday. Practice the shielding exercise, Mr. Potter. Miss Granger, read the chapter on elemental affinities. Good day. She turned to Mrs. Granger, who had been quietly observing from the kitchen doorway. He has raw power, but it is untrained and emotional. She has precision but lacks the visceral connection. They will learn from each other. Good day, Mrs. Granger. And with that, she left, out the front door, walking down the garden path as normally as any tutor. The moment the door closed, the living room seemed to exhale. Hermione immediately grabbed her notebook. Did you hear her phrasing? The mind is a lens. That suggests magical power is constant, and skill is about focus, not capacity. That has huge implications for. You did it perfectly, Harry said, the words coming out flat. She stopped, looking at him. His expression must have been transparent, because hers softened from academic fervor to something like understanding. It's just a simple light spell, Harry. You made a marble float because a violin made you feel something profound. You saved us in the woods with a shield made of good feelings. That's infinitely more impressive. This. She gestured with her pencil at the space where her light had been. This is just mechanics. You'll have the mechanics in a week. I'll never have what you have. Her honesty disarmed him. The petty jealousy curdled into shame. She was right. Her perfect light was a neat trick. His flickering, struggling, emotional magic was a part of him, messy and wild and powerful. McGonagall had called it a fifth limb. He needed to stop being afraid of it. We'll practice, he said, determination hardening in his voice. Together. That evening, after dinner, they went into the garden. The sun was setting, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. It was a beautiful, normal evening. But Harry felt the woods at the end of the lane like a cold spot on the horizon. He didn't try to use a wand. He didn't have one. Instead, he stood on the lawn and closed his eyes. He thought of McGonagall's words. Be the light. He didn't fight his magic. He let it rise, that restless, warm energy inside him. He didn't try to shape it into a ball or a beam. He just thought about the feeling of the setting sun on his face. The warmth, the lingering glow of day. He opened his eyes, held out his hand, palm up. On his palm, a small, steady, sun-yellow light kindled. No wand, no word. It was softer than his Lumos attempt, gentler than the frantic gold of the woods. It was just his. A little piece of captured sunset resting in his hand. He heard Hermione's soft intake of breath beside him. He looked at her, her face illuminated in the gentle glow. She wasn't looking at the light with analysis or critique. She was looking at it with wonder. See, she whispered. Just mechanics. He closed his fist, snuffing the light out. The afterimage danced in his vision. He hadn't just performed a spell. He had understood something. His magic wasn't a freakishness to be hidden. It was a language he was just starting to speak. And for the first time, he wanted to learn its poetry, not just its grammar. As dusk deepened into night, they went inside. The familiar house felt different now, not just a shelter, but a classroom, a workshop. Upstairs, in their rooms, they both opened their assigned books. Hermione began annotating first principles with feverish excitement. Harry stared at the page on shielding, but his mind kept returning to the warm, weightless feeling of the light in his hand. He had a long, difficult road ahead. The Lethifold was still out there. A whole hidden world loomed, with expectations and dangers he couldn't fathom. But he had his first lesson. He had a flicker of controlled light in the dark. And he had, sitting across the hall, a friend who saw his magic not as a terrifying anomaly, but as a fascinating equation waiting to be solved. He wasn't the boy who lived yet. He was just Harry, learning to light a candle. And for tonight, that was enough. The darkness outside the window felt a little less absolute, pushed back by the simple, disciplined wonder of a sun held in the palm of his hand. The week unfolded in a new, dual rhythm. The ordinary world of school runs, grocery shopping, and dental appointments continued, but layered over it now was the clandestine curriculum of magic. Professor McGonagall's visits were tectonic events, rearranging Harry's understanding of himself. She was not a warm teacher, but she was scrupulously fair. Her praise was a rare, dry, acceptable, but her corrections were precise and never cruel. Harry's shield evolved. Under her guidance, he stopped visualizing barriers and instead practiced a state of being. Stillness, she called it. Not the stillness of a locked door, but of deep water, where currents move powerfully beneath a calm surface. It was harder, more subtle. He practiced it while washing dishes, while walking to the library with Hermione, while lying in bed. The constant, low-grade mental hum became a part of his breathing. Hermione's prowess with theory was staggering. She devoured magical theory, first principles and moved on to the denser texts, often asking McGonagall questions that made the professor's eyebrows lift in grudging respect. But her practical magic, while precise, lacked a certain spark. Her lumos was a flawless, clinical light. Harry's, after days of practice, was warmer, brighter, but prone to flickering if he lost concentration. "It's because you're thinking of it as an equation," Harry told her one afternoon in her room, after her light had sputtered out during a sustained exercise. "You're solving for L. You need to feel it." "Feeling is an imprecise catalyst," Hermione retorted, frustrated. She stared at the wand McGonagall had left for them to share between lessons, a plain, practice wand of ash. "Emotion is inefficient. It leads to variability. But it's also powerful," Harry argued, thinking of the woods. McGonagall said magic is an extension of the self. "Your self is all in here." He tapped his temple. "Mine is messier." "Messier isn't better," she muttered, but she looked thoughtful. The following Thursday, McGonagall did not come alone. A sharp knock at the door heralded her arrival, but when Mrs. Granger opened it, there were two figures on the step. McGonagall, as severe and tidy as ever, stood beside a shambling giant of a man. He had to duck to clear the doorway, his massive, shaggy-haired head brushing the frame. His coat was a moleskin tent, his hands the size of dinner plates, and his beetle-black eyes twinkled from a face almost entirely hidden by a wild, tangled beard. In one hand, he held a slightly squashed, pink box. "Professor McGonagall," Mrs. Granger said, her eyes wide at the new arrival. "Mrs. Granger. This is Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He has business with Harry." McGonagall's tone suggested Hagrid's business was a force of nature to be accommodated, not questioned. Hagrid's voice was a deep, rumbling avalanche of sound. "Pleased tear meat yay. Brought some cakes." He thrust the box towards Mrs. Granger, who took it automatically. Harry and Hermione had emerged into the hall. Harry stared. This man was like nothing he'd ever seen, a storybook giant made flesh, smelling of wood smoke, rock, and a faint, animal musk. Hagrid's eyes found Harry. They instantly filled with a tenderness so vast and sudden it was overwhelming. "Harry," he choked out. "Ye look just like dad, but y'ave got mum's eyes." A huge, dirty handkerchief appeared and was blown into with a sound like a foghorn. "You knew them?" Harry asked, his heart in his throat. "Knew 'em. Loved 'em," Hagrid boomed, wiping his eyes. "Best witch and wizard of their age. Heartbroken, I was," he seemed to remember himself, straightening his massive frame. "Anyway, Professor Dumbledore sent me. Got a delivery fare yay. Can't be doin' with those ruddy little owl post boxes fare somethin' like this." He reached into the seemingly bottomless depths of his coat and pulled out an object. It was a suitcase, but unlike any suitcase Harry had seen. It was made of a rich, brown leather, worn soft with age, and covered in brass fittings and complex locks. It hummed, a low, physical vibration they could feel in the floorboards. "What is it?" Hermione breathed, stepping closer, her analytical gaze devouring the details. Magical kit," Hagrid said proudly, setting it down on the hall floor with a soft thump. Dumbledore thought, "Seein' as circumstances are special, ye shouldn't have tear wait till 11. Basics, like, to get ye started proper." McGonagall's lips were thin. "An unprecedented intervention, Hagrid. I trust it is only the basics." "Course, Professor, course. Just the essentials." He winked at Harry, a conspiratorial gesture that made his whole face crinkle. With surprisingly deft movements from such large fingers, Hagrid began undoing the locks. There were 7 of them, each clicking open with a satisfying snick of magical release. The final catch sprung, and the lid lifted itself, opening smoothly. A faint, silvery light spilled out. Harry and Hermione knelt beside it, peering in. The inside was not a shallow space. It was deep, far deeper than the suitcase's outer dimensions should allow. Neat compartments lined the sides. In one, nestled on purple velvet, lay a wand. Not the practice wand, but a real one. 11 inches, holly wood, with a subtle spiral pattern. Next to it were a set of glass files, a small brass scale, a telescoping brass telescope, and a stack of blank parchment and peculiar, inkless pens with sharp, gleaming tips. But the centerpiece was the books. 3 new, pristine textbooks, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch, Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, and 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felita Spore. And resting on top, a thick, handwritten manuscript bound in simple leather. The title, in elegant script, read, An Introduction to Defensive Magic, for the Early Student. A wand, Harry whispered, reaching in. The moment his fingers touched the holly, a warmth, not physical but magical, shot up his arm. It felt different from McGonagall's wand, lighter, more eager, as if it had been waiting for him. A shower of golden sparks, unbidden, erupted from the tip. "Ah, Holly," McGonagall said, a note of surprise in her voice. "With a phoenix feather core, unless I miss my guess. A rare combination. It has chosen you, Mr. Potter. Treat it with respect. Chosen me." "The wand chooses the wizard, Harry," Hagrid said knowledgeably. "Always wondered what Dad's old wand would have made of yay. This'll do nicely." Hermione was examining the defensive manuscript, her eyes wide. This isn't a published book. These notes, the diagrams of shielding charms, the counter jinxes for minor hexes, this is advanced. Professor Dumbledore's own notes, McGonagall said stiffly. Adapted for a foundational level. You are not to attempt anything beyond the first chapter without supervision. Is that clear? Both children nodded, mesmerized. There was more. In a separate compartment, wrapped in soft cloth, were 2 sets of robes, simple, black, and Hogwarts style, but sized for children. A plain pointed hat, and at the very bottom, a small, heavy pouch that clinked when Hagrid lifted it out and pressed it into Harry's hand. A small stipend, McGonagall explained. Wizarding currency. For any materials you may need that cannot be reasonably acquired otherwise. Do not lose it. Harry looked at the pouch, then up at the 2 giants, one of flesh, one of intellect, who stood in the Grangers' hallway. A suitcase full of wonders. A wand that felt like a friend. Books that promised to explain his world. It was a tangible piece of the hidden universe, laid at his feet. "Thank you," he managed, his voice thick. Hagrid beamed. "Nothin' tear it, Harry. Nothin' at all. Just wanna see ye get the start ye deserve." He sniffed again, emotionally. "Gotta be off. Got a blind Norwegian ridgeback egg needin' turned. Don't tell anyone." With more hearty handshakes that made Mr. Granger wince, Hagrid departed, leaving a sense of displaced air and wonder in his wake. McGonagall stayed for the lesson, her gaze frequently drifting to the open suitcase with a mix of disapproval and resignation. Today's practical was the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione, predictably, mastered the wrist movement and incantation on her 3rd try, levitating a feather to the ceiling with clinical precision. Harry's feather shot around the room like a panicked sparrow before he reined it in, his focus channeled through his new wand, which felt like an eager partner in the chaos. After McGonagall left, they dragged the suitcase into the living room and spent the evening exploring its contents. The defensive manuscript was a revelation. Dumbledore's notes were clear, often humorous in the margins, and focused on principle over rote learning. The first chapter was on intent-based deflection, using a shield not as a wall, but as a slanted surface to redirect minor magics. Hermione read aloud, while Harry practiced with his wand, trying to conjure the simple, shimmering disk of force the manuscript described. It was harder than Lumos, requiring a blend of will, visualization, and a specific, sharp flick of the wrist. As night fell, Mrs. Granger called them for dinner. The suitcase sat by the sofa, a silent promise. Harry looked at it, then at his wand, resting on the open manuscript. "It's real," he said softly. "It always was," Hermione replied, closing the book gently. "Now we have the tools to understand it." That night, Harry didn't put the suitcase away. He left it open in his room, the silvery glow of its enchanted interior casting soft light on the walls. He held his wand as he fell asleep, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his palm. He dreamed not of shadows or cupboards, but of a vast castle on a lake, of books that sang, and of a pair of laughing, hazel eyes that looked at him with love. He dreamed of a future he could now reach out and touch, its shape no longer a mystery, but a path laid out in leather, brass, and holly wood. The world was in a suitcase. And for the first time, Harry felt he had the key not just to unlock it, but to step inside and claim his place. The journey was no longer about hiding or surviving. It was about becoming. And as he slept, the wand in his hand pulsed once, gently, in time with the beat of his own, no longer lonely heart. The suitcase did not just contain objects, it contained a new gravity. Its presence in the corner of Harry's room pulled at him, a constant, tantalizing reminder that the world was bigger, deeper, and more wonderful than he had ever imagined. The wand, especially, felt like a nerve that had been exposed and now thrummed with awareness. He carried it with him around the house, not to use, but just to feel its weight in his pocket, the gentle warmth against his thigh. The Grangers, to their eternal credit, adapted. The suitcase became a piece of odd furniture. The robes hanging in Harry's wardrobe were a curious artifact. The strange coins in the pouch were foreign currency from a country they couldn't visit. They accepted it as part of the new, expanded reality they were duty-bound to navigate. Hermione's focus narrowed to a laser point, the defensive manuscript. While Harry was enchanted by the wand and the idea of making things float or spark, she saw the manuscript for what it was, a survival guide. The lethifold is a known, quantifiable threat, she said, spreading Dumbledore's notes across the floor of her room. But Professor McGonagall said there are other, unwanted attentions. This manuscript doesn't just teach spells, it teaches a philosophy of defense. Look here. She pointed to a margin note in Dumbledore's elegant script. The best shield is often not a barrier, but a misdirection. To be unseen is better than to be unbroken. He's talking about my shielding, Harry realized. Exactly. But it's broader. It's about magical ecology. If your magic is a light in the dark, some creatures are moths, drawn to the flame. Others are predators that hunt by that light. We need to learn how to be a stone, not a lantern. So, while Harry practiced the wrist flicks for Wingardium Leviosa with his new wand, successfully levitating a paperback book for a full minute before it wobbled, Hermione drilled him on theory. She made him memorize the first 3 principles from the manuscript. 1. Intent precedes incantation. The magic is in the wand, not the word. 2. Will is the channel, emotion is the current. Control the flow, but do not dam the source. 3. To defend a life, you must value the life you defend. The last one confused Harry. What does that mean? Hermione frowned at the text. I think it means you can't protect yourself if you don't think you're worth protecting. The words landed heavily in the quiet room. Harry looked away, out the window towards the woods. The idea that he, Harry Potter, was something inherently worth shielding was so alien it felt like a foreign language. He protected himself from the Dursleys by being small, by being quiet, by being invisible. That wasn't valuing himself, that was erasing himself. We'll work on it, Hermione said, her voice softer than usual. The following Tuesday, a week after receiving the suitcase, something changed. The weather turned oppressive, a thick, gray blanket of cloud ceiling in a muggy heat. The air felt charged, thick to breathe. Harry's scar, which had been nothing more than a faint, silvery line, began to prickle. Not pain, but a persistent, uncomfortable tingling, like a limb waking from pins and needles. He mentioned it to Hermione at breakfast. Increased atmospheric pressure can affect sensitive scar tissue, she said, but she looked concerned. Or it could be a magical resonance. The manuscript mentioned some curses leave a metaphysical residue that can react to ambient magic or strong emotions. There's no ambient magic here, Harry said, though he felt less sure. There's us, Hermione replied simply. By afternoon, the prickling had become a dull, steady ache. Harry felt restless, on edge. His magic, usually a placid pool when he was still, stirred uneasily, responding to the discomfort. He tried to practice his shielding, but focusing made the ache in his scar sharpen. They were in the back garden, Hermione reading aloud about protective herbology, and silverweed is particularly effective against night specters, but must be harvested under a waning moon, when the world seemed to dip a shade darker. It wasn't the clouds. The light didn't dim, the color leached out. The green of the grass grayed. The bright red of Hermione's book cover muted to a dull rust. A deep, unnatural chill swept through the muggy air, freezing the sweat on Harry's skin. The ache in his scar exploded into a white-hot spike of pain. He cried out, clapping a hand to his forehead. Harry! Hermione dropped the book. The temperature plummeted. Their breath fogged in the air. From the line of trees at the end of the garden, a figure emerged. It was not the shadowy lethifold. This was taller, cloaked in tattered, floating black robes that moved in a windless breeze. Its face was hidden by a deep hood, but where its face should be was only a gaping, hollow darkness. An unbearable sense of despair, of hopeless, sucking emptiness, radiated from it, washing over the garden like a tidal wave. The flowers along the Grangers, neat borders withered, curling into blackened husks. Dementor, Hermione choked out, her voice strangled with a terror Harry had never heard there. She had read about them. He hadn't. But he didn't need to. Every happy memory, every fragile feeling of safety he had built in the last month, the warmth of the Granger kitchen, the focus in McGonagall's lessons, the weight of his wand, the fierce light in Hermione's eyes when she learned something new, it all felt thin, brittle, and was being pulled away, sucked into that void beneath the hood. This was not a creature that fed on magic. It fed on joy, on soul. It glided towards them, silent and inevitable. The grass beneath it died, leaving a path of frost-blighted earth. Hermione was trembling violently, her eyes wide with a blank, consuming horror. She fumbled for her wand, but her fingers were numb. Expecto Patronum, she stammered, the words barely a whisper, devoid of any feeling but terror. Nothing happened. Harry's pain was a white noise in his skull. The cold was inside him, in his bones, in his lungs. He saw Petunia's pinched face sneering. He felt the cupboard door lock. He heard Vernon's roar. The Dursleys' cruelty had been hot, sharp. This was infinitely worse. This was the truth behind their contempt. The universe was empty, joy was a lie, and he was just a small, cold thing waiting to be extinguished. To defend a life, you must value the life you defend. The manuscript's words cut through the cold static. They weren't an instruction. They were a defiance. What did he value? Not himself. Not yet. But he valued this. The garden, even dying. The house behind him, with its books and its too strong tea and its quiet, stubborn kindness. He valued the girl beside him, shaking but still trying to raise her wand, who had looked at his freakishness and seen a puzzle worth solving. He valued the warmth that was being stolen. He didn't think of spells. He didn't think of principles. He grabbed his wand, the holly warm against the deadly chill. He stepped in front of Hermione. The Dementor paused, as if surprised by the movement. Its empty focus turned fully on him. The despair multiplied, a weight crushing his heart. A faint, silvery mist began to stream from his lips, his happiness, his very soul, being drawn out. No. He thought of the violin melody in a sunlit room. He thought of a spinning marble casting rainbows. He thought of a suitcase opening, spilling out golden light. He thought of Hermione saying, "You'll stay with us." He didn't want to hide. He didn't want to be small. He wanted to protect. He raised his wand, not with perfect form, but with a desperate, furious certainty. "Get away from her," he screamed. And he cast. It was not Expecto Patronum. He didn't know the incantation. It was raw, unbidden magic, shaped by a ferocious, protective love he didn't know he could feel. Not just for Hermione, but for the life he had been given, the fragile, precious chance he refused to let be taken. A torrent of blinding, golden fire erupted from his wand tip. It wasn't the sickly yellow of his early Lumos, nor the white of McGonagall's. It was the color of a phoenix's feather, of a perfect sunrise, of the crack that had freed him from the cupboard. It roared forth in a wave, not of heat, but of pure, concentrated feeling. The Dementor recoiled as if struck by physical force. The hollow darkness beneath its hood seemed to scream in silent agony. The wave of golden fire hit it, enveloped it. For a second, the creature was a silhouette of light, and then it unraveled, its tattered robes dissolving into smoke, its essence scattered by the blast. The fire dissipated. The color rushed back into the world, oversaturated and vivid. The chill vanished, replaced by the muggy summer heat. The blighted grass remained dead, a scar across the lawn. The pain in Harry's scar subsided to a faint, throbbing echo. Silence, broken only by their ragged gasps. Harry swayed on his feet. He felt utterly hollowed out, every ounce of magic, every ounce of emotion, spent. His wand hand dropped, the holly stick feeling dead and cold. Hermione stumbled to his side, grabbing his arm to steady him. She was pale, her eyes huge. "Harry, that wasn't a spell. That was. I don't know what it was," he whispered, his voice raw. From the back door, Mr. and Mrs. Granger burst out, faces stricken. They had felt the cold, seen the dying flowers through the window. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Mrs. Granger rushed over, her hands fluttering over them. Before they could answer, with a soft crack of displaced air, Albus Dumbledore appeared in the middle of the lawn. He was not calm. His face was stern, his eyes like chips of blue ice as they took in the scene. The two shaking children, the path of dead grass, the lingering, ozone and rot stench of banished Dementor. A Dementor, he said, the word flat and dangerous. Here, in a Muggle garden. He looked at Harry, at the still smoking wand in his hand. You repelled it. He destroyed it, Hermione corrected, her voice trembling but clear. With fire. Gold fire. Dumbledore went very still. He walked over to the scorched, frosted earth where the creature had fallen. He knelt, touching the ground with his long fingers. When he looked up, his expression was unreadable. So I see. He stood, brushing his robes. Inside. Now. In the living room, with the Grangers hovering anxiously, Dumbledore listened as Hermione, with clinical detachment fractured by occasional shivers, recounted the event. Harry just sat, drained, clutching his wand. When she finished, Dumbledore turned to Harry. The Patronus charm is the only known defensive spell against a Dementor. It is immensely advanced magic, requiring a focus on a single, powerfully happy memory. What you produced was not a Patronus. It was a raw expulsion of life force, shaped by a protective instinct so potent it mimicked a Patronus's effects, but with finality. He studied Harry. Where did you learn this? I didn't, Harry said. I just wanted it to go away. More than I've ever wanted anything. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Love, he said finally, and the word in the tidy room sounded ancient and revolutionary. Not just happiness. Love, specifically of the sacrificial, protective kind. It is a magic Voldemort never understood. It is what saved you as a baby. And it seems it is a magic you can, in moments of extremity, channel with devastating effect. He did not look pleased. He looked grave, and terribly worried. This is a power that will draw attention, Harry. Of many kinds. The destruction of a Dementor is not a quiet event in the magical world. Why was it here, Mr. Granger asked, his arm around his wife. You said these things guard your prison. They do. Which means either one has strayed from its post, an unprecedented event, or it was sent. Dumbledore's eyes were hard. I suspect the latter. The Lethifold was a natural, if dark, predator. This was a weapon. Sent by who? Harry asked, though he dreaded the answer. By those who wish to know if the boy who lived is still worth fearing, Dumbledore said quietly. And who now have a rather emphatic answer. He stood. The protections here must be strengthened immediately. I will return tonight with Professor McGonagall to lay new wards. In the meantime, he focused on Harry. What you did required an immense emotional and magical toll. You must rest. And you must not attempt to replicate it. Such power, untrained, could consume you. We will begin Patronus lessons, proper, controlled ones, when you have recovered. The focus will be on defense, not destruction. Do you understand? Harry nodded. He didn't want to ever feel that hollowed out again. After Dumbledore left, promising to return at nightfall, the household sank into a shocked quiet. Harry went up to his room. He didn't look at the suitcase. He placed his wand on the bedside table and lay down, staring at the ceiling. He had cast his first real spell. Not Lumos, not Leviosa. A spell of light and fire to drive back a creature of despair. He had done it to protect Hermione. To protect his home. The manuscript's third principle echoed in his weary mind. To defend a life, you must value the life you defend. Lying there, feeling the ghost ache in his scar and the profound emptiness in his magic, Harry Potter realized something. When he had stepped in front of Hermione, he hadn't thought about being Harry the freak, or Harry the boy who lived. He had just been Harry. And that Harry, for the first time, had been worth something. Not because of a prophecy or a scar, but because he had something, someone, to fight for. It wasn't joy. It was sharper, harder, and more certain. It was purpose. And as he closed his eyes, he knew the shadows that hunted him had just changed. They were no longer just mindless predators. They were soldiers, testing the walls of his new world. And he, an 8-year-old boy with a holly wand and a heart full of borrowed love, had just fired the first shot back. The morning after the Dementor felt like waking up inside a bell that had just been struck. A deep, resonant ache hummed in Harry's bones, a phantom vibration of the power he had unleashed. His limbs were heavy, his mind woolly and slow. The brilliant, Desperate clarity of the previous afternoon was gone, replaced by a fog of exhaustion that even 10 hours of sleep couldn't penetrate. He descended the stairs to find the Granger household operating in a state of hushed, medical solemnity. The dead path in the garden had been covered with a tarp, a stark, rectangular scar on the lawn. Inside, the air smelled of strong tea and a faint, astringent floral scent that prickled his nose. Sitting at the kitchen table, beside a worried-looking Mrs. Granger, was a witch he had never seen. She was plump and kind-faced, with a no-nonsense air and hair tucked under a crisp white cap. A large carpet bag embroidered with dancing chamomile flowers sat at her feet. "Ah, the patient is awake," she said, her voice warm but brisk. "I'm Poppy Pomfrey, Hogwarts matron. Professor Dumbledore sent me to have a look at you. Sit down, dear. Let's see the damage." Harry sat obediently. Madame Pomfrey didn't use a wand. She placed cool, capable hands on his temples, then on his wrist, her eyes losing focus. Severe magical exhaustion. Core depletion at approximately 60%. Adrenaline backlash. Minor psychic reverberations from the Dementor's proximity, and, her fingers gently brushed his scar. He flinched. A pronounced reactivity in the curse residue. She rummaged in her bag and pulled out a small, crystal bottle filled with a violently purple potion. Pepper up potion, extra strength. This will address the exhaustion and the chill. You'll steam for a bit, don't be alarmed. And this, she produced a second, smaller phial of pearlescent liquid, is a dreamless sleep draft for tonight. Your magical core needs deep rest to replenish, not just sleep. Harry drank the pepper up. It tasted like molten cinnamon and nettles. Immediately, heat flooded his body, and twin jets of steam whistled out of his ears, making Mrs. Granger jump. The fog in his mind cleared, replaced by a sharp, almost painful alertness. The deep ache lessened to a manageable soreness. "Better?" Madame Pomfrey asked. Harry nodded, the steam still puffing from his ears. He felt like a kettle. "Good. Now, listen carefully. What you did was the magical equivalent of a child lifting a lorry. You used muscles and energy reserves you didn't know you had, and you've strained them terribly. No magic for a week. Not even a lumos. Your wand should be put away. Your focus should be on eating, sleeping, and very gentle mental exercise. Reading is fine. Practicing wand movements without intent is fine. Anything more could cause a feedback injury or slow your recovery to a crawl. Understood?" The thought of being separated from his wand, the source of his newfound identity, was a blow. "A whole week. At minimum," she said firmly. "Magical cores are resilient, but they are not indestructible. You've given yours a shock. Let it settle." She packed her bag and turned to Mrs. Granger, handing her 2 more bottles. "Nutritional supplements. 1 in the morning, 1 at night. He'll be moody and tired. It's normal. If he complains of visions, sharp pains in the scar, or uncontrolled magical emissions, send an owl to Hogwarts immediately." She gave Harry a final, stern but not unkind look. "Rest, Mr. Potter. That's an order." With a final nod, she walked to the fireplace, threw a pinch of flow powder, and was gone. The enforced idleness was a new kind of prison. Harry put his wand in the suitcase with a sense of ceremony that felt like a burial. The house, once a place of discovery, now felt like a sanatorium. Hermione, bless her, adapted immediately. She brought him books, not magical theory, but novels, history books, even a thick volume on the science of optics. She quizzed him on the material, not to test, but to engage his mind without touching his magic. "Resting your magical core doesn't mean resting your brain," she stated, setting a plate of biscuits beside him on the sofa. "Cognitive function is separate. Mostly." Mr. Granger took to teaching him chess properly, the logic and strategy a welcome distraction. Mrs. Granger fussed over his diet with a quiet intensity, loading his plate with protein and vegetables. But the emptiness where his magic had been was a constant presence. It wasn't just the lack of power, it was the silence. The familiar, low hum of his own being was gone, leaving a stark quiet that made him feel less real. He caught himself reaching for his pocket, for the warm weight of his wand, 12 times a day. 3 days into his convalescence, Professor McGonagall visited. She did not bring lesson plans. She sat with him in the garden, away from the tarp-covered scar, and talked about Hogwarts. Not the lessons, but the castle itself. The moving staircases, the talking portraits, the great hall ceiling enchanted to look like the sky outside, the giant squid in the lake. She spoke of Quidditch, the wizard sport played on broomsticks, with a faint, nostalgic gleam in her eye that Harry guessed might be for his father. He was a seeker, she said, sipping the tea Mrs. Granger had brought out. The best I ever saw at Hogwarts. A natural on a broom. Reckless. But brilliant. Harry hung on every word. These were not stories of heroic death, but of life. Of detentions and pranks and winning house cups. It made his parents into people, not just legends or ghosts. The power you displayed, Potter, she said, setting her cup down with a precise click. It is not something to be aspired to. It is a symptom of extremity. True magical strength lies not in the single, spectacular blast, but in sustained, precise control. In the transfiguration of a needle into a matchstick that lasts, not for a second, but for a year. That is the discipline you must seek. He knew she was right. The golden fire had left him a hollow shell. He never wanted to feel that drained again. But a secret part of him, the part that still remembered the cupboard's darkness, cherished the memory of that light. It was his. Forged in terror, yes, but also in love. On the 5th day, a different visitor came through the flow. It was midday, and Harry was in the living room attempting to read a complex book on aeronautics Hermione had given him. The fire flashed green, and Albus Dumbledore stepped out, brushing ash from robes of deep midnight blue embroidered with small, moving constellations. "Good afternoon, Harry," he said, his eyes immediately assessing him. "You look better. Less like a wrung-out dishcloth." "I feel better, sir," Harry said, closing the book. Madame Pomfrey's regime is famously effective, if inflexible. Dumbledore's gaze drifted to the window, to the garden. "The wards Professor McGonagall and I placed are holding strong. Nothing of that nature will breach them again. But I did not come only to check on your health." He reached into his robes and withdrew a small, ornate object. It was a shallow, stone basin, covered in runes that seemed to swim under his gaze. He placed it on the coffee table. "What is it?" Harry asked, leaning forward. "A pensieve. A device for reviewing memories. Sometimes thoughts and memories become too cumbersome to carry in one's mind. This allows them to be extracted, examined with clarity, and stored." He drew his wand and touched it to his own temple. When he pulled it away, a long, silvery, gossamer strand, like solidified mist, clung to the tip. He placed it into the basin, where it swirled and liquefied, becoming a pool of shimmering, mercury-like substance. "This is a memory of mine. Of the night your parents died. Or rather, of its immediate aftermath." Harry's breath caught. "You want me to see it? I believe you were ready. Understanding the past is part of building your defenses for the future. But a warning, this is not a pleasant memory. You may withdraw at any time by simply willing yourself back. Do you wish to proceed?" Did he? The thought was terrifying. But the hole in his life, the blank space where his parents should have been, was a greater terror. He nodded, then leaned forward, and touched the surface. "Don't be afraid." Harry took a deep breath, and dipped his fingers into the silvery substance. The world dissolved. He felt a sensation of being pulled, whirling through color and sound, before his feet found purchase on solid ground. Or rather, on rubble. He stood in a scene of devastation. It was a street, but one of the charming, cobbled lanes from the wizarding photographs he'd seen, not a normal suburb. One house in a row of pretty cottages was utterly destroyed. Its roof was gone, one wall blown outward. Smoke rose from the wreckage. The memory Dumbledore was there, looking younger, his auburn hair and beard only streaked with gray, his face etched with a grief so profound it was stone. Around him moved other figures in robes, oars, Harry guessed. They spoke in hushed, shocked tones. And there, amid the rubble, knelt the massive form of Rubeus Hagrid. He was sobbing uncontrollably, great shoulders heaving. In his enormous, gentle arms, wrapped in a bundle of blankets, was a tiny baby, wailing loudly. Harry moved closer, his ghostly feet making no sound. He saw the baby's face, screwed up in anger and fear, and the fresh, raw lightning bolt scar on its forehead. Hagrid rocked the baby, his tears splashing on the blanket. "Poor little Tyke, poor little Harry." Dumbledore approached, his face softening as he looked at the child. There, Hagrid. It's all over now. He's safe. But Lily and James," Hagrid choked. "I know. Dumbledore's voice was thick. He reached out and, with infinite tenderness, took the baby from Hagrid. He cradled him, and Harry watched, a strange dissociation gripping him, as the younger Dumbledore examined his own infant face. The baby's cries subsided into hiccups, green eyes, his mother's eyes, staring up at the old wizard. "He'll have to go to his aunt, headmaster," said a serious-looking witch with a monocle. "It's the only family he has left." "I know that too, Professor McGonagall," Dumbledore said, but his gaze was distant, troubled. He wasn't looking at the baby, but at the scar. He traced it lightly with a finger, and Harry, the observer, felt a sympathetic twinge on his own forehead. "That scar," McGonagall whispered. "It is not just a scar," Dumbledore murmured, so quietly only the baby and the memory version of McGonagall could hear. "Something of that night remains. A connection. Faint, but present. A connection to him. But he's gone. So it seems. And so we must hope." Dumbledore looked up, his expression hardening into resolve. "He will go to Petunia. The blood protection is our best hope. He will be loved there." McGonagall made a sound of profound skepticism. "Loved? Dumbledore, that woman. She is his mother's sister. The protection requires blood. Love, we must hope, will follow." The memory wavered, began to fade. The last thing Harry saw was his infant self, quiet in Dumbledore's arms, one small hand reaching up to clutch the wizard's long, silver beard. He was pulled back, gasping, into the Grangers' living room. He was on his knees before the coffee table, tears streaming down his face without him realizing he'd started crying. Dumbledore was watching him, his own eyes moist. "You see," he said softly. "You were loved, even then, by Hagrid, by Minerva, by all of us who knew them. The plan was flawed. Deeply flawed. But the intention was always to protect you." He said, "A connection," Harry choked out, wiping his face with his sleeve. "To Voldemort. In my scar." Dumbledore sighed, a sound of immense weariness. "Yes. The curse that should have killed you did not. It left a trace. A thread. For years, I believed it dormant, inert. The Lethifold's attraction was to your magic. The Dementor's was to your capacity for profound emotion, both positive and negative. But your scar's reactivity, that is different. It suggests the thread may not be as dormant as I hoped. That his defeat left echoes in you." The room felt cold. The warm, happy stories from McGonagall evaporated, replaced by this new, chilling truth. He carried a piece of the monster that killed his parents in his skin. "What does it mean?" Harry whispered. "It means we must be vigilant. It means your occlumency, the defense of the mind, will be as important as any shield charm. It means," Dumbledore said, leaning forward, his blue eyes piercing, "that you must be extraordinarily careful with dreams, with strong emotions of hatred or anger. They could, theoretically, resonate along that thread." He stood, collecting the pensieve. "This is not a burden you must bear alone, Harry. It is simply a fact of your life, like the scar itself. Knowing it is the first step to guarding against it." After Dumbledore left, Harry sat in the silent room for a long time. The memory played over and over. The destruction, Hagrid's tears, the feeling of being held, so carefully, by the most powerful wizard in the world. And the final, whispered revelation. He was not just a boy who had survived. He was a boy who carried the ghost of his parents' murderer in his very flesh. The golden fire had driven back a Dementor. But what could drive out a shadow that lived inside him? He went upstairs, not to his room, but to Hermione's. He found her bent over a complex diagram of warding runes. He told her everything, the memory, the connection, Dumbledore's warning. She listened, her face growing paler but her expression determined. When he finished, she didn't offer platitudes. She opened a fresh notebook. "Okay," she said, her voice all business, though her hand trembled slightly as she picked up her pencil. "A psychic connection born of a failed killing curse. We need to research similar magical feedback phenomena. And occlumency. Dumbledore said it's a defense of the mind. If it can wall off that connection, it's our next priority. Even more than Patronus lessons." Her practicality was an anchor. She was already building a plan, turning terror into a problem to be solved. That night, Harry took the dreamless sleep draft. He drifted into a blank, dark void, blessedly free of images. But just before the potion's embrace fully took him, in the liminal space between waking and unconsciousness, he felt it. Not a dream, a presence. Distant, cold, and full of a simmering, ancient hate. And with it, 2 words, slithering through the thread in his scar. I see. His eyes snapped open in the dark room. The potion fought to pull him back under. The presence was gone. Had it ever been there? Trembling, he reached not for his wand, but for the small, warm crystal from the attic trunk he kept on his bedside table. He clutched it in his hand. It pulsed once, a steady, reassuring beat against his palm, a tiny light in the vast, suddenly watchful dark. The enemy was no longer just outside. A whisper of him was within. And now, Harry knew, it was awake. The whisper in the night left a stain on the following days. Harry moved through the Granger household like a ghost himself, the weight of Dumbledore's revelation a cloak of lead on his shoulders. He could feel the scar now, constantly, not pain, but an awareness, like a sliver of ice embedded in his skin, a window pane frosted on the other side. Every surge of frustration, every flicker of fear, felt dangerously loud, as if he was shouting down a well that had something listening at the bottom. Hermione, true to her word, launched a research offensive. The attic trunk yielded a crumbling, advanced text titled The Occluded Mind, Principles of Psychic Defense. It was dense, philosophical, and frustratingly vague. It spoke of mental disciplines and architectures of the self, but gave few practical exercises. It's like trying to learn surgery from a book on anatomy, Hermione grumbled, pushing the tome aside. We need a teacher. Professor McGonagall arrived for the next scheduled lesson, her expression grimmer than usual. She took one look at Harry's shadowed eyes and the way his fingers kept straying to his forehead, and her lips tightened. Professor Dumbledore informed me of your revelation. We will be altering today's curriculum. She banished the practice cauldron and parchment. Occlumency, she stated, the word sharp in the quiet living room, is not a spell. It is a state of being. A martial art for the mind. Its purpose is to guard your thoughts, memories, and emotions from external intrusion. In your case, to seal a leak. Harry swallowed. How do I start? By understanding what you are defending. Close your eyes. He did. Hermione watched, rapt, her notebook forgotten. Your mind is not a blank room. It is a landscape. For you, right now, it is likely a place of recent terrors, a dark wood, a cupboard, a garden in winter. These are weaknesses. Breaches in your walls. Occlumency begins with rebuilding that landscape into a fortress. A place of your own choosing, of perfect control and perfect calm. This is your mind palace. You must construct it, detail by detail, stone by stone. And you must be able to retreat there in an instant, sealing the doors behind you. A fortress, Harry murmured. But what did he know of fortresses? He knew corners to hide in. Holes to curl up inside. Visualize it. Start with the foundation, the stone. Feel its coolness, its solidity. See its color. Harry tried. He thought of the Grangers' hearth, the solidity of the brick. He imagined a gray stone block. Then another. He built a wall, clumsily, in his mind's eye. Now, a door, McGonagall's voice guided, steady and low. Thick. Oak, bound with iron. With a lock for which only you have the key. The door appeared in the wall, heavy and dark. Harry imagined a large, iron key, cold in his hand. Good. Now, inside. What is in your fortress? Nothing that can be used against you. No memories of fear. No images of your enemies. Only things that are purely, unequivocally yours. Things of peace, of strength. Harry's mind scrabbled. What was purely his? Not the cupboard. Not the Dursleys' contempt. Not even the golden fire, that was tied to the Dementor, to terror. He grasped for the feeling of the holly wand in his hand. The smell of the books in the attic trunk. The sound of Hermione's violin, not the screechy practice, but the one pure note of melody that had hung in the air. The taste of Mrs. Granger's stew. The steady, quiet weight of Mr. Granger's hand on his shoulder. He placed these things inside the fortress. A wand on a stone pedestal. A book lying open on a table. A single, clear musical note that hovered in the air like a hummingbird. A hearth with a steady fire. It felt pathetically small. Weak. It's not enough, he said, opening his eyes, frustrated. It is a beginning, McGonagall said, not unkindly. Occlumency is a lifelong practice. You will add to it. You will strengthen it. For now, your task is to return to this place, this fortress, every day. For 5 minutes upon waking, 5 minutes before sleep. Build the details. Is there a window? What does it look out upon? Is there a floor? Is it stone, wood, earth? The more real it becomes to you, the stronger your defense. She turned to Hermione. You will practice as well, Miss Granger. A disciplined mind is a protected mind, magical or not. The principles are the same. For the next week, Harry's world shrank to the interior of his skull. He built his fortress. He gave it a narrow window that looked out upon a quiet, sun-dappled forest, the woods as they should be, not as they were. He gave it a floor of smooth, worn flagstones. He placed a comfortable chair by the fire. It was sparse, austere, but it was his. The act of mentally retreating there became a daily ritual, a desperate sort of hygiene, like scrubbing at the psychic stain of the scar. The effect was subtle but real. The constant, prickling awareness of the connection dulled to a faint background buzz. The nightmares, which had started to creep back, shadows with Petunia's face, whispers with Vernon's voice, receded. He felt less like an exposed nerve. But magic, his wonderful, terrifying magic, remained under Madame Pomfrey's interdiction. His wand stayed in the suitcase. The frustration of inaction was a new kind of torment. He watched Hermione, her magical restriction lifted, practice her levitation charm until she could make a feather dance in complex patterns. She started on the basic shield charm, Protega, producing a faint, shimmering disk of air that could deflect a thrown pebble. Harry itched to join her. He practiced the wand movements for Protega endlessly, without a wand, without intent, until his wrist ached. He recited incantations under his breath. It was like learning the lyrics to a song he was forbidden to sing. The imbalance strained their dynamic. Hermione, sensing his frustration, tried to involve him in theory, but it was poor compensation. One afternoon, as she successfully shielded against a gently tossed tennis ball for the 10th time, Harry's simmering envy boiled over. It's not fair, he snapped, the words out before he could stop them. Hermione lowered her wand, the shimmering shield vanishing. What's not fair? You get to do everything. You got the light spell first. You get to practice. I'm just sitting here, building castles in my head. He gestured angrily at his own temple. Her face hardened. You blew up a Dementor with a wave of wandless magic, Harry. You have a connection to the darkest wizard in history in your scar. My fair is reading books and making a feather wiggle. Your unfair is nearly killing yourself and carrying a piece of a murderer in your head. Which would you prefer? The logic was brutal and impeccable. Shame flushed through him, hot and immediate. He looked away. I just want to do something. You are, she said, her voice softening. She sat beside him on the grass. You're healing. You're building defenses Dumbledore says are crucial. That's not nothing. It's the most important thing you could be doing. She paused. And you're not alone in your head anymore. You have a fortress. That's powerful magic too, even if it doesn't spark. He knew she was right. But knowing and feeling were different countries. A few days later, his magical ban finally lifted. Madame Pomfrey returned, pronounced him sufficiently replenished, if not robust, and gave him a stern look. Moderation, Mr. Potter. Start with Lumos. Nothing more for 2 days. The moment she left, Harry practically flew to his room and retrieved his wand. The holly felt like a lost limb restored, thrumming with welcome. That evening in the garden, he lit his Lumos. The light that sprang from his wand tip was different, still warm and gold, but steadier. Calmer. It didn't flicker. It shone with a quiet, confident glow. His magic, rested and constrained, felt deeper, more settled. Not a wild river, but a strong, deep well. He grinned, the simple joy of it washing away weeks of frustration. Hermione smiled back, a real, unguarded smile. See, better than before. They began to train in earnest, a partnership now with a shared, grim purpose. Mornings were for occlumency. They would sit back to back in the garden, eyes closed, each building their own mental fortress, comparing notes afterwards. Hermione's was a vast, intricate library, every thought and memory catalogued and shelved with impeccable logic. Harry's remained a Spartan, stone room, but the fire burned brighter, and he'd added a second chair by the hearth. Afternoons were for magic. Hermione drilled him on the fundamentals with the rigor of a drill sergeant. Wand movements had to be perfect. Incantations precise. They practiced Protega together, throwing increasingly larger objects, tennis balls, then apples, then carefully garden gnomes, at each other's shields. Harry's shields were stronger, erupting with more force, but Hermione's were more consistent, appearing almost before the object was thrown. It was during one of these sessions that the connection made itself known again, not as a whisper but as a window. Hermione had just thrown a particularly fast apple. Harry, flustered, brought his shield up late. The apple clipped his shoulder. A spike of hot, childish anger flared, not at Hermione, but at his own clumsiness, at the endless, exhausting need to be good enough. The anger touched the scar. For a fraction of a second, his vision doubled. He saw the Grangers' garden, the apple rolling on the grass. But overlaid on it, like a poorly developed photograph, he saw a different room, dark, stone, lit by greenish torchlight. A sense of immense, cold rage, not his own, filled him. And a voice, high, cold, and sibilant, not in his ears but in his mind. The connection, it stirs, the boy. Then it was gone. The garden was just a garden. The anger was just his. He swayed, nauseated. Harry. Hermione was at his side in an instant. I saw something, he gasped, clutching his scar. It was burning. A room. A voice. It was him. He felt me. He knows the connection works both ways. Hermione's face went from concern to a fierce, calculating focus. She helped him inside, sat him at the kitchen table, and fetched a quill and parchment from his suitcase. Describe everything. Every detail. The stone, the torchlight, the sound of the voice. Now, before it fades. He did, haltingly. The oppressive weight of the place. The slithering quality of the voice. The overwhelming, icy hatred. She wrote it all down, her brow furrowed. A two-way connection. Dumbledore suspected. This is intelligence, Harry. Terrible, but valuable. If you can see him, however faintly, we can learn. We can anticipate. The idea was horrifying. He was a spy in his own skull. I don't want to see him. You may not have a choice, she said, pragmatic to the core. So we use it. We build it into the fortress. We make a watchtower. A single, narrow window with thick, unbreakable glass. When the connection opens, you don't fight it. You retreat to your fortress, you go to the watchtower, you observe, and you record. Then you close the shutters. You control the link. You don't let it control you. It was a strategy. A way to weaponize his vulnerability. It felt cold, and clever, and exactly like Hermione. That night, Harry added a watchtower to his mental fortress. A spiral staircase in the corner, leading up to a small, circular room with one narrow slit of a window. He imagined the glass as diamond, impervious. From here, he could observe the foreign landscape of Voldemort's mind if he had to, without being in it. He didn't feel stronger. He felt like a soldier preparing for a war in a country he'd never wanted to visit. But as he lay in bed, the wand once again a comforting weight beside him, he realized something. The mind's fortress wasn't just a defense against the outside. It was a declaration of self. Inside it, he was not the boy who lived, not the Dursleys' freak, not even the Grangers' ward. He was the architect, the keeper of the flame, the watcher at the window. The enemy was within and without. But for the first time, Harry had walls. And a friend who saw the siege for what it was, not just a curse but a puzzle. And Hermione Granger never, ever gave up on a puzzle. The battle for his soul had become a campaign of meticulous, daily defense. And he was learning, stone by stone, how to hold the line. Progress, Harry was learning, was not a straight line. It was a spiral, looping back on itself, sometimes dipping into old fears even as it climbed towards new skills. The fortress in his mind was stronger. The watchtower stood, its diamond glass window a chilling but necessary addition. His magic, once a wild thing, was slowly learning the shape of discipline. He could cast a steady lumos that lasted an hour without tiring. His Protega could now reliably deflect a speeding football, though it still shattered with a sound like breaking crystal if he lost focus. Hermione's progress was a vertical ascent. She had moved from Wingardium Leviosa to more complex charms, like the mending charm, Reparo. She spent an afternoon successfully repairing a cracked flower pot, then a shattered teacup, her face a mask of intense satisfaction. Her shields were smaller, less flashy than Harry's, but they appeared with the instant, reflexive certainty of a blink. The Granger household had developed its own strange new normal. Mrs. Granger, ever practical, had procured a book on magical first aid from a niche London bookshop that, Hermione suspected, was a front for wizarding trade. She now kept a small kit beside the regular one, containing Dittany essence and a bruise healing paste that smelled of peppermint and copper. Mr. Granger had taken to studying wizarding law, as presented in a dry tome titled Statutes for the Safety and Seclusion of the Sorceress. He would read passages aloud at dinner, shaking his head in bewilderment at clauses about wand permits and improper use of love potions. "It's a parallel legal system with no apparent appellate structure," he would mutter. Fascinating, but terrifying. It was a Tuesday afternoon, humid and still, when the doorbell rang with a peculiarly official brrring. Harry and Hermione were in the living room, Harry attempting to transfigure a matchstick into a needle. It kept turning into a vague, metallic worm while Hermione read aloud from magical drafts and potions. "Mrs. Granger," answered the door. A man's voice, polite but carrying the faint, self-important tone of a low-level bureaucrat, floated through. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Granger. My name is Perkins. I'm from the Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, Subdivision for Underage Sorcery. May I come in?" Harry's matchstick needle worm burst into a small flame and then vanished. Hermione's book snapped shut. They exchanged a look of pure alarm. The Ministry. The government of the hidden world. Here, Mrs. Granger, to her credit, remained composed. "Of course. Please, come through." The man who entered was slight, with rumpled robes the color of weak tea and a kind, slightly harried face behind round spectacles. He carried a battered leather briefcase that seemed to be struggling to contain a multitude of rustling papers. He looked around the neat, muggle living room with open curiosity, his eyes lingering on the non-moving photographs on the mantelpiece. "Ah, you must be Harry Potter," he said, spotting Harry. He offered a faint smile. "And Miss Granger. A pleasure. I do apologize for the intrusion. Just a routine check, you understand. Given the unusual circumstances." "What circumstances?" Mr. Granger asked, emerging from his study, his voice carefully neutral. "Well, the placement of a magical child in a muggle household always prompts a follow-up," Perkins explained, setting his briefcase on the coffee table. It gave a protesting squeak. "Standard procedure. Especially given the energy signatures our office has detected in this area over the past month. Quite a spike. Then a rather significant, voiding event a week ago. Paperwork, I'm afraid. Mountains of it." He opened the briefcase. A sheaf of papers immediately tried to escape, fluttering towards the ceiling like panicked birds. With a practiced wave of a wand, willow, 9 inches, Harry noted automatically. Perkins herded them back into the case and extracted a single, official-looking form clamped to a clipboard. "Now, Harry, you're 8 years old. Typically, the trace, that's the charm that detects underage magic, isn't activated until a child receives their Hogwarts acceptance letter. But in cases of early manifestation and, extreme events, it can latch on earlier. We've had a flag on this address since that rather impressive bout of accidental magic that got you here. Then the Lethifold incident. And then last week's, atmospheric disturbance." He peered at Harry over his spectacles. "That was you, I take it. The golden conflagration." Harry nodded, his throat tight. Was he in trouble? Quite. Well, normally, underage wizards are forbidden from performing magic outside of school. It's a strict law. But these are not normal circumstances. Headmaster Dumbledore has filed a mountain of waivers and exceptional circumstance forms. I'm here to verify the living conditions and the educational provisions." He turned to the Grangers. "You are muggles, yes. But you are aware of the wizarding world." "We are," Mr. Granger said, crossing his arms. "And we are Harry's legal guardians, in process. He is receiving magical tutoring from a qualified professor." "Yes, Professor McGonagall. A formidable witch. Her documentation is in order." Perkins ticked a box on his form. "And you are providing a stable, supportive environment. No coercion. No exploitation of the child's magical abilities for commercial or entertainment purposes." Mrs. Granger's lips thinned. "He's a child, not a novelty act." Of course. Just have to ask." Perkins ticked another box. He looked at Harry again, his expression softening. "The truth is, my boy, the Ministry is in a bit of a tizzy." That kind of power, at your age, it's unheard of. There are those in the Department of Mysteries who would love to have a look at you. And there are others, in more traditionalist factions, who are deeply uncomfortable with a famous wizarding child being raised by muggles, no matter how kind. A cold trickle of dread ran down Harry's spine. He felt like a specimen. A problem. What does that mean for Harry? Hermione asked, her voice sharp. It means he's to keep his head down, Perkins said, lowering his voice conspiratorially. The official line is that you are here under Dumbledore's protection, receiving necessary training due to unique security concerns. That satisfies most. But you must be careful. No more large displays. Try to keep your magic within the bounds of your lessons. The trace is on you now, Harry. We'll know if you so much as levitate a biscuit outside of these wards. He handed Harry a thin, gray booklet. The Code of Conduct for Underage Wizards and the Dangers of Reckless Sorcery. Bedtime reading, he said with a weak smile. He then gave the Grangers a pamphlet, Living with Magic, a Muggle Guardian's Guide to Strange Noises and Sudden Feather Growth. I think that covers it, Perkins said, snapping his briefcase shut. It groaned. You're in order, for now. Keep up with the lessons. And, Harry, try to stay out of the headlines. The wizarding world has a long memory, and it's watching. With a final, slightly awkward nod, Perkins let himself out. The ordinary click of the front door felt like the sealing of a verdict. The room was silent. Harry looked down at the gray booklet. It felt heavy in his hands. They're afraid of you, Hermione said, breaking the silence. Her eyes were alight not with fear, but with analysis. Or afraid for you. Or both. The Ministry is a political entity. Dumbledore must be using his influence to shield you, but there's opposition. They called me a famous wizarding child, Harry muttered, the phrase tasting bitter. I'm not famous. I'm just me. You're a symbol, Mr. Granger said quietly, his legal mind parsing the implications. Symbols are useful. And dangerous. This Ministry man was a warning. They're letting you stay, but you're on probation. In their world, and in ours now. The visit cast a long shadow. Harry practiced his magic with a new, tense awareness. Every spark from his wand felt like it might be reported, logged, judged. The joy of it was tarnished. He was no longer just a boy learning wonders, he was a criminal on parole, a phenomenon under observation. That night, sleep was elusive. He lay in the dark, the gray booklet a stark shape on his nightstand. The walls of his mental fortress felt thin. He climbed the spiral staircase to his watchtower and looked out through the diamond glass into the dark landscape of his own mind. The connection was quiet, a dormant fault line. But as he turned to go back down, a flicker of movement caught his eye in the distant gloom of the psychic terrain. Not from Voldemort's side. This was closer, within the borders of his own mind. A shadow, not the formless hunger of the Lethifold or the despair of the Dementor, but a human-shaped silhouette. It stood, watching his fortress from a distance. It felt bureaucratic, coldly curious, as if assessing a piece of property. He jerked back, opening his eyes to his bedroom ceiling. His heart pounded. Was that the Ministry's trace? Some psychic imprint of their monitoring? Or was it his own fear, given shape? He didn't know. But the message was clear. He was not just fighting monsters and memories. He was navigating a world of laws, politics, and watching eyes. His freedom, his very sense of self, was conditional. The next morning, he found Hermione already in the garden, a determined set to her jaw. She had the defensive manuscript open to a chapter they had skipped, Counter Charms and Legal Loopholes, Defending Your Magical Privacy. We have a new subject, she announced, without looking up. The Ministry can't legally monitor magic performed within powerful wards if it's for educational purposes. We need to strengthen the wards around the garden. And we need to learn how to cast quietly. To make our magic look smaller, weaker, than it is. Harry sat beside her. The sun was warm, but he felt chilled. Why shouldn't we be learning to be stronger? Strength is a threat to them, Hermione said, finally meeting his eyes. Her gaze was fierce. Right now, we need to be clever. We need to pass their inspections. We need to make them think you're just a talented boy, not a golden conflagration. We play by their rules, until we understand them well enough to know which ones we can break. It was a different kind of lesson. Not about power, but about subterfuge. About survival in a world that wanted to either cage him or dissect him. Harry picked up his wand, not with excitement, but with a new, grim resolve. He cast Lumos. The light was warm and gold, but he willed it to be dimmer, paler. He made it look like the weak, yellow light of his first attempts. Good, Hermione nodded. Now, do it again. And this time, think about hiding the color. Make it white, like McGonagall's. Bland. Unremarkable. Harry tried. The light flickered, resisting. His magic didn't want to be bland. It wanted to shine. It was a struggle not of strength, but of restraint, of artistry. Of lying with the very essence of his being. As he practiced dimming his own light under the summer sun, Harry understood the true shape of the cage he was in. It wasn't made of cupboard doors or Dursley scorn. It was made of paperwork, of politics, of fear, and of his own, too bright magic. And the key to unlocking it wasn't a burst of power. It was the slow, careful, infinitely patient work of learning to pick the lock, while making sure the guards never saw him do it. The visitor from the ministry had not brought a threat of violence. He had brought a clipboard. And in some ways, Harry thought, as he forced his brilliant, joyful magic into a dull, compliant glow, that was so much worse. The gray booklet from the ministry sat on Harry's desk like a sleeping toad, ugly and inert. Its rules, paragraphs on permissible domestic charm work, and consequences of wand misuse, were a cage woven from bureaucracy. But the true cage, Harry discovered, was the one he now had to build inside himself. Dulling his magic was an agony. It felt like trying to breathe shallowly when your lungs screamed for air. Every spell he cast under Hermione's new, rigorous, stealth curriculum was an exercise in frustration. His Lumos was a sickly off-white. His Protego was a faint, pathetic shimmer that barely rustled the leaves it was meant to deflect. His magic, that warm, golden, living thing inside him, chafed and recoiled at the restraint. It's not weak, Hermione insisted during one such session, watching his shield barely withstand a tossed pebble. It's precise. You're learning to use the minimum effective force. That's advanced magic, Harry. Brute force is easy. Subtlety is hard. It feels wrong, Harry grumbled, lowering his wand. The holly felt sullen in his hand. Like I'm lying. You are. To the trace. And that's a good thing. She tapped the defensive manuscript. Dumbledore says here that the greatest wizards are not those who make the loudest noise, but those who can perform profound magic in perfect silence. This is training for that. The only magic that didn't fight him was occlumency. His fortress grew more detailed, more solid. He could retreat there in a heartbeat now. The stone walls felt cold and real under his mental touch. The fire in the hearth was a constant, controlled blaze. He had even added a small, neat shelf, upon which he placed a mental image of the ministry's gray booklet, a trophy of the enemy, contained and understood. It was during one of these mental retreats, a few days after Perkins' visit, that the book made its move. They had decided, with McGonagall's reluctant approval, to attempt identifying it. The trunk's other contents were benign, educational. This book was an anomaly. It needed to be classified. They laid it on the floor of Harry's room, the afternoon sun painting a bright square on the carpet a safe distance away. They wore dragon hide gloves Hermione had procured from a magical mail-order catalog for hazardous herbology, she'd explained to her perplexed mother. Using a long, polished ruler from his school kit, Hermione carefully nudged the book open to a random page. The script was the same dense, angular shorthand. But as the light hit it, the ink seemed to swim, rearranging itself for a fraction of a second before settling back into incomprehensibility. Reactive to light. Or observation, Hermione murmured, making a note. Harry, kneeling opposite her, felt a faint, cold pull. Not from the scar. This was different. A magnetic, whispering attraction coming from the book itself. His magic, so stifled all week, gave a sympathetic stir. Do you feel that? He whispered. Feel what? A cold spot. Like a draft from it. Hermione shook her head, her focus absolute. No psychometric sensations reported. Your magical sensitivity may be higher. She leaned closer, peering at the script. The language is defying my translation spells. It's either very old, or magically encrypted, or both. She reached for a different tool, a clear crystal prism. As she moved the prism over the page, aiming to fracture the light and see if any hidden patterns emerged, Harry's gaze was caught by the shifting ink. He wasn't trying to read it. He was just looking. And for a moment, his eyes unfocused. The strange letters seemed to align not into words, but into a shape. A familiar, terrible shape. A skeletal, winged creature, etched in minute, writhing strokes of black, a Dementor. He gasped, jerking back. At that exact moment, Hermione's prism caught the sunlight and cast a tiny, brilliant rainbow onto the vellum. The book screamed. It was not a sound in the air. It was a silent, psychic shriek that tore through both their minds, a blast of fury, a violation, of an ancient, wounded pride. The physical book shuddered, its covers slamming shut with a force that cracked the floorboard beneath it. Harry and Hermione were thrown backwards, their heads ringing as if struck by a bell. Harry's scar gave a vicious, white-hot stab. Through the pain, he heard words, hissing and sibilant, not in the room, but behind his eyes. "Thieves, gnats, you dare shine your pitiful light upon me." The voice was not Voldemort's. It was older, drier, crackling with a malice that was intellectual, contemptuous. It was the voice of the book. Hermione was on her hands and knees, shaking her head, blood trickling from her nose. "Psychic backlash," she managed, her voice choked. "Sentient. The book is sentient." The leather-bound volume lay closed, looking utterly innocent. But the air around it hummed with a barely contained, furious energy. Mrs. Granger came running upstairs at the noise. She found them pale and trembling, a hairline crack in the floorboard the only physical evidence. Explanations were mumbled, a failed experiment, a backfiring charm. Mrs. Granger's worry was palpable, but she trusted them, or trusted their fear enough to simply bring them cold flannels and strong tea. Once alone, they stared at the book from the doorway, as if it were a venomous snake. "It's not just a dark object," Hermione whispered, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and awe. "It's aware. And it's angry. It called us thieves. It showed me a Dementor," Harry said, his own voice unsteady. In the ink. Just for a second, Hermione's mind was already racing, compartmentalizing the fear. A defensive image. A representation of its own nature, perhaps. Or a warning. It communicates through psychic imagery and direct mental intrusion. "It's a Horcrux." Harry blinked. "A what?" "It's in one of the advanced theory books. A fragment of a soul, encased in an object. The darkest of magic. But this doesn't feel like a soul fragment. It feels like a whole consciousness. Trapped." The idea was horrifying. A mind, imprisoned in leather and paper for who knew how long, festering in loneliness and rage. Harry felt a sudden, unexpected pang of sympathy, which he immediately quashed. It had tried to shred their minds. "We have to tell Dumbledore," Harry said. "And say what? We provoked a sentient dark artifact we were explicitly told to leave alone. He'll take it. He'll lock it away somewhere." Hermione's face was set in stubborn lines. "We can't. Not yet. Hermione, it's dangerous. So is the connection in your scar. So are the Dementors. Knowledge is our only weapon, Harry. This book knows things. It recognized a Dementor. It speaks of thieves. What if it knows about other dark creatures? What if it knows about ways to shield a mind, or break a connection?" Her eyes were blazing. "It's a source. A terrible, dangerous source. But a source." Harry understood her hunger. It was the same drive that made her master spells twice as fast as him. But this felt different. Reckless. "It'll attack us again. Then we don't provoke it. We observe. We study its passive emissions. We listen. From a distance." Her idea of listening from a distance was, to Harry, terrifyingly close. Over the next week, she devised experiments. She set up a series of crystals around the book's containment box. They had sealed it in a sturdy wooden crate lined with salt and iron filings. She charted fluctuations in room temperature, in ambient static. She had Harry sit across the room and practice his occlumency, reporting any strange, mental breezes, or intrusive thoughts. The book was quiet, but not silent. Harry began to feel its presence as a cold, watchful weight in the room, like a spider in the center of an unseen web. His dreams, usually kept at bay by his fortress, grew strange. Not nightmares of Voldemort, but confusing, fragmented dreams of vast, silent libraries under black skies, of ink flowing like blood, of a profound, scholarly loneliness that ached worse than any wound. He woke from these dreams feeling drained and melancholic, with the taste of old parchment and dust in his mouth. "It's dreaming," he told Hermione one morning. "Or remembering. And it's pulling me in." Passive psychic leakage, she noted, but she looked concerned. Your mental defenses are strong, but your magical sensitivity makes you a good receiver. We need to insulate you. She started having him wear a pendant of rowan wood, a known protective wood, during the day. It wasn't enough. The culmination came on a night of heavy rain. The drumming on the roof was a constant, soothing rhythm. Harry was deep in his fortress, reinforcing the walls, when he felt a tap at the diamond glass window of his watchtower. Not from the desolate landscape of Voldemort's connection. This was a tap from inside the fortress grounds. He turned, heart freezing. Outside the watchtower window, in the mental twilight of his own psyche, hung a single, giant eye. It was the color of aged vellum, with a slit pupil like a cat's, filled with intelligence and a cold, ancient curiosity. It was peering in at him. "You have architecture," a voice sighed, not a scream this time, but a dry rustle of pages in his mind. It was the book. "You build walls. Interesting. Most children are open fields. You have been wounded." "Get out of my mind," Harry thought, his mental voice firm, but panic fluttered beneath. "I am not in. I am at the window. You have interesting windows. One looks into a familiar cold. This one looks out. At me." The eye blinked slowly. "You suppress your light. You hide. Wise. The thieves who cage me also watch for bright lights. What are you?" Harry demanded, focusing on the solidity of the tower stone. "I am memory. I am knowledge. I was a keeper. Then I was kept." A flicker of immense, sorrowful anger. "They stole me. Caged me. Buried me in dust and the drone of happy, simple minds." The eye's gaze intensified. "You are not simple. You shine, even under bushels. And you hurt. The cold one, he left his mark on you. A clumsy signature. I know his work." Harry's breath hitched. "You know Voldemort." A psychic flinch, a ripple of disdain. "A name. A upstart child with a taste for grand gestures and stolen power. His mark is on you, but it is not you. It is a stain. I know stains. I was made to record them." Hope, dangerous and sharp, pierced Harry's fear. "Can you remove it?" A long, silent stare. "Perhaps. Knowledge can cleanse. But knowledge has a price, little architect." "What price?" "Freedom," the book whispered, its voice a hypnotic rustle. A page turned. A story finished. "You wish to understand your enemy. I have walked in shadows he only dreams of. I can show you. Not through your dim little window. Let me in. Just a page. A single chapter. And I will give you a key to your own cage." The temptation was a physical ache. To understand. To have a weapon against the thing in his scar. He felt himself leaning towards the offer, towards that vast, ancient eye. Then a different sound pierced the psychic space, a clear, sharp, logical tone, like a struck tuning fork. It was the sound of Hermione's mind, of her name being called firmly from a great distance. "Harry." He jerked back, slamming the mental shutters of the watchtower closed. He threw himself down the spiral stairs, into the core of his fortress, and locked the door. He woke in his bed, drenched in sweat, the rain still pounding. The rowan pendant around his neck was warm, almost hot. He clutched it. The book had not attacked. It had bargained. It had seen his deepest want and offered to fill it. And it had confirmed its connection to Voldemort, or at least to his kind of magic. He didn't sleep again that night. At dawn, he went to Hermione's room and told her everything. She listened, her face growing graver with each word. When he finished, she said quietly, "It's a parasite. An intelligent parasite. It doesn't want to destroy your mind. It wants to inhabit it. To use you as its new library. The freedom it wants as a body. Your body. But the information would come at the cost of everything you are," she said, her voice fierce. "No, Harry. We seal it away. Properly. Today. We tell McGonagall. This is beyond us." For once, Harry didn't argue. The cold, scholarly voice, the tempting promise, had been more frightening than any scream. He had looked into the eye of a different kind of darkness, one that didn't want to kill him, but to use him, to make him a page in its own endless, lonely story. As they went downstairs to send a message to Hogwarts, Harry felt the cold, watchful weight from the crate in his room intensify, followed by a final, whispered thought that slithered under his door. "You will be back, little architect. When the cold mark burns and you have nowhere else to turn, you will open the book. Every prisoner needs a jailer. And I have been waiting for mine for a very, very long time." The book's whispered threat hung in the air of Harry's room long after the words had faded. It wasn't a sound, but a stain on the silence, a promise that turned the familiar space into a cell shared with a sophisticated predator. The crate in the corner seemed to radiate a patient, icy intelligence. Hermione's resolve to contact McGonagall was immediate and steel-clad. She drafted a message on a scrap of parchment using a simple, non-magical pen, her handwriting unusually tight and controlled, sentient artifact actively attempting psychic negotiation with Harry. Situation escalated. Request urgent assistance. HG. She tied it to the leg of the small, tawny school owl that had recently begun delivering their homework assignments from Hogwarts. The owl, hooting softly, took off into the gray morning drizzle. They watched it until it was a speck swallowed by the clouds. Now we wait, Hermione said, but waiting was a form of torture. The house felt different. The wards Dumbledore and McGonagall had placed were for keeping things out. This threat was already in. It sat in its crate of salt and iron, a poisoned well in the heart of their sanctuary. Harry found he couldn't practice magic. Every attempt to focus was undermined by the sensation of being watched, evaluated. His lumos flickered pathetically. His mind kept drifting to the watchtower, to the memory of that vast, parchment-colored eye. The book's offer, knowledge for freedom, echoed. It knew about Voldemort. It called his scar a clumsy signature. What if it really did have a key? Don't, Hermione said sharply at lunch, though he hadn't spoken. She was watching his face with an unnerving accuracy. It's a trap. It's manipulating your greatest vulnerability, your need to understand what was done to you. It's what predators do. I know, Harry muttered, pushing his peas around his plate. But knowing and feeling were, as always, separate kingdoms. McGonagall did not come that day. Nor did an owl return. The rain continued, a steady drum of isolation. Night fell, early and deep. The Grangers, sensing the tension, moved quietly through the house, speaking in hushed tones. Mr. Granger checked the locks on the doors and windows twice, a purely Muggle gesture that felt heartbreakingly inadequate. Harry lay in bed, the Rowan pendant a cool lump against his chest. He built his fortress, stone by mental stone. He stood in the watchtower, but kept the diamond glass shutters firmly bolted. The mental landscape outside was quiet, but it was the quiet of something holding its breath. Sleep, when it came, was not a refuge. He dreamed he was back in the attic, but it was endless, a cavernous library that stretched into darkness. The air was thick with the smell of crumbling paper and old secrets. On a stone table in the center of a clearing between towering shelves lay the book, open. The dense, angular script was now clear, written in a flowing, phosphorescent green that hurt his eyes. He approached, compelled. As he neared, the writing on the left-hand page rearranged itself into a perfect sketch of the lightning bolt scar. Underneath it, in plain English, it read, Horcrux. Inadvertent. A soul shard clinging to a life it failed to extinguish. A parasitic symbiosis. His heart hammered. A Horcrux. The word Hermione had mentioned. A fragment of soul. Voldemort's soul. In him. The right-hand page swirled and formed a new image. A simple diagram of a brain, with a dark, thorny knot embedded in it. Arrows pointed to the knot, labeled with words like, psychic feedback, emotional resonance, dream invasion. Then, a formula. A complex arrangement of runic sequences and mental visualizations. A method for, not removing the knot, but insulating it. Building a psychic sheath around it so it could not broadcast or receive. A key, the dry, rustling voice sighed from everywhere and nowhere. The first page of the chapter. The rest details where such knots come from. How they are made. How they might be, unwound. Show me, Harry heard himself say in the dream. The price, the voice whispered. A page for a page. Let me write upon you. A small thing. A memory. A single, unimportant fear. Let me in, and the knowledge is yours. In the dream, it seemed so logical. A trade. A memory of fear, he had so many. What was one? For this was a map to his own salvation. He felt a cold, sharp point, like the tip of a pen made of ice, touch the center of his mind. It poised, ready to inscribe. A memory rose, unbidden. Not a fear of the Dursleys or of shadows. It was a recent memory. Of the Grangers' living room. Firelight, the smell of toast. Of Mr. Granger saying, "We'll manage," with quiet certainty. Of Mrs. Granger's hand on his shoulder. A memory not of fear, but of a safety so new and fragile it was terrifying in its own way. The icy penpoint hesitated, sensing the complexity of the emotion. And then, a different light. Not the green phosphorescence of the book, but a warm, white gold light that cut through the library's gloom. It was the light of his own lumos, but pure and strong, unsuppressed. It shone from him, from his chest, in the dream. The book recoiled. The pages fluttered violently. "You bring your light here. You dare." "It's my dream," Harry said, and his voice in the dream was stronger than he felt. "My mind. You don't get to write in it." The light blazed brighter. The endless library began to dissolve, the shelves turning to smoke. The book on the table slammed shut with finality. Harry woke with a jolt, sitting straight up in bed. He was panting, his pajamas soaked with sweat. But his scar was quiet. And in his hand, clutched so tightly his fingers ached, was his wand. He hadn't reached for it consciously. It was as if it had come to him. And in his mind, etched not by an icy pen but by his own understanding, was the first part of the formula from the dream. The runic sequence for psychic insulation. It was clear, precise, and felt true. He didn't know if it was a gift or a trap. If the book had planted it, or if in the confrontation, he had somehow stolen a page from it. The knowledge felt cold and sharp in his mind, like a shard of glass. He didn't wait for morning. He went to Hermione's room and shook her awake. He told her everything, the dream, the offer, the Horcrux confirmation, the formula now burning in his memory. She listened in the light of her bedside lamp, her face growing paler but her eyes ever more focused. When he recited the runic sequence and the mental visualizations, she scrambled for her notebook and made him repeat it, writing it down exactly. "A psychic insulation protocol," she breathed, staring at her notes. It's brilliant. If it works. It's not removal, it's containment. A firewall around the connection." She looked up at him, her gaze sharp. "But it's from it. It could be flawed. Designed to fail at a crucial moment, or to create a bigger breach." "I know," Harry said. "But it felt real. And it was fighting my light. I think it doesn't like my magic. My real magic. Not the suppressed stuff. The bright, messy, emotional kind. That's what pushed it back." Hermione chewed her lip, thinking. A being of dark knowledge, of cold record-keeping, versus a magic powered by what? Love. Protectiveness. It's a fundamental opposition. Like acid and alkali. She looked at the notes. "We can't use this as is. But, we could reverse engineer it. Use the principles, but build the firewall with our materials. With your magic. Not its." The idea was daunting. But it was also proactive. It was fighting back with the very thing the book seemed to despise. The first rays of dawn were painting the sky when they heard a loud crack from the back garden. They rushed to the window. Albus Dumbledore stood on the frosted grass, his robes dark with rain, his face uncharacteristically stern. Beside him was not McGonagall, but a tall, gaunt man with long, greasy black hair and a hooked nose, dressed in sweeping black robes. The man surveyed the Granger house with an expression of profound disdain. "Who's that?" Harry whispered. "I don't know," Hermione said, her voice tight. "But he looks unpleasant." Dumbledore led the way to the back door. Mrs. Granger, already awake, let them in with a look of immense relief. The gaunt man entered as if stepping into a particularly offensive sewer. "Harry, Hermione," Dumbledore said, his voice devoid of its usual twinkle. "This is Professor Severus Snape. He is our potions master and an expert in the dark arts. Minerva is indisposed. I deemed this a matter requiring Severus's particular expertise." Snape's black eyes swept over them, lingering on Harry with an intensity that felt like being skinned and examined. His gaze paused on Harry's scar, then flicked to Hermione with a curl of his lip that suggested he found her very existence tedious. "The artifact," Snape said, his voice soft but cutting, like silk over a razor. "Where is it?" Harry led them upstairs, Hermione following. He pointed to the crate. Snape didn't bother with gloves. He waved his wand in a complex pattern, muttering under his breath. The crate lid flew open. The book lay inside, inert, just an old, ugly book. Snape's eyes narrowed. He cast another, more intricate spell. Symbols of fiery orange light bloomed in the air around the book, swirling and coalescing into a complex, menacing shape, a serpent eating its own tail, with a single, glaring eye in the center. "A cognitorsus," Snape murmured, a hint of reluctant respect in his tone. "A knowledge keeper. Or a knowledge tyrant." Sentient, possessive, and immensely old. How, exactly, did two children come into possession of such a thing? Hermione explained about the attic, the trunk, their magical ancestor. Snape listened, his expression not changing. And it has attempted communion with Potter. Snape's eyes drilled into Harry. It spoke to me. In my mind. It offered knowledge about my scar. In exchange for a memory. For a foothold, Harry said, meeting Snape's gaze defiantly. Snape's lip curled again. And you, of course, were too noble to accept. I fought it off, Harry said, his temper flaring. With my magic. It doesn't like my magic. For the first time, something flickered in Snape's depthless eyes, surprise, quickly smothered. He looked at Dumbledore. The book seeks a new scribe. A living library. It finds his mind, architecturally interesting. And polluted with a foreign stain. He said, stain with a peculiar emphasis, his eyes flicking to Harry's scar once more. A dangerous combination. The book will not stop. It will whisper and bargain and threaten until it wears down his defenses or he makes a mistake. Then we remove it, Dumbledore said. Removal from this location is simple, Snape said. Containment is another matter. It cannot be destroyed by conventional means. It must be sealed in a place of absolute nullity, where no mind can ever reach it again. He looked at Harry. You have taken something from it. I can see the residue. A thought form. A concept. Harry, reluctantly, told them about the insulation formula he had remembered. Hermione produced her notebook. Snape snatched it, his eyes scanning the runes. He went very still. This is, advanced occlumency of a forgotten school, he said slowly. It is genuine. And it is a trap. How? Hermione asked, before she could stop herself. Snape glared at her for the interruption, but answered. The methodology is sound. But the final activation sequence, it requires a moment of perfect, emotionless void. A state impossible for a mind like Potter's, which is a cacophony of poorly regulated sentiment. Attempting it would create not insulation, but a fissure. A perfect backdoor for the book, or for the other stain, to flood in. He looked at Dumbledore. The book plays a long game. It gives truth to make the lie acceptable. Dumbledore sighed, a sound of deep weariness. Then we take the book, and we seal it away. And Harry will continue his occlumency with us, the traditional way. Wait, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. The formula, you said the principles are sound. What? If we change the activation? Not a void. What if we used the opposite? A moment of something really strong. Of my magic. The kind it doesn't like. Snape stared at him as if he had just suggested brewing a potion with mud and sunshine. You propose to power a psychic containment ward with uncontrolled emotional magic. That is not magic. That is chaos. It would incinerate your own mind. Not uncontrolled, Harry insisted, a idea forming, fragile but desperate. Focused. Like a shield. But inside. A shield made of the same stuff that pushed it back in the dream. Dumbledore was watching him, a strange light in his blue eyes. You propose to fight a parasite of dark knowledge with a firewall of feeling. It's all I have, Harry said simply. A long silence stretched. Snape looked contemptuous. Hermione looked terrified but fascinated. Dumbledore looked intrigued. Severus, Dumbledore said finally. Take the Cognitorsus to the Chamber of Whispers at Hogwarts. Seal it there. I will stay. We have a new theory to test. Snape looked like he wanted to argue, but with a final, sweeping glare, he magically sealed the crate, shrunk it, and pocketed it. With a last, disparaging look around the Muggle bedroom, he turned on his heel and swept out. Right, Dumbledore said, turning to Harry and Hermione. Let us examine this formula. And let us see if, between a brilliant young mind, he nodded to Hermione, and a uniquely, luminous one, his eyes twinkled at Harry, we cannot rewrite a page of dark magic into something new. But we must be swift. And we must be very, very careful. For we are not just building a wall. We are building a bomb, inside your mind, Harry. And you will be the one who has to light the fuse. The darkness under the stairs was a living thing. It had a taste, dust and stale air and the ghost of old polish. It had a sound, the distant, muffled blare of the television, Dudley's gleeful shouts, the heavy tread of Uncle Vernon's footsteps on the floor above. But mostly, it had a feeling. It was a thick, heavy blanket of nothing that pressed down on Harry Potter's small frame, trying to squeeze him into even less than he already was. 8 years old. He knew that because Aunt Petunia had snapped it at him last week. 8 years we've fed and clothed you, you ungrateful little freak. The words were needles, but the numbness that followed was worse. He lay on the thin, lumpy mattress, staring up at the sloping ceiling he could almost touch if he sat up. A spider drifted on a silken thread in the corner. Free. Harry envied it. Today had been bad. Dudley's birthday. A trip to the zoo. A new, sharp memory layered over the old, dull aches. The cool glass of the boa constrictor's enclosure under his palms. The snake's slow, intelligent wink. Dudley's shove. The sheer, breathless panic as the glass vanished. Not shattered. Vanished. The screams, the chaos, the snake's grateful slither into freedom. Then the locked car, the silence, the white-knuckled grip of Uncle Vernon's hand on his neck, the final, brutal shove back into the cupboard. No meals for a week. And if we hear a peep. His stomach gnawed on itself, a familiar, hollow predator. But a new predator was awake tonight, bigger and hungrier. It wasn't in his belly. It was in his chest. A hot, tight coil of something that had been growing for years. It had no name, but it hissed with every memory of Petunia's pinched lips, Vernon's purple face, Dudley's cruel laughter. It crackled when he thought of the glass dissolving into nothingness because he'd been scared. Why? The question wasn't new. But tonight, it wasn't a whisper. It was a scream, silent and tearing, inside his skull. Why me? Why did they hate me? What did I do? The hot coil expanded, pushing against his ribs. He couldn't breathe. The darkness wasn't just empty, it was suffocating. He was going to die here. He was going to turn into another piece of dust under the stairs, and no one would ever know, and no one would ever care. No, the word wasn't a thought. It was a force. It erupted from the coil, from the very center of his being. It was a refusal so absolute it felt like his bones would snap. He didn't want to die in the dark. He wanted out. He sat up, his head brushing the ceiling. He pressed his small, bony hands against the cupboard door. Not to push, just to feel the solid, unyielding wood that separated him from everything. The lock on the outside was a cold, metal eye, unblinking. Open. He didn't say it. He poured the word into the wood, into the lock, into the air itself. He poured every ounce of the screaming no, every spark of the hot, terrified coil in his chest. Open. A sound. Not from the lock. From the air. A high, thin, tearing sound, like fabric ripping across the sky. A seam of light, sharp and gold as a melted coin, split the darkness. It didn't come from under the door. It appeared in the middle of it, a vertical crack humming with an energy that made his teeth ache. Harry scrambled back, hitting the wall. The crack widened, light spilling into the cupboard, not the dull hall light, but a warm, buttery, living light. It smelled of rain and grass and something sweet he couldn't name. The world was breaking, and he was the one breaking it. Terror and a wild, impossible hope warred in his throat. He didn't think. He moved. He shoved his mattress aside, grabbed the ragged blanket, and without looking back, he lunged forward into the crack. It was like pushing through a curtain of warm honey. There was resistance, then a sudden, shocking give. He tumbled, not onto the hall carpet of number 4, Privet Drive, but onto damp, cold concrete. The light was gone. The crack had vanished. He was in an alleyway, the sky a deep, bruised purple above him. The air was cold and sharp in his lungs, full of smells he didn't know, exhaust fumes, rotting food from a bin, damp brick. Distant sounds of traffic. A dog barking. He was out. He pushed himself up on trembling arms, his heart hammering so hard he felt sick. He was wearing only his thin, threadbare pajamas. His feet were bare on the gritty concrete. He was freezing. He was lost. He was free. A wave of dizziness washed over him. He'd done that. The crack. The light. More freakishness. But this freakishness had saved him. He had to move. They'd find him missing. Vernon's rage would be a terrible thing. He stumbled to the end of the alley and peered out. It was a street of terraced houses, but not his street. Everything was wrong. The cars were different shapes. The street signs had unfamiliar names. Panic, cold and slick, started to climb his throat. He was 8. He had no money, no shoes, no idea where he was. He began to walk, keeping to the shadows, his bare feet flinching from every pebble and piece of glass. He walked for what felt like hours, the purple twilight deepening into night. Streetlights flickered on, creating lonely islands of orange light that felt more exposing than safe. The cold seeped into his bones. The initial burst of wild energy faded, leaving a trembling, hollow exhaustion. Hunger, his old companion, growled, but it was distant under the sharp, new fear. He turned a corner and saw a small, square building with wide, bright windows. Light and warmth poured from them, painting the pavement gold. A sign read, "Little Whinging Public Library." A library. He knew about libraries from school. They were quiet. They were warm. They had books, and books had worlds inside them you could disappear into. And maybe, just maybe, they had corners where a small, barefoot boy could hide until morning. He slipped inside, the blast of heated air so sudden it made him shudder. The place was quiet, almost empty. A stern-looking woman with glasses looked up from a desk, her eyes narrowing at his appearance. Harry ducked his head and scurried past her, into the welcoming maze of tall, crowded shelves. He found a dim corner in the nonfiction section, behind a large, dusty volume about marine biology. He pulled his thin blanket around his shoulders and curled into a ball, making himself as small as possible. The warmth was a physical pain as it seeped into his frozen skin. His eyes grew heavy. For the first time in his life, he was somewhere by his own choice. The thought was so strange it was almost frightening. His eyelids fluttered shut. "That's not actually a blanket, you know. It's a piece of felt from the primary school crafts cupboard. The weave is all wrong for thermal insulation." The voice was high, clear, and matter of fact. It came from right beside him. Harry jerked upright, his heart leaping into his throat. A girl was standing there. She had a bushy mane of brown hair that seemed to defy gravity, large front teeth, and eyes that were far too intelligent and observing for someone who looked about his age. She was dressed in neat, sensible clothes, a corduroy pinafore and a striped t-shirt. She was peering at his blanket with academic interest. "What?" Harry croaked, his voice rough from disuse and cold. "Your blanket. It's not a proper blanket. It's craft felt. It won't keep you warm. You're shivering." She stated it as a fact, not a criticism. Her eyes then took in the rest of him, his oversized, hole-ridden pajamas, his dirty feet, the bruise flowering on his cheekbone from where Vernon had backhanded him days ago. Her brow furrowed, not in pity, but in a sort of analytical confusion. "You're not dressed for the library. And you have no shoes. The pavement temperature is approximately 9 degrees Celsius. That's hypothermia risk." Harry could only stare, utterly disarmed. She spoke like a tiny, bossy scientist. "I'm Hermione Granger," she announced, as if this explained everything. She sat down cross-legged beside him without waiting for an invitation. She had a book already open on her lap. A beginner's guide to quantum physics. "Who are you? And why are you hiding here?" "Harry," he whispered. He almost said his last name, but stopped. Potter felt dangerous, like a secret that could be used against him. "Harry," she repeated, testing it. She nodded once, as if filing it in a mental cabinet. "You're running away." It wasn't a question. He nodded, looking down at his grimy toes. "From whom?" "My aunt and uncle." The words were ashes in his mouth. "Why?" He shrugged, a tight, miserable movement. "They don't want me." Hermione considered this. Her gaze was piercing. "That's illogical. Adults are required to care for children. It's a biological and social imperative. Unless you're a danger to them. Are you a danger, Harry?" The question was so absurd he almost laughed. A danger. He was a punchline. A scarecrow. A thing to be locked away. "No," he said, his voice barely audible. "I'm just, me." She studied him for another long moment. The stern librarian's voice echoed from the front. "Closing in 10 minutes. Panic, fresh and sharp, seized Harry. The warmth, the temporary safety, was about to be ripped away. He'd be back in the cold, the dark, the endless walking. Hermione saw it. She saw the way his whole body went rigid, the way his eyes darted towards the door like a trapped animal's. She closed her book with a decisive snap. "My parents are in the reference section," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "They're researching local planning applications. They'll be ages. If you have nowhere to go, you could wait with me. Then we could tell them you're lost. They're dentists. They're very responsible. They'll know what to do." It was an offer, but delivered like a logical solution to an equation. Lost child plus responsible adults equals problem solved. Harry looked at her. Her expression was earnest, determined, and completely lacking in the malice or fear he was used to. She wasn't offering out of kindness, he sensed. She was offering because it was the correct thing to do. And in Harry's world of wrongness, that was the most startling thing of all. Okay, he breathed. She gave a quick, satisfied nod and stood, holding out her hand. After a second's hesitation, Harry took it. Her hand was small and warm and firm. She pulled him up and led him through the shelves towards the reference section. They found a man and a woman with the same kind, intelligent faces as Hermione, bent over a large tome. "Mum, Dad," Hermione announced. "This is Harry. He's lost. And he's very cold. We have to help him." The Grangers looked up, their expressions shifting from scholarly focus to surprise, then to a dawning, horrified concern as they took in Harry's state. "Mrs. Granger's hand flew to her mouth. Mr. Granger stood up, his kind eyes soft. "Lost, you say?" Mr. Granger said, kneeling down to Harry's level. His voice was calm, like the library itself. "Where do you live, son?" Harry's throat closed. He couldn't say it. Saying, Privet Drive, would make this real, would connect this golden, terrifying chance back to the darkness. "I don't know," he whispered, the light tasting like chalk. Mr. and Mrs. Granger exchanged a look, a silent, adult conversation filled with worry. "Well," Mrs. Granger said, her voice warm but firm, recovering first. "We can't have you out on a night like this. You'll come home with us, and we'll sort this out properly in the morning. Start with a hot meal." How does that sound? A hot meal. The words were a spell. Harry felt his knees go weak. He nodded mutely. And so, holding Hermione's hand, Harry Potter walked out of the library, not into the cold dark, but into the back seat of a small, sensible car that smelled of mint and old paper. He watched the unfamiliar streets slide by, his mind a whirl of fear and disbelief. He had cracked the world open. He had fallen through. And on the other side, he hadn't found more darkness. He'd found a girl with a book on quantum physics, who had looked at him, a ragged, magical freak, and had seen a problem to be solved. As the car pulled into the driveway of a neat, ordinary house, as Mrs. Granger shepherded him inside towards a warmth that smelled of fabric softener and something baking, Harry knew one thing with absolute certainty. The door to the cupboard was closed. He would never, ever go back. Whatever lay ahead in this bright, strange, terrifying new world, it was his. And for the first time in 8 years, as he crossed the threshold into the Granger home, Harry Potter took a breath that didn't hurt. The silence in Harry's bedroom after Snape's departure was thick enough to bottle. It was a silence of spent shock, of looming, uncharted danger. Dumbledore stood by the window, looking out at the rain-washed garden, his fingers steepled. The air still prickled with the aftertaste of dark magic and Snape's disdain. Hermione was the first to move. She snatched up her notebook, her fingers flying over the pages where she'd transcribed the runic sequence from Harry's dream. "We need to deconstruct it," she said, her voice a tight wire of concentration. "Identify the core components of the insulation protocol. The structural runes, the binding agents, the ignition trigger." Dumbledore turned from the window. "An apt term, Miss Granger. For what Harry proposes is indeed an ignition." He moved to the bed and sat on the edge, his bright eyes fixed on Harry. "The formula, as Severus correctly noted, is designed for a mind capable of achieving a Zen-like nullity. A void. Your mind, Harry, is a contrary thing. It is a place of storms and sudden sunlights. To force it into a void would be to break it." Harry nodded, his throat dry. He understood that now. "But a firewall," Dumbledore continued, a spark of that old, familiar twinkle in his eyes. "A firewall is not a void. It is a controlled blaze. It consumes what is harmful and allows what is necessary to pass. It requires fuel, air, and a spark. The book's formula provides the architecture, the shape of the firewall. Your magic, your particular, emotional, luminous magic, would provide the fuel and the spark. But how do we do that?" Harry asked. The theory was one thing. The reality was a minefield inside his own head. "We begin by understanding the architecture," Hermione said, already drawing diagrams in her notebook. "These 3 runes here, they're for containment, a psychic lattice. These here are for filtration, allowing the healthy neural processes through, blocking foreign parasitic signals. And this," she pointed to the final, complex sigil. "This is the activation keystone. In the original, it's a pressure plate that requires the weight of nothingness. We need to replace it with a switch. A switch you can throw with a specific, powerful emotion. Not just any emotion, Dumbledore cautioned. It must be consistent, reliable, a foundational pillar of your psyche. The book preyed on fear and curiosity. We must build with something sturdier. Harry thought. Fear was easy. Anger was close. But they were wild, chaotic. They weren't foundations. What did he have that was solid? The hot, protective fury that had birthed the golden fire. That was powerful, but it was a wildfire. It couldn't be a constant flame. He thought of his mental fortress. What was at its heart? Not the fear, not the watchtower. It was the chair by the fire. The feeling of safety, of being safe. But that was a feeling gifted to him by the Grangers. It was new, fragile. Could he build a forever fire on something so new? What about the need to protect it? He said slowly. Not the anger. The wanting to keep it safe. That's what made the fire before. I wasn't just angry at the Dementor. I wanted to protect Hermione. This house. The feeling of being here. Dumbledore's gaze softened. Love, Harry. In its most active, defensive form. Not a passive feeling, but a verb. A shield-making, fire-lighting verb. That is a magic Voldemort has never understood, and a force the Cognitorsus, a creature of sterile knowledge, would find anathema. Yes, that could be a foundation. Hermione was scribbling furiously. So we keep the latticework, the filtration runes. We replace the void trigger with a conduit for that specific emotional energy. Harry would have to, in the moment of casting, focus not on emptiness, but on the precise, powerful feeling of protective love. Channel it through the runic structure to activate and sustain the firewall. She looked up, her eyes wide. It's never been done. There's no record of emotional magic being used for sustained, complex psychic engineering. Then we shall write the record, Dumbledore said simply. But we must proceed with extreme caution. We are not just carving a new path, we are doing so within the most delicate landscape imaginable, Harry's own consciousness. A single misaligned rune, a moment of doubt or corrupted emotion, could cause a backlash that would make the Dementor's kiss seem gentle. He stood. We will not attempt this today. Or tomorrow. You will both study the runic lattice until you can draw it in your sleep. Hermione, you will research emotional focusing techniques, meditative practices from both Muggle and magical traditions. Harry, you will practice. Not the firewall, but the emotion itself. You must learn to summon that specific, protective love at will, to a crystal clarity. You must be able to hold it, steady as a candle flame in a still room, for as long as the firewall needs to be erected. It sounded impossible, but it was a path. A weapon he could forge himself. The following days were a strange, intense inversion of their earlier training. Instead of suppressing his magic, Harry was now encouraged to dive into his feelings. He sat in the garden, eyes closed, and tried to call up the sensation of wanting to protect. It was slippery. Trying to make himself feel it often led to frustration, which was its opposite. Hermione, ever the researcher, found a technique in a book on Eastern magical philosophy, The Heart's Hearth, Tending the Inner Flame. It spoke of nurturing a memory of connection, of feeding it with gratitude, until it became a readily accessible source of warmth. Harry's memory wasn't of his parents. It was too distant, too tinged with loss. His memory was recent. The moment in the library when Hermione had taken his hand. The taste of the stew that first night. The feel of his own wand, chosen and waiting. He gathered these moments like kindling. He focused on them, not with longing, but with a fierce, present tense gratitude. This is mine. This is good. I will keep it safe. Slowly, he found a switch inside. It wasn't a burst of fire. It was a pilot light. A small, steady, blue-gold flame of certainty that he could find in his chest if he reached for it. Meanwhile, Hermione mastered the runic lattice. She drew it on parchment, carved it in clay, traced it in the air with her wand. She understood its principles like a master architect. She and Dumbledore, during his brief visits, debated alternatives for the keystone rune. They settled on a modified version of the ancient hieroglyph for heart, combined with the alchemical symbol for fortress. A week after the book's removal, Dumbledore declared it was time for a dry run. We will not attempt the full integration, he said. They were in the living room, the curtains drawn. We will practice constructing the lattice within your mindscape, Harry, and you will attempt to power a single, non-critical section of it with your flame. A test of the connection. Harry sat on the floor, his back straight. Hermione sat opposite him, her notebook open, her expression one of intense support. Dumbledore stood watch, his wand held loosely but ready. Close your eyes, Dumbledore instructed. Enter your fortress. Then, begin to inscribe the first rune of the lattice on the interior of your forehead, in your mind's eye. Use your will as the chisel. Harry descended into himself. The stone room was calm, the fire steady. He imagined lifting a finger of pure thought. He began to trace the first rune, a complex, interlocking pattern of curves and angles. It was mentally exhausting, like solving an advanced equation in his head while balancing on a tightrope. The rune hovered, shimmering with a faint, silver light, insubstantial. Now, Dumbledore's voice was a distant guide. Find your flame, the protective certainty. Do not throw it at the rune. Breathe it onto the rune. Let the rune be a mold, and your feeling be the molten gold that fills it. Harry reached for the pilot light in his chest. The warm, blue gold certainty. He focused on Hermione, sitting across from him in the real world, her belief in him a tangible force. He focused on the house around them, his sanctuary. He gathered the feeling and, as gently as blowing on an ember, directed it towards the shimmering, silver rune in his mind. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The rune ignited, not with silver, but with a deep, vibrant, living gold. It blazed with warmth and stability, sinking into the fabric of his mental fortress wall, becoming part of it. It felt right, strong, a part of him. Excellent, Dumbledore murmured, a note of genuine awe in his voice. A perfect fusion. Now, let it fade. Gently. Withdraw the fuel. Harry pulled his conscious attention away from the rune, letting the focused emotion dissipate. The golden light dimmed, but the rune remained, etched into his mental wall in a shade of permanent, warm ochre. It was no longer an inscription. It was a scar of light, a part of his mind's architecture. He opened his eyes. He was trembling, drenched in a light sweat, but he felt a wild exultation. He had done it. He had ridden light into the dark places of his own soul. Hermione was beaming, her eyes shiny. The psychic resonance in the room spiked and then stabilized at a higher baseline. It worked, Harry. It worked. Dumbledore was looking at him with an expression Harry couldn't quite decipher, pride, yes, but also a deep, solemn sadness. You have taken the first step on a path no wizard has walked. You are not just learning magic, Harry. You are learning to become a new kind of wizard. Remember this feeling. This is the taste of creation. Of defense born from love, not fear. The dry runs continued over the next fortnight. Harry learned to inscribe more of the lattice, powering each rune with his focused emotion. His mental fortress began to glow from within, its stones traced with delicate, golden filigree. It felt safer, warmer, more his than ever before. The cold, watching presence of the scar felt more distant, pushed back by the new light. Finally, Dumbledore deemed him ready for the full, temporary erection of the firewall. Not a permanent integration, that would be the work of years, but a sustained shield he could raise for a short period. The purpose today is not to seal the connection forever, Dumbledore explained. It was a bright, cold morning. It is to prove you can hold the structure. To give you a taste of true mental safety. You will raise the firewall and hold it for 1 minute. Then you will dismantle it. Hermione and I will be monitoring you for any signs of instability. Harry nodded, his mouth dry. This was it. He sat in the center of the living room rug. Hermione sat before him, her wand out, prepared to cast diagnostic charms. Dumbledore stood behind her, a silent sentinel. Harry closed his eyes and plunged inward. His fortress welcomed him, thrumming with latent golden energy. He began his work. With the practiced ease of a scribe, he started inscribing the full lattice, rune by rune, across the vast interior dome of his mental space. Each inscription was an effort, a focusing of will. As each rune was carved in silver thought light, he breathed his blue-gold flame onto it, waking it, filling it, making it part of the living structure. It was the most demanding thing he had ever done. Sweat beaded on his physical brow. His hands clenched in his lap. The world outside ceased to exist. There was only the growing, humming, golden lattice, a vast, beautiful, impossible cathedral of light being built inside his mind. Finally, the last rune was placed. The lattice was complete, a breathtaking, three-dimensional web of glowing gold. It pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Now, the keystone. The modified heart fortress symbol. He inscribed it at the central convergence point of all the lattice strands. It hovered, waiting. He gathered his emotion. Not a spark, but the whole hearth. He thought of Hermione's hand in the library. Of Mrs. Granger's stew. Of his wand. Of the word, family. Spoken without a sneer. He gathered the fierce, desperate, grateful wanting to keep it all safe. He forged it into a single, pure, white gold point of intent. He breathed it onto the keystone. The world inside his head sang. The keystone blazed like a sun. The light shot through every rune in the lattice, connecting them in a blinding, harmonious flash. Then the light settled, but did not dim. It solidified. The lattice was no longer just light. It was a barrier of solidified will, a dome of golden energy encasing his core consciousness. The constant, whispery static of the Horcrux connection vanished. Completely. For the first time since he could remember, his mind was utterly, perfectly quiet. His own. The silence was a roar of peace. He held it. He held the entire, vast, glowing structure stable with his will and his emotion. He was the architect in the furnace. Seconds ticked by in the profound, golden silence. 30 seconds. He felt a strain, a trembling in the mental muscles he didn't know he had. 45 seconds. The golden light began to flicker at the edges. The emotion was hard to sustain at this intensity. It was like trying to hold a massive weight perfectly still. 50 seconds. A trickle of fear, not from the scar, but from his own exhaustion. What if he couldn't let it go safely? What if it collapsed? 55. The lattice groaned in his mind, a sound of psychic stress. Now, Harry, Dumbledore's voice, calm and firm, pierced the golden dome from the outside world. Gently. Reverse the flow. Let the light return to the runes. Let the runes fade to silver. Let the structure dissolve back into potential. With a monumental effort of will, Harry began the deconstruction. He pulled the white gold intent back from the keystone. The light retracted, strand by strand, rune by rune, flowing back into the central point and then dissipating. The solid barrier became light, then outline, then memory. The golden filigree on his fortress walls remained, glowing softly, but the overwhelming structure was gone. The whisper of the scar returned, a distant, cold murmur. But it felt different, weaker, fainter. He had proven it could be silenced. He opened his eyes. He was lying on his back on the rug, utterly spent, gasping for air as if he'd run a marathon. Every muscle ached. His head pounded. Hermione was kneeling over him, her diagnostic charms casting a green glow over his face. Vital signs are elevated but stabilizing. Magical core depletion at 40%. No psychic fractures. No feedback echoes. She let out a shuddering breath. It worked, Harry. You did it. Dumbledore helped him to sit up. The old wizard's hand on his shoulder was firm. You have done something extraordinary. You have built a shield within your soul. It is not yet permanent, but it is possible. This changes everything. Harry, too exhausted for words, just leaned into the support. He had built a firewall of love inside his mind. He had held back the darkness, not with a violent explosion, but with a sustained, creative act of will. But as the fatigue washed over him, a new, tiny fear whispered from the deepest, most honest part of himself. The firewall was powered by his love for this new life, for the Grangers, for Hermione. What if he lost them? What would fuel the fire then? The thought was a chill deeper than any Dementor's touch, and he hid it away, ashamed, as Mrs. Granger brought in a tray of tea and fuss, his external sanctuary tending to the architect who had just proven he could, for one perfect minute, be his own. The success of the firewall left Harry in a state of profound exhaustion and strange, quiet triumph. For 2 days, he moved through the Granger house like a ghost who had seen the sun. The golden filigree that now glowed on the walls of his mental fortress was a constant, warm presence in the back of his awareness, a tattoo of light on his soul. The scar's whisper was softer, pushed to the farthest edge of his consciousness. But the cost was etched in the deep weariness of his bones. Madame Pomfrey was summoned again. She clucked over his magical core depletion and psychic strain, prescribing more potions and absolute rest. No magic. No mental exercises. Just sleep, food, and quiet. Harry didn't mind the rest. His body felt like it had been stretched on a rack. His mind, though quieter, felt fragile, like fine glass that had been heated and cooled too quickly. The memory of that minute of perfect, golden silence was intoxicating, but the memory of the strain that followed was a sobering counterweight. Hermione, ever practical, shifted her focus. With the immediate threat of the book gone and Harry's first major defensive milestone reached, she turned her formidable intellect to a new subject, the world they were now a part of. She sent the owl to Hogwarts with a request, and a few days later, a package arrived containing several introductory books: A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, and The Rise and Fall of Dark Arts, an abridged edition for younger readers. She began to read them aloud to Harry as he lay on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. It was a revelation. History was no longer dry dates from school, it was a secret, thrilling narrative running parallel to everything he'd known. The International Statute of Secrecy of 1692. The Goblin Rebellions. The founding of Hogwarts. It was a story of a people in hiding, of wonders and dangers existing just beyond the sight of ordinary humans. But with the wonder came darker shadows. The abridged history touched on the rise of he who must not be named. It spoke of a reign of terror, of disappearances, of a climate of fear that gripped the wizarding world. It mentioned the Order of the Phoenix, a secret society led by Albus Dumbledore that fought back. And it ended, abruptly, with the downfall of the Dark Lord at the hands of a baby, Harry Potter. Hearing it laid out in a textbook was surreal. He was a footnote in a history book. A miraculous, unexplained footnote. It says his power broke, Hermione read, her finger tracing the line. But it doesn't say how. Just that he tried to kill you and failed. She looked at Harry. They don't know about the love protection. Dumbledore must have kept that secret. Or they didn't believe it, Harry said quietly. He thought of the cold, logical voice of the cognatorsus. A clumsy signature. To a being of pure knowledge, a mother's love might seem an illogical, messy, impossible defense. To many wizards, it probably did too. As his strength returned, so did the mundane rhythms of life. Professor McGonagall resumed their lessons, her demeanor even sterner than before, as if the brush with the sentient book had confirmed all her worst fears about precocious children meddling with advanced magic. They returned to fundamentals: transfiguration theory, the proper wrist movement for a switching spell, the careful pronunciation of herbalism terms. Harry applied himself, but a part of him was restless. The firewall experiment had shown him a glimpse of a different kind of power, deep, internal, and fiercely personal. Turning a matchstick into a needle felt trivial in comparison. One afternoon, about a week after the firewall test, he was in the garden practicing reparo on a collection of broken flower pots Hermione had sourced. His magic, once so eager and bright, felt muted. Careful. He could repair the pots, but the joins were visible, weak. He was holding back, instinctively, afraid of the depletion, of the strain, of drawing attention. Frustrated, he set his wand down. He looked at his hands. They were just hands. Small, with faint scars on the knuckles from years of rough work at the Dursleys. He thought of the golden fire that had destroyed the Dementor. That had come from these hands. From him. Not from a wand, or a word, but from a feeling so huge it had needed to become light. He missed that certainty. The firewall had been built with a controlled, focused version of that feeling. But it was a structure, a defense. The fire had been an attack. A declaration. It's not working, he said to Hermione, who was reading under the apple tree. She looked up. The charm. Your technique is fine. You're just not applying enough consistent will. You're hesitating. It's not that. It's all of it. He gestured vaguely with his wand. This feels small. After what we did, this feels like painting by numbers. Hermione closed her book. Harry, what we did was incredibly dangerous and advanced. You can't live at that pitch. Magic is a discipline. Most of it is painting by numbers, until you understand the principles so deeply you can create your own art. You're skipping steps. I don't have time for steps. The words burst out of him, surprising them both. He took a breath, lowering his voice. The Dementor wasn't a step. The thing in my head isn't a step. They're cliffs. And I need to know how to fly, not how to climb slowly. Hermione studied him, her expression softening from academic frustration to understanding. You're scared. Of course I'm scared, he whispered fiercely. The firewall worked for a minute, Hermione. 1 minute. And it took everything I had. What happens when something comes that needs an hour? A day? What happens if the Horcrux, he forced the word out, wakes up more? What do I do then? Fix a flower pot. She was silent for a long moment. Then we keep learning, she said finally. Not just the steps. The principles behind them. Why does reparo work? What is the magic actually doing? If we understand that, maybe you can apply the principle in a bigger way. With your kind of magic. It was a compromise. A bridge between her logical world and his emotional one. He nodded, the tight knot in his chest loosening slightly. That night, the dream came. It started not in his fortress, but in the endless, dark library of the Cognitorses. He was walking down an aisle, the smell of dust and despair thick in the air. On a pedestal lay the book, open. The page showed not runes, but a moving picture. It was a memory, his memory. He saw himself, small and thin, being shoved into the cupboard under the stairs. He saw the lock click. He felt the crushing loneliness, the fear that was so much a part of him he'd forgotten it was there. The parchment-colored eye materialized above the book. You build your walls with borrowed warmth, little architect, the dry voice sighed. What happens when the hearth grows cold? When the protectors turn away? The love of others is a flame that can be snuffed. The love of a mother, that is a sun. And your sun set long ago. The image in the book changed. It showed the Grangers. But they were different. Their faces were blurred, turned away from him. They were walking out of the front door, suitcases in hand, without a backward glance. The house was empty, silent, cold. A panic, deeper and more primal than any fear of monsters, seized Harry. It wasn't just a fear of abandonment. It was the fear that the Cognitorsus was right. That his newfound strength, his golden fire, his firewall, was built on sand. On someone else's kindness. And kindness could be taken away. Your magic is a parasite, the voice whispered, relentless. It feeds on connection. Sever the connection, and it will starve. The cold one's mark will be all that is left. You will be a hollow thing, echoing with his laughter. No, Harry muttered in the dream. You know it is true. Look at your core. The gold is already fading. In the dream, Harry looked down at his own chest. He saw a shimmering, golden light within, his magical core. But as he watched, tendrils of darkness, thin as cracks, began to spiderweb through the gold, leaching the color, turning it pale and sickly. He woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed. His heart hammered against his ribs. The room was dark, familiar. He was in the Grangers' house. He was safe. But the dream's message clung to him, cold and sticky. He focused inward, on his mental fortress. The golden filigree was there, glowing softly. But was it as bright as before? Or was it just the memory of the brightness? A chill that had nothing to do with the room seeped into him. Was the Cognitorsus still affecting him, even from its prison? Or was it simply voicing his own deepest, most secret fear, the fear that had whispered to him the moment he'd first felt the firewall's strain? The fear that he was, at his heart, still the unlovable boy from the cupboard, and everything here was a temporary loan. He didn't go back to sleep. He lay there until dawn, watching the gray light seep around the curtains, arguing with the ghost of a book in his mind. At breakfast, he was quiet. Hermione noticed immediately. You didn't sleep. Bad dream, he said shortly, pushing his eggs around his plate. She didn't push. But later, when they were alone, she said, was it about the connection? Sort of. He couldn't bring himself to tell her the specifics. To give voice to the fear that she, might leave. It felt like a betrayal. The mind is vulnerable after trauma, she said, sounding like she was quoting a textbook. And after intense psychic exertion. It's normal for doubts to surface. But they're just doubts, Harry. They're not truth. He wanted to believe her. But the fading gold in his dream felt more real than her words. The next few days were a struggle. His magic felt sluggish, resistant. His attempts at spells were lackluster. Even his Lumos was a wan, pathetic thing. He could feel himself pulling back, not just from his magic, but from everything. He smiled less. He spent more time alone in his room, not reading, just staring at the wall, tending the flickering pilot light in his chest, terrified it would go out. Hermione watched him with growing concern. She tried to engage him with new research, with planning their next occlumency session. He went through the motions. He was pulling away, building a different kind of wall. Not of golden light, but of quiet withdrawal. A preemptive defense against the loss he was now convinced was inevitable. The brilliant, hard-won gold of his victory was fading, not under assault from outside, but from a slow, internal poison of doubt. The fortress stood, but the architect within was beginning to believe his own creation was made of mist, and that the first real storm would blow it all away. The quiet withdrawal became a wall Harry could feel. It wasn't the active, angry silence of the cupboard, where every sound might bring punishment. This was a dense, woolly muffling of himself. He performed chores, answered questions, even managed a pale imitation of a smile for Mrs. Granger. But inside, he was retreating to a smaller, darker room within the Golden Fortress, a room the filigree light didn't quite reach. His magic mirrored the retreat. It was there, but it felt hesitant, apologetic. His lumos was a dim, butter-yellow smudge. His protega barely ruffled the air. He practiced the wrist movements, recited the incantations, but his heart wasn't in it. The dream's accusation was a tape on a loop in his mind. Borrowed warmth, fading gold. Hermione fought the wall with everything she had. She tried logic first. Magical fluctuation is normal post-exertion. It's documented. Your core is in a recovery phase, it's not a reflection of your worth. She tried distraction. Look at this new transfiguration theory. If we combine the principle of sympathetic vibration with, she tried bluntness. Harry, you're sulking. And it's illogical. Nothing has changed. Everything had changed. He had seen the cliff edge under his feet. Professor McGonagall noticed the regression at their next lesson. She watched him fail 3 times to transfigure a button into a beetle. It kept turning into a soggy piece of bark. Her lips thinned. Your will is elsewhere, Potter. Magic requires presence. Where is yours? He couldn't answer. His presence was busy watching the Grangers for signs of cooling kindness, monitoring the glow of his own magic for signs of dimming. It was exhausting. The breaking point came on a Thursday. It was raining, a steady, gray drizzle that matched Harry's mood. He was in his room, ostensibly reading magical theory, but the words swam meaninglessly. He was thinking about the Dursleys. Not with active fear, but with a grim, new understanding. They had seen something in him, the freakishness, the unlovable core, and they had been right. The Grangers were kind, but they were good people. They took in stray cats and donated to charity. He was just a more complicated stray. Eventually, even good people got tired. A small, hot spark of anger flared, unexpected. Not at the Grangers, but at himself. For hoping. For daring to think the cupboard was behind him. The spark touched the cold, passive magic within him. A book on his desk, a heavy dictionary, gave a sudden, violent shudder and fell to the floor with a loud thump. Mrs. Granger called up the stairs. Everything all right, Harry? Fine. He called back, his voice too bright. Dropped a book. He stared at the dictionary on the floor. That tiny loss of control, that little surge of bitter magic, felt like a failure. It was the old, wild, frightened magic of Privet Drive. The magic that got him locked up. He was going backwards. He couldn't stand it. He needed air, even wet air. He slipped downstairs and out the back door into the drizzle, not bothering with a coat. The garden was a watercolor of grays and greens. The tarp still covered the Dementor-scorched earth, a dark, ugly rectangle. He stood under the apple tree, the rain dripping from the leaves onto his hair, and faced it. This was the proof. He brought darkness. He attracted monsters. He was a problem to be solved, a danger to be contained. The thought was a vast, heavy wave, ready to pull him under. He felt the pilot light in his chest gutter, threatened by the damp misery inside and out. You're getting soaked. Hermione stood in the doorway, holding an umbrella. She stepped out, holding it over both of them. She didn't ask why he was out there. She just stood beside him, looking at the tarp-covered scar. I had a dream, Harry said, the words torn out of him by the weight of the silence. The book. It said my magic feeds on connection. On borrowed warmth. That if everyone left, it would starve. And the only thing left would be the thing in my scar. He couldn't look at her. And I think it might be right. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. The rain pattered on the umbrella. So you're giving up, she said, not as a question, but a flat statement. I'm not giving up. I'm being realistic. No, you're being a coward. He turned to her, shocked. Her face was pale, but her eyes were blazing. You're scared of being hurt, so you're trying to feel nothing. You're trying to make yourself small and quiet and unmagical so that if we do leave, which we won't, it won't matter as much. You're pre-abandoning us. And yourself. Her voice trembled, but not with fear. With fury. That book was a liar, Harry. It deals in half-truths to make you doubt. Yes, your magic is tied to emotion. All magic is, on some level. But it's not parasitic. It's symbiotic. It's a part of you. That golden fire. That was you. Not my mum's stew, or my dad's kindness, or even my friendship. Those things were the kindling. But the fire itself, that came from Harry Potter. No one else. She grabbed his wrist, her grip surprisingly strong. You want proof? Fine. She dropped the umbrella. The rain instantly soaked her bushy hair, plastering it to her head. She pulled him out from under the tree, into the open rain, right to the edge of the blackened, tarp-covered scar. The Dementor came for your happiness. For your joy, for your love. But it didn't come for the love we give you. It came for the love you have. Inside you. The love you feel for your parents' memory, even though you can't remember them. The love you felt for that snake's freedom. The love that made you step in front of me. She was shouting now over the rain. That's yours. You built it. You carry it. It's not borrowed. It's earned. By surviving. By staying kind in a cupboard. By trusting a strange girl in a library. Tears were mixing with the rain on her face. So stop waiting for us to take it away. And stop pretending your magic is some weak, needy thing. It's the strongest, most stubborn part of you. It's the part that cracked the world open to get out of that cupboard. Now act like it. She shoved him, not hard, but enough to make him take a step back onto the normal, wet grass. Then she turned and marched back towards the house, leaving him standing alone in the downpour, the umbrella lying discarded on the ground. Her words were a thunderclap in his soul. They didn't immediately dispel the fear. But they cracked the shell of it. Pre-abandoning. Was that what he was doing? Making the Grangers leave in his mind so the real thing wouldn't hurt. He looked down at his hands, rain streaming over them. He thought of the crack of golden light in the cupboard door. He hadn't been thinking of the Grangers then. He hadn't even known them. He'd been thinking of freedom, of a life that wasn't pain. That want had been entirely, utterly his. The pilot light in his chest didn't roar to life. But it flickered, stubbornly, against the damp gloom she had named. He walked back into the house, dripping. Hermione was in the kitchen, making tea with fierce, precise movements, her back to him. Mrs. Granger started to say something about towels, but took one look at their faces and silently handed Harry one instead. He didn't know how to fix it. How to rebuild the bridge he'd been quietly dismantling. So he did the only thing he could think of. He went to the suitcase, opened it, and took out his wand. The holly was cool and familiar in his hand. He didn't go to the garden. He stood in the middle of the living room, the rain streaking the windows. He closed his eyes, not to retreat into the fortress. To look for the source. He ignored the golden filigree, the chair by the fire, the watchtower. He went deeper, past the architecture, to the bedrock. What was there, before the Grangers? Before the magic? There was the cupboard's dark. The Dursleys, contempt. The loneliness. But there was also, a will. A silent, screaming no that had lived in his bones since before he could remember. A refusal to disappear. A refusal to let them win. That was his. Unborrowed. Unbreakable. It wasn't love, not as he understood it. It was something more primitive. A demand to exist. He held his wand. He didn't think of light, or shields, or warmth. He thought of that word. No. He thought of it not as a rejection, but as a claim. I am. He didn't say Lumos. He simply pointed his wand at the rain-blurred window and let the word fill him. I am. The magic that answered was not golden fire. It was not the warm, buttery light of contentment. It was a clear, sharp, silver-white light that burst from his wand tip with a sound like a struck bell. It cut through the gray afternoon gloom of the room, clean and cold and fiercely bright. It illuminated every detail, the weave of the sofa fabric, the dust motes in the air, the stunned expression on Hermione's face as she turned from the kitchen doorway. It was a light that asked for nothing. It was a light that simply was. He held it. It didn't flicker. It didn't strain him. It felt like drawing a breath after being underwater. It was his. His alone. After a long moment, he lowered his wand. The silver light vanished, leaving the room feeling ordinary again, but somehow more real. Hermione was staring at him, a teacup forgotten in her hand. Her anger was gone, replaced by a look of awe. See, she said, her voice soft. You don't need our hearth, Harry. You carry your own flint. He looked at the wand in his hand, then at her. The wall inside him was still there, but it had a door in it now. And he was on the right side. "I'm sorry," he said. It wasn't enough, but it was a start. She nodded once, a sharp, accepting motion. "Just don't do it again. It's a waste of time we could be using to study." A faint, real smile touched Harry's lips for the first time in days. The gold in his fortress might have dimmed, but he had found a new kind of light. A colder, harder, more certain light. A light that belonged to the boy from the cupboard, to the survivor. It wasn't as pretty, but it was unborrowed. And for now, that was the strongest magic of all. The silver light had been a revelation, but in the days that followed, it proved as elusive as a dream upon waking. Harry stood in the living room, wand raised, trying to summon it again. He focused on the bedrock feeling, the defiant I am. But the magic that answered was inconsistent, sometimes a flicker of silver, more often the familiar, warmer gold, and sometimes just a frustrated sputter of sparks. It was maddening. He'd touched something fundamental, a vein of pure self, but he couldn't mine it at will. "It's a new magical signature," Hermione theorized, her nose buried in a book on metaphysical arcanometry she'd convinced McGonagall to lend her. "Your core has always produced the gold, the emotional, connective magic. The silver is something else. A purer expression of will, maybe. But it's underdeveloped. It's like you've discovered you have a second heart, but you don't know how to make it beat on command." Harry sighed, lowering his wand. "So how do I practice a feeling I can't always feel?" "You don't practice the feeling. You practice the state," said a new, dry voice from the fireplace. They turned. Professor McGonagall stood in the hearth, brushing soot from her robes. Her arrival was unscheduled. Her face was grave. "Professor," Hermione said, snapping the book shut. "We were just. I am aware of your recent experimentation," McGonagall said, her eyes sharp on Harry. "Professor Dumbledore informed me of your breakthrough. And of its instability. He believes, and I concur, that it is time for more structured guidance. You are attempting advanced magical differentiation without a foundation in elemental theory." "Elemental theory?" Harry asked. "All magic has a flavor, Potter. An affinity. Most wizards have a dominant one, often subconsciously expressed. Your gold fire suggests a strong affinity for what old texts call heart magic, magic of connection, emotion. Protection. This new silver light, that is different. It is cooler, more intellectual, more severe. It aligns closer to will magic, or self-magic. To wield both, consciously, is rare and requires immense discipline. You are currently a hazard to yourself and the wallpaper." She gestured to a faint, new scorch mark on the ceiling from one of Harry's earlier, uncontrolled silver attempts. "So what do we do?" Hermione asked, ever practical. "We begin at the beginning. We identify and isolate the affinities." McGonagall drew her wand. "The standard test is simple. Vestigium Revelio." She flicked her wand at Harry. A stream of shimmering, multicolored mist erupted from the tip and swirled around him. At first, it was a chaotic blend, but quickly, it began to separate. The majority coalesced into a warm, pulsing cloud of deep gold, streaked with occasional ruby reds and emerald greens, the colors of powerful emotion. But weaving through it, like threads of mercury, were distinct strands of bright, clear silver and cool, glacial blue. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. As suspected, a powerful primary affinity for heart. But a significant, and unusually pure, secondary affinity for will. The blue is interesting, a touch of intellectual clarity, perhaps influenced by your company. She glanced at Hermione. The test is not absolute, but it gives us a map. Your task now, Potter, is not to force the silver, but to learn to tell the two apart within yourself. To know which well you are drawing from. The lesson that followed was the most subtle Harry had ever experienced. It wasn't about wand movements or incantations. It was about internal awareness. McGonagall had him perform simple charms, Lumos, Wingardium Leviosa, but to focus not on the effect, but on the source of the magic as it left him. "Where in your mind does the impulse begin?" she asked, pacing around him as he levitated a feather. "Is it a warm surge from the center of your chest? That is the gold. Is it a sharp, clear command from behind your eyes? That is the silver. Identify it. Name it to yourself." It was painstaking work. Harry felt foolish, hovering a feather and muttering, "warm chest," or "cool head," under his breath. But slowly, he began to perceive the difference. The gold magic felt like a wave, rising and falling with his breath. The silver felt like a laser, a beam of pure intention. Hermione, fascinated, insisted on taking the test herself. Her mist was a storm of brilliant silver and blue, with only the faintest hints of gold. A dominant will and intellect affinity, McGonagall said, sounding unsurprised. Your magic is logic given form, Miss Granger. Powerful, precise, and often lacking in flexibility. Over the next week, their training split. Hermione worked on introducing flexibility, trying to infuse her precise spells with a modicum of emotional intent, to make her lumos warmer, her levitation smoother. Harry worked on control and separation, learning to cast a pure silver lumos, a cold, clinical light good for reading fine print but terrible for ambiance, and a pure gold one so warm it made people feel slightly sleepy. The real challenge, McGonagall assigned next, was switching midstream. To cast a gold shield, then, without lowering his wand, shift to casting a silver lumos. It required a mental gear change Harry's brain wasn't wired for. He'd try to summon the silver clarity and get a burst of golden frustration. He'd aim for warm protection and get a spike of cold defiance. Your psyche is a tangled skein, Potter, McGonagall said, not unkindly, after he accidentally turned a practice button into a small, angry hedgehog, a bizarre mix of transfigurative will and emotional agitation. Years of suppression have knotted the two strands together. Unraveling them will be the work of years. But you must begin. For the firewall you wish to build permanently cannot be made of conflicted magic. Its foundation must be pure. The homework was introspection. Harry was to keep a journal, not of spells, but of emotions and magical impulses. When he felt a surge of magic outside of practice, when a glass trembled because he was angry, or a flickering light steadied because Hermione laughed, he was to note what he felt, and guess the affinity. It was during this period of intense self-observation that the connection in his scar twitched again. It wasn't a vision. It wasn't words. It was a sensation. A wave of cold, triumphant satisfaction so profound it felt like a physical chill down his spine. It came late at night, as he was writing in his journal about the silver thread he'd finally managed to isolate during that day's practice. The chill was followed by a fleeting, blurred image, a dark, hooded figure kneeling in a stone room, and a glint of silver on stone that felt important, terrible. The connection snapped shut as quickly as it opened. But the aftertaste of that satisfaction lingered, vile and frightening. Voldemort was happy. Something had pleased him deeply. Harry sat bolt upright in bed, his scar throbbing with a dull, icy ache. He didn't wake Hermione. He climbed out of bed and went to the window, looking out at the quiet street. What had happened? What silver thing on stone had made the monster in his head so glad? He thought of his own silver magic. Was there a connection? No, that was absurd. His magic was his, wasn't it? The doubt, the old fear, tried to creep back. He felt the two strands within him, the gold and the silver, and for a terrifying moment, he wondered if the silver was the wrong one. If it was cold, like he was cold. If in reaching for his core of defiance, he was touching something darker, closer to the satisfaction of a cruel, victorious mind. He went to his desk and opened his journal. Under today's entry, he wrote a new line, his hand unsteady. The silver thread is mine. It is not his. It is not his. It is not his. He wrote it until the words lost meaning, a spell against the invading chill. He would not let the shadow in his scar poison this too. This hard-won, self-owned light was his defense, not his corruption. But as he finally returned to bed, the question hung in the dark, unanswered, what had made Voldemort so happy? And what silver, gleaming in some distant dark, was its cause? The enemy was moving, and Harry, still struggling to sort his own magic into separate drawers, felt the world outside his little sanctuary of study lurch forward on a darker path. His silver thread was a lifeline to himself. But out there, another kind of silver was being polished, and its purpose was nothing but ruin. The race was no longer just about understanding his magic. It was about understanding what was coming, before the satisfaction in his scar turned to triumph, and the cold became a winter that froze everything, even his newfound, defiant light. The chill of Voldemort's satisfaction lingered for days, a smear of psychic grease on the window of Harry's mind. He tried to bury himself in McGonagall's exercises, the separation of gold from silver, the meticulous journaling, but his focus was fractured. Every time he grasped for the clear, cold thread of his will magic, he felt the echo of that other, colder joy, and his hand would falter. His silver lumos now often flickered with a sickly gray-green tinge before he could steady it. His control was regressing. "You are fighting yourself, Potter," McGonagall observed during their next lesson, watching his wand hand tremble as he tried to sustain a pure silver shield. The disk of light wavered, opacity shifting like troubled water. "The affinity is there. The power is there. But you are afraid of it." "I'm not afraid," Harry insisted, but the shield sputtered out with a sound like a sigh. "Aren't you?" she asked, her voice uncharacteristically quiet. "You discovered a part of your magic that feels separate from the love and warmth of your new life. A part that is singular, defiant, and cold. And now you have felt a cold, singular mind touch yours. The coincidence frightens you. You worry they are the same." Harry looked away, his cheeks burning. She had seen right through the journal, through his clenched jaw, to the heart of the rot. "They are not the same," McGonagall stated, her tone brooking no argument. "Voldemort's will is a perversion. It is will devoid of empathy, turned entirely outward to dominate and destroy. What you are touching is self-possession. The will to be, not to erase others. The difference is everything. But you must believe it. Or your silver will always be tarnished by doubt." Believing it was the problem. How could he trust anything that came from inside him? The Dursleys had taught him that everything about him was wrong. The golden magic, tied to the Grangers, felt safer because it was connected to them, to people who were good. The silver magic was just him. The boy from the cupboard. What if the cupboard had twisted something in him after all? Hermione tried a different tack. "Let's research it. If it's a known affinity, there will be historical precedents. Wizards who primarily used will magic. We can see what they did with it." They combed through the history books. They found mentions. Merlin, in some tales, was described as having a will of forged iron. But the histories were vague, romanticized. They found more concerning references in the abridged rise and fall of the dark arts. It noted that many powerful dark wizards exhibited a formidable and inflexible will, a magic of pure imposition upon reality. The book listed examples, including Gellert Grindelwald, and, of course, Tom Riddle. Harry slammed the book shut, his stomach churning. "See, it's a dark affinity." "It's an affinity," Hermione corrected, though she looked troubled. "A tool. A knife can cut bread or cut a throat. It's about intent. Your intent isn't to dominate, Harry. It's to protect. To exist. That's the opposite." Logic wasn't enough. The fear was a tasted poison in his blood. The weather turned blustery, mirroring his internal state. One afternoon, a howling gale rattling the windows, Mr. Granger came home early from his surgery, his face unusually pale and drawn. He called Mrs. Granger, Hermione, and Harry into the living room. "I had a strange patient today," he began, uncharacteristically hesitant. He was a man who dealt in concrete facts, enamel, cavities, root canals. A woman. Very pale. Very intense. She asked for a consultation, but once in the chair, she didn't want to talk about her teeth. She asked about the house. About its unusual architectural shielding. She asked if we'd noticed any atmospheric disturbances, or residual cold spots. A block of ice formed in Harry's gut. She said her name was Dolores Umbridge, Mr. Granger continued. "From the Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Improper Use of Magic Office." She was very polite. Smiled the whole time. But her eyes, he shook his head. She said she was following up on anomalous magical signatures and was checking on the welfare of a magical minor in a non-magical household. She asked to see Harry. "You didn't let her, did you?" Mrs. Granger asked, her voice tight. "Of course not. I said he was unwell." She left a card. He placed a sickly pink card on the coffee table. It read, in curlicue script, "Dolores Jane Umbridge, Sr. Under-Secretary to the Minister, Hogwarts High Inquisitor pro tempore." She said she would return with the appropriate authorities for a more thorough assessment. She kept smiling. It was unnerving. The sanctuary of the house was breached. The ministry wasn't just watching through the trace, it was sending smiling, pink-clad officials to his doorstep. To his dentist. "This is because of the Dementor," Hermione said, her mind racing. "And the Lethifold. And your magical spikes. They're not just monitoring anymore. They're investigating. This Umbridge woman, High Inquisitor. That's a disciplinary title. They're looking for a reason to take you away, Harry. To say the Grangers are unfit, or that you're too dangerous to be here. The walls, both physical and psychic, seemed to close in. The Grangers were under scrutiny because of him. He was a toxin in their clean, orderly life. The old, familiar script wrote itself in his mind: I ruin everything. I am a problem to be removed. That night, the storm reached its peak. Thunder grumbled over the wind's shriek. Harry lay awake, the pink card burning in his mind's eye. He heard the soft creak of his door. Hermione slipped in, a flashlight in her hand, her face stark in its beam. I can't sleep either, she said, sitting on the edge of his bed. You're thinking you should leave. To protect them. He didn't deny it. The thought had taken root, cold and logical. It's what the Ministry wants, she whispered fiercely. It's what he would want. For you to be isolated. Alone. Easier to target. Or to control. You running away doesn't protect my parents. It plays into their hands. But I'm putting them in danger just by being here. The words were torn from him, raw and loud over the storm. We're all in danger. She shot back. You think that Umbridge woman cares about Muggles? You think the Dementor cared? This is the war, Harry. It found us. Hiding you somewhere else won't end it. Making you stronger might. The thunder cracked directly overhead, a sound that shook the house. In the brilliant, split-second flash of lightning that followed, Harry saw Hermione's face, terrified, determined, and utterly loyal. Not to an idea, or a prophecy, but to him. And in that instant, his fear inverted. It wasn't the silver magic he was afraid of. It was his own worthiness to wield it. His right to stay, to fight, to have people who would stand in a storm for him. The tarnish on the silver wasn't Voldemort's touch. It was his own shame, his deeply ingrained belief that he deserved the cupboard, not the fortress. Another bolt of lightning. This time, the subsequent thunder was drowned out by a different sound, a high, cold, piercing laugh that seemed to come from both inside the storm and inside his head. It was the same satisfied laughter from the Scar vision, but closer now, triumphant and cruel. The connection hadn't just shown him a feeling. It had left a door ajar. The laugh faded into the howling wind. Hermione hadn't flinched, she hadn't heard it. It was for him alone. He looked at her, sitting in the dark, defending him against his own despair. She was his reason, not just a kindling for his magic, but the proof that the magic was worth having. She was the living antithesis of the cupboard. She saw him, and she stayed. He made a decision, not out of calm certainty, but out of a furious, defensive love that burned away the shame. He would not run. He would not let them be picked apart by smiling Ministry officials or distant Dark Lords. He would master the silver, not because it was pure, but because it was a weapon. And he would use it to guard the gold, to guard the hearth, to guard her. Okay, he said, his voice rough but steady in the dark. Okay what? Okay, I'm staying. And I'm going to learn how to fight. He met her eyes. Not just with feelings. With everything. The gold, the silver, whatever it takes. Will you help me? Her answer was a fierce, swift hug, so brief and awkward it was over almost before he registered it. Then she sat back, businesslike. First, we need to understand what that Umbridge woman is really after. And we need to warn Dumbledore. Second, we need to advance your occlumency. If she's from the Ministry, she might have legilimens with her. You have to be able to lock your mind down completely, silver threads and all. The plan was a lifeline. A direction. The storm outside began to slowly abate, its fury spent. But a new storm was brewing in Harry's heart, quiet and determined. The tarnish was still there, a shadow of doubt he might always carry. But he would no longer let it paralyze him. He would wield the silver, shadow and all, and if it cut him, so be it. He had something, someone, to bleed for. As the first gray light of dawn seeped into the room, the last of the thunder echoing away, Harry understood. The battle wasn't just against the monster in his scar or the Ministry at the door. It was against the little boy in the cupboard who believed he deserved neither magic nor love. And that, he realized, might be the fiercest fight of all. The world after the storm was washed clean and terribly bright. The grass in the garden glittered under a sharp sun, every blade holding a jewel of rainwater. But inside the Granger house, the air remained charged, tense with the news of Umbridge's visit. The pink card sat on the mantelpiece like a poisoned candy. Harry's resolution from the stormy night held, but it was a brittle thing. He practiced his silver magic with a new, grim determination, but the tarnish of fear was now overlaid with a new flavor: anger. A cold, focused anger at the Ministry for probing his sanctuary, at the unseen Umbridge with her smile and her threats, at the entire hidden world that seemed to want to either cage him or dissect him. This anger, he found, was a potent fuel for the silver thread. It burned away the lingering doubt, but it left the magic feeling sharp, brittle, and dangerously hot. When he cast a silver lumos now, it didn't flicker gray-green. It shone with a harsh, actinic blue-white light that hurt to look at and made the air smell of ozone. "That's not control, Potter," McGonagall said at their next lesson, eyeing the after-image of his latest spell seared onto her retina. "That is channeled rage. It is powerful, but it is a lightning strike. Unfocused and destructive. You are not trying to blast a hole in reality. You are trying to weave a shield." "Maybe I need to blast a hole," Harry muttered, flexing his hand. The magic crackled in his veins, eager and hostile. "Then you become like them," Hermione said quietly from her corner, where she was practicing fluidifying her own precise magic. She had managed to make her lumos glow a gentle peach color. "You become a force of destruction. Is that what you want?" No, it wasn't. He wanted peace. He wanted the quiet, golden afternoons back. But the world wouldn't let him have them. Dumbledore's response to their urgent owl about Umbridge was a brief, enigmatic note delivered by Fawkes, whose song momentarily calmed the crackling storm in Harry's chest. "Be vigilant. The walls have ears painted with smiles. Continue your lessons. The fortress must be impregnable from within before you can defend its gates. I am dealing with the Ministry." It was both reassuring and terrifying. Dumbledore was dealing with it, but the threat was real enough to occupy the greatest wizard of the age. A few days later, the practical consequence of that threat arrived. It was not Umbridge. It was a tall, grim-faced witch with a monocle and a no-nonsense expression, accompanied by a floating, self-inking choir and a scroll of parchment that unfurled itself in the living room. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "This is not an inquiry into your guardianship, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger," she said, her voice crisp and fair. "This is a formal assessment of underage magical activity and environmental hazard, pursuant to Clause 7 of the Underage Sorcery Decree and the Magical Nuisance Act of 1872. The presence of a Lethifold and a Dementor in a Muggle residential zone constitutes a Grade 3 hazard. We are required to investigate." She was nothing like Umbridge. She was stern, legal, and her eyes held a keen intelligence that missed nothing. She asked Harry direct questions about the events, her choir scribbling everything down. She performed diagnostic spells on the garden's scar, on the house's wards, and finally, on Harry himself. When her spell washed over him, Harry instinctively threw up his occlumency shields. He retreated to his fortress, sealing the doors. The spell, a cool, probing silver light, brushed against his mental walls and slid off, unable to gain purchase. Madame Bones' eyebrow rose above her monocle. "Advanced occlumency for an 8-year-old. Taught by Professor Dumbledore." "Yes," Harry said, his voice tight. A necessary defense, given the circumstances." She didn't sound disapproving, merely noting a fact. "Your magical core readings are highly unusual. Volatile. Powerful, with dual affinity signatures in conflict. It explains the energy spikes." She turned to the Grangers. "The environment is stable and loving. The wards, thanks to Dumbledore, are now among the strongest outside of Hogwarts. The hazard was attracted to the child, not caused by the environment. My report will reflect this. It was a victory, a bureaucratic one, but it felt hollow." She was calling him a hazard. A Grade 3, 1. He was a statistic in a law enforcement scroll. Before she left, Madame Bones fixed Harry with a direct look. "The world is not fair, Mr. Potter. It will judge you on what you are, not what you intend to be. Control is not an option. It is a necessity. For your sake, and for everyone around you." She glanced at Hermione, who was watching with fierce protectiveness. "Learn it." The door closed behind her. The official scroll vanished with a pop. The room felt empty. "She was fair, Mr. Granger said, letting out a long breath. "She said I was a hazard," Harry said, the words numb on his tongue. "You're a child with a medical condition in a world that doesn't have the right diagnosis, Mrs. Granger said firmly, putting a hand on his shoulder. We don't call diabetic children hazards, because their blood sugar can spike. We learn to manage it. The analogy was so perfectly, sensibly Muggle it almost made Harry smile. Almost. But the taste of the interaction, the clinical assessment, the cool probe of the spell, the label, volatile, stayed with him. It fed the cold anger. That night, he couldn't sleep. He went to the window, looking out at the moon-washed garden. The tarp over the Dementor's scar was a black mouth in the silver light. He felt the silver thread in him, humming with pent-up energy, with the insult of the day. He raised his hand, not holding his wand, and pointed a finger at the old, gnarled apple tree at the bottom of the garden. He didn't want to set it on fire. He didn't want to destroy it. He just wanted to touch it. To assert his will on something, anything, in this world that kept trying to define him. He focused on the cold, clear thread. Not the angry, blue-white lightning, but the pure silver of self. I am here. I affect the world. He pushed the thought, the feeling, down his arm and out through his fingertip. A thin, precise beam of silver light, no thicker than a knitting needle, shot from his finger. It was utterly silent. It crossed the 30 feet of garden in a blink and struck the apple tree's trunk. There was no explosion, no scorch mark. Where the beam struck, the rough, dark bark turned smooth and metallic, shining like polished mercury in the moonlight. A perfect circle of living wood transformed into silver. Harry gasped, snatching his hand back. The beam vanished. The transformation remained. He had done accidental magic before, wild, emotional bursts. This was different. This was intentional, wandless, precise. Transfiguration. He stared at the silver circle glowing on the tree. It was beautiful. And it was terrifying. He had just changed the essence of a thing because he willed it. This was the power Madame Bones called volatile. This was the power that scared the Ministry. He heard a soft intake of breath behind him. Hermione was in the doorway, her dressing gown wrapped around her, her eyes huge as she stared past him at the transformed tree. You didn't use your wand, she whispered. No, that's advanced human transfiguration. 7th year level. At least. They went outside in their pajamas, the dew soaking their feet. Hermione approached the tree, reaching out but not touching the silver circle. It was cool to the proximity of her hand, perfectly smooth. The cellular structure appears to be completely altered, she breathed, her scientific awe overriding the fear. Permanent, or at least stable. You imposed your will on its reality. I didn't mean to, Harry said, but that wasn't entirely true. He had meant to affect it. He just hadn't known how. This is your silver affinity, Hermione said, turning to him, her face lit by the moon and the reflected glow of the silver bark. Pure will. Not for shields or light. For change. For making the world conform to your intent. Her expression grew solemn. This is the magic of kings and tyrants, Harry. And artists. And healers. It depends on the intent. The word, tyrants, hung in the air. He thought of Voldemort's satisfaction. What had he changed? What silver thing had he made or unmade? I have to learn to control it, Harry said, his voice low. Not just to stop it. To use it. Properly. Hermione nodded, her gaze returning to the silver circle, a permanent mark of his power on her garden. Then we add transfiguration theory to the list. Real theory. Not matchsticks. The nature of matter. The philosophy of form. They went back inside, the night air suddenly chill. Harry looked back at the tree. The silver circle shone, a beacon in the dark, a testament to a power he was only beginning to fathom. It was no longer just about separating gold from silver. It was about understanding that the silver thread could weave more than light, it could rewrite the tapestry of the world itself. And as he climbed back into bed, the taste of lightning, of clean, dangerous, transformative power, was on his tongue. The Ministry saw a hazard. Dumbledore saw a student. But Harry, staring at the ceiling, began to see something else, an instrument. One he needed to learn to play, not to make noise but to make music. Before the other, colder musician across the dark started his own, devastating symphony. The silver circle on the apple tree did not fade with the dawn. In the harsh morning light, it looked less like a magical marvel and more like a surgical implant, a cold, foreign coin hammered into the living flesh of the garden. The Grangers stood at the kitchen window, mugs of tea cooling in their hands, and stared at it. No one spoke of calling a tree surgeon. Mrs. Granger was the first to move. She set her mug down with a decisive click. "Well," she said, her voice carefully neutral, "that's certainly distinctive. We'll have to see if it affects the fruiting." It was such a profoundly normal thing to say, so utterly grounded in the logic of gardens and harvests, that it punctured the tense awe in the room. Harry felt a rush of gratitude so sharp it hurt. "Mr. Granger adjusted his glasses, peering out. "Fascinating. The transformation seems absolute. No sign of reversion or bark necrosis around the edges. A perfect, clean alteration." He sounded like he was discussing an interesting dental X-ray. "The magical properties are beyond me, but biologically, it appears stable." Their refusal to be terrified was a different kind of magic. It built a floor under the chasm of Harry's fear. Hermione, of course, was already in motion. She had dragged out a beginner's guide to transfiguration and 2 more advanced texts from the suitcase. Wandless transfiguration is theoretically possible but requires an immense, focused will and a deep intuitive understanding of the target's fundamental nature, she read aloud at breakfast. "Most wizards never achieve it. Those who do are either once-in-a-generation masters, or dark wizards who force their will upon the world without regard for consequence." She looked up, meeting Harry's eyes. "You didn't force it. You asked it." "It doesn't feel like I asked," Harry muttered, pushing his scrambled eggs around. "It feels like I told it." "Semantics," she said, but her tone was thoughtful. "The intent matters. Did you want to hurt the tree? To dominate it?" "No. I just wanted to see if I could touch it. To prove I was here." "Then it's a proof. A signature. Not an attack." She said it with finality, as if decreeing a scientific fact. Professor McGonagall arrived later that morning. She took one look at the tree from the back step, her face impassive. She walked down the garden, her robes brushing the dew from the grass, and stopped before the silver circle. She did not touch it. She observed it for a full minute in silence. When she returned, her expression was unreadable. "The transfiguration is elegant," she said, sitting stiffly in the living room armchair. "Flawless, in fact. There is no struggle in the wood, no residual magical conflict. It has accepted its new state as if it had always been thus." She fixed Harry with her sharp gaze. "This is not the magic of a child playing with matches, Potter. This is the magic of a sculptor who has found his marble. The question is, what will you sculpt?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I didn't even mean to do that." "Which is precisely what makes it so significant," she replied. "Your conscious mind is catching up to your magical instinct. Your silver thread is not merely for defense or illumination. It is for transmutation. A rare and potent branch of magic. It is what allows an animagus to change their form, or a true metamorphagus to alter their features. It is the magic of becoming." Harry's mind reeled. Becoming. He thought of his parents. Were they like this? He thought of Voldemort. Was this the clumsy signature the book had scorned? A powerful, willful magic turned to ugly ends. "Can you teach me?" he asked, his voice small. McGonagall's lips thinned. "I can teach you the theory. The laws of transfiguration. The principles of substance, of transformation, of reversion. I can teach you focus, and respect for the thing you change. But the power to do it wandlessly, to impose your will so directly, that is yours alone. I can only teach you not to break the world with it." The lesson that day was unlike any other. They did not use wands. McGonagall brought out a series of simple objects, a pine cone, a river stone, a copper coin. She had Harry hold them, study their weight, their texture, their temperature. "Transfiguration is not a cover you paint over an object," she instructed. "It is a conversation. You must understand what it is to be a pine cone, its purpose, its structure, its essence. Then you propose a new form. The magic is the negotiation between your will and the object's innate nature. The stronger your will, the more radical the change you can propose. But force the negotiation, and the result is brittle, cursed, or explosive." She had him try, with his wand, to turn the pine cone into a simple wooden button. He focused, recited the incantation, performed the swish and flick. The pine cone shivered, its scales smoothing slightly, but it remained stubbornly a pine cone. "You are shouting at it," McGonagall said. "You are issuing a command. You must persuade it. Show it the logic of becoming a button. The simplicity. The usefulness." Harry tried to imagine it. The chaos of the pine cone, the neat order of a button. His magic, the warm gold, felt wrong for this. It was too emotional, too connecting. He needed the silver, the clear, logical thread. He took a breath, quieted the gold, and reached for the silver. He held the pine cone and didn't think of commands. He thought of potential. The seed inside it could become a tree. Why could the hole not become a button? He focused on the idea of buttonness, smoothness, roundness, the need for holes. He offered this idea to the pine cone through his silver magic, a quiet, firm suggestion. The pine cone glowed a faint, pearly gray. It shrank, its scales melting together, its shape rounding. In his palm lay a perfect, if slightly lumpy, wooden button. He'd used his wand, but the magic had felt different. Cleaner. A negotiation, not a demand. McGonagall nodded once. Better. You found the language. Remember this feeling. This is the respect. Now, her eyes gleamed. Try without the wand. Without the wand, the connection was raw and immediate. Holding the river stone, he tried to repeat the process. He focused on the silver thread, on the idea of the stone becoming a piece of glass. But the moment his magic touched the stone, it was like grabbing a live wire. The silver power was too strong, too direct. The river stone didn't transform. It shrieked internally, a vibration of protest he felt in his teeth, and cracked in two with a sound like a gunshot. Harry dropped the pieces, his hand stinging. You overwhelmed it, McGonagall said, unsurprised. Your will is a hammer. You must learn to be a chisel. This will take time, and immense control. She looked at the broken stone, then at the tree outside. Until you have that control, you must be vigilant. Your magic is reacting to your emotional state. Fear, anger, desperation, these will make your will a bludgeon. You must find calm, certainty. Calm felt like a distant country. Certainty was the thing he was fighting for. The rest of the week passed in a strange dual rhythm. Mornings were for delicate, wand-based transfiguration exercises with McGonagall, learning the conversation. Afternoons were for occlumency, fortifying his mind, and for research with Hermione into the history of wandless magic and notable metamorphmagy. It was during this research that they found a footnote, and a name. In a dusty biography of the great Transfiguration Master, Albus Dumbledore, there was a passing reference to his work in alchemy with Nicholas Flamel. And in describing Flamel's legendary creation of the Philosopher's Stone, the author noted, the stone represents the ultimate transmutation, the triumph of will over base matter. Such power is akin to, though infinitely more complex than, the innate morphic abilities observed in rare metamorphmagy, such as the celebrated stage actress, Dora Tonks. Tonks, Hermione breathed, tracing the name, Nymphadora Tonks. She was in the Order of the Phoenix with our parents, Harry. She's a metamorphagus. She can change her appearance at will. A living person. Someone who used a power like his, not for transfiguring objects but for transfiguring herself. The idea was a lightning bolt of hope. He wasn't a freak. He was a variant. There was a precedent that wasn't a dark wizard. We have to meet her, Harry said, his heart pounding. How? We can't just send an elf to a member of a secret society, Hermione reasoned, but her eyes were alight with the same desire. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore. Their speculation was cut short by a sound from the front of the house. Not the doorbell. A series of sharp, precise, almost metallic raps. They went to the window. A tall, thin woman with a face like a hungry bird and robes of vibrant, peacock blue silk stood on the front step. She was not Umbridge. She was not Bones. She looked imperious, impatient, and entirely out of place on a little whinging pavement. In one hand, she held a long, black walking stick that tapped once more against the door with that same, unnatural rap. Who on earth, Mrs. Granger murmured, heading for the door. The woman didn't wait to be invited in. As soon as the door was cracked, she swept inside, her keen eyes scanning the hall with an expression of profound distaste, as if she'd stepped into a badger's set. I am looking for Harry Potter, she announced, her voice high and crisp, carrying the weight of assumed authority. I am Madame Charity Galloway, Special Liaison to the Committee for Experimental Magical Pedagogy, under the auspices of the Department of Mysteries. I am here to assess the subject. Her gaze landed on Harry, who had emerged from the living room. Her eyes, a piercing, icy blue, widened for a fraction of a second, not with kindness but with the avid gleam of a collector spotting a rare specimen. Ah, she said, a thin smile touching her lips. There you are. We have heard such interesting things. The ministry's bureaucrats see a hazard. I see a potential. A new kind of potential. My committee believes you may be a unique magical resource, Potter. We would like to study you. The air in the Granger hallway, once filled with the ordinary smells of lemon polish and yesterday's roast, was now charged with the scent of ozone and an oppressive, floral perfume. Madame Charity Galloway stood like an exotic, dangerous bird that had flown into a suburban living room. Her peacock blue robes seemed to drink the light, and her black walking stick was not wood, but a slender rod of obsidian that hummed faintly. "Study me," Harry repeated, the words sticking in his dry throat. He took an involuntary step back, bumping into Hermione, who had moved protectively close. Indeed, Galloway's smile didn't reach her icy eyes. She looked past him, taking in the neat living room, the books, the family photographs. Her expression was one of anthropological curiosity. The committee has been monitoring the anomalous energy signatures from this location for some time. A lethifold attraction, a Dementor manifestation, and now, a spontaneous, wandless human transfiguration of remarkable purity. Her gaze flicked to the window, towards the garden. The tree is quite the calling card. The Department of Mysteries is very interested. Mrs. Granger recovered first, her maternal instincts overriding her shock. She stepped between Galloway and the children. "I'm sorry, madam, but we weren't expecting you. Harry is a child in our care. He isn't a resource." "Of course he is a child," Galloway said, her tone implying Mrs. Granger had stated the obvious. "A child with unprecedented magical development. My committee specializes in nurturing such outliers. The traditional Hogwarts model is not designed for a case like his. We can offer tailored instruction, precise measurement of his capacities, and, most importantly, understanding." She said, understanding, the way a surgeon might say, incision. Mr. Granger approached, his calm dentist's demeanor a stark contrast to Galloway's otherworldly intensity. "We appreciate your interest, but Harry's education is already being overseen by Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. We're quite satisfied with his progress." Dumbledore. Galloway's lips pursed slightly. A brilliant man, but notoriously sentimental. He sees a child to be protected. We see a magical phenomenon to be comprehended. Protection is temporary. Comprehension is eternal. She focused back on Harry. "You must have questions, boy. About what you are. About why you can do what you do. We have the tools to answer them. We have the pensieves to analyze memory, the resonance chambers to map your core, the ether sights to watch your magic interact with the fabric of reality. We can show you yourself." The offer was a hook, baited with Harry's deepest, most desperate hunger. To understand. To know why. To have the chaos inside him named and charted. He felt a pull, dangerous and strong. Hermione's hand closed around his wrist. "At what cost?" she asked, her voice clear and challenging. "What does your committee do with this comprehension?" Galloway's eyes shifted to Hermione, assessing her as she would a moderately interesting insect. "Knowledge is its own reward, girl. But applied, it could revolutionize magical pedagogy. It could lead to new forms of magic. New defenses. Your friend could be the key to unlocking potentials in magical children we've never dreamed of. He could help others like him." "Are there others like him?" Harry asked, unable to help himself. "Not yet," Galloway admitted. "Which is why he is so valuable. Come, Potter. A simple preliminary assessment. Today. At the ministry. No obligations. Just a few tests. Think of it as a magical checkup." Her smile was thin and persuasive. "He isn't going anywhere, Mrs. Granger said firmly. "Not without our consent, and not without Professor Dumbledore's." For the first time, a flicker of impatience crossed Galloway's face. "My dear woman, your consent, while touching, is not strictly necessary in matters of extreme magical anomaly under the Emergency Magical Research Act of 1793. The Department of Mysteries has certain latitudes. I am here as a courtesy. To avoid a scene." She tapped her obsidian rod once on the floor. A wave of silent force pulsed out, not violent, but undeniable. The pictures on the walls straightened. The dust motes in a sunbeam froze in place. The safety of the magical community, and indeed the Muggle world, can hinge on understanding outliers. Surely you see the sense in cooperating. It was a velvet-gloved threat. Harry felt the Grangers' fierce spike, a sharp, sour tang in the air. They were good, logical people, but they were out of their depth against centuries-old wizarding law and casual, breathtaking power. What kind of tests? Harry heard himself ask. He had to know. He had to keep her talking, to keep the threat aimed at him and not at them. Galloway's smile returned. Painless. Non-invasive. A reading in the quantum thermometer to establish your magical frequency. A stroll through the Hall of Prophecy to see if your unique nature has cast any ripples in fate. Perhaps a session with a trained legilimens to observe the cognitive structures behind your dual affinity casting. All under controlled, safe conditions. A legilimens. In his mind, panic, cold and sharp, lanced through him. His occlumency walls slammed up instinctively. He felt the silver and gold filigree in his mental fortress glow with defensive heat. Galloway's eyes narrowed, as if she could sense the sudden fortification. Ah, you have been taught to shield. Admirable. But our legilimens are unspeakables, Potter. The best in the world. They do not breach, they are invited. You would show us what you choose. It is all about cooperation. He didn't believe her for a second. Cooperation with the Department of Mysteries sounded like handing over your soul for cataloging. I need to think about it, Harry said, buying time. He needed Dumbledore. He needed McGonagall. There is nothing to think about, Galloway said, her voice losing its persuasive edge and gaining a steely finality. This is not an invitation. It is a summons. The safety protocols are already in motion. I have a portkey here. She drew from her robes a small, brass hourglass. We leave in 5 minutes. You may bring a change of clothes. The initial assessment may take several days. Several days. Mrs. Granger cried. You can't do this. Mr. Granger stepped forward, his face flushed with a rare, protective anger. I can, and I am. Galloway's gaze was pitiless. Would you prefer the alternative? The committee could declare him an unstable magical entity. The ministry could relocate him to a secure, isolated facility for long-term study. Forever. This way, he returns. Possibly. If the results are benign. The naked truth of it hung in the air. Harry was a thing to them. A fascinating, dangerous thing to be poked and measured and, if necessary, put away in a drawer. Hermione let go of Harry's wrist. Her face was pale, but her eyes were calculating, darting from Galloway to the hourglass to the front door. She was looking for a way out, a loophole, a weapon. Harry's own magic was a storm of gold and silver inside him, reacting to the threat, to the injustice, to the terrifying prospect of being taken. The silver thread burned with a cold, furious light. He felt the wild, transformative power he'd used on the tree surge in his veins. He looked at Galloway's obsidian rod, her fine robes, her smug face. A part of him, the old, desperate part from the cupboard, wanted to turn that rod into a snake, to melt those robes into sludge, to change her the way he'd changed the tree. The force of the impulse shocked him. It was violent. It was dark. It was exactly what they probably expected from a hazard. He clenched his fists, nails biting into his palms, and fought the magic down. He couldn't. He wouldn't. It would prove them right. I'll get my things, he whispered, defeated. He had to go. To protect the Grangers. To avoid a scene that could end with them hurt or obliviated. Harry, no. Hermione grabbed his arm again. He looked at her, at the terror and fury in her eyes. It's okay, he lied. I'll go. I'll do their tests. And I'll come back. He tried to sound brave, but his voice shook. He turned to go upstairs, his legs heavy as lead. Wait. The voice came from the kitchen doorway. They all turned. Professor McGonagall stood there, her face like granite. She must have come through the flow. She held her wand at her side, but her posture was that of a general surveying a battlefield. Charity, she said, the name of frosty indictment. You are far from your chambers. Galloway's composure slipped for a heartbeat, revealing surprise, then irritation. Minerva, this is a Department of Mysteries matter. It does not concern Hogwarts. Everything that concerns Harry Potter concerns Hogwarts, McGonagall said, stepping fully into the hall. She moved to stand beside the Grangers, a solid wall of tartan and defiance. He is a future student under my care. You have no authority to remove him without the express consent of his head of house, which is me, or the headmaster. The Emergency Magical Research Act supersedes school authority, Galloway snapped. The act, McGonagall said crisply, requires the certification of 3 department heads, including the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, to enact. Have you such certification, Charity? Or are you on a freelance fishing expedition? A flicker of uncertainty in Galloway's eyes. McGonagall had called her bluff. Amelia Bones is reviewing the case as we speak, Galloway recovered. My preemptive assessment is standard procedure for a potential grade 4 anomaly. Harry is not an anomaly. He is a child, and you will not be taking him anywhere today. McGonagall's wand twitched. I suggest you return to your department and file your report. The proper channels will be observed. The two witches stared each other down. The air crackled with static. Harry held his breath. Galloway broke first. She gave a short, brittle laugh. Sentiment. Always sentiment. Very well, Minerva. Play your games. But the committee's interest is now formally recorded. He cannot hide behind school robes forever. We will be watching. And when the next incident occurs, and it will, our jurisdiction will be undeniable. She pocketed the hourglass portkey and shot Harry a final, avid look. We will see you soon, Mr. Potter. One way or another. With a last, disdainful glance around the Muggle hall, she turned on her heel, tapped her obsidian rod, and vanished with a soft pop, leaving behind only the faint scent of her perfume and a lingering sense of violation. The released tension was a physical force. Mrs. Granger sank onto the bottom stair, trembling. Mr. Granger put a steadying hand on her shoulder, his face grim. McGonagall's stern expression did not soften. She looked at Harry. Are you unharmed? He nodded, unable to speak. Good. Then we have much to discuss. And little time. She turned to the Grangers. I must speak with Albus immediately. In the interim, do not admit anyone you do not know. The wards will hold against direct assault, but against ministry paperwork and bureaucratic pressure, they are less effective. We are in a political battle now, as much as a magical one. She swept into the living room and towards the fireplace, leaving them in the shaken silence of the hall. Hermione rounded on Harry, her eyes blazing. You were going to go with her. You can't ever do that, Harry. They'd never let you leave. I was trying to protect you. He shot back, the fear and anger of the last 10 minutes boiling over. What was I supposed to do? Let her threaten your parents. Let her turn me into an unstable entity, right here. You fight. Hermione shouted. You don't just give up. With what, Hermione? He yelled, his voice cracking. With my dangerous, volatile magic that everyone is so afraid of. The second I used it, she'd have won. They stood glaring at each other, breathing heavily. The truth of his words hung between them. His power was both his defense and his condemnation. From the living room, they heard McGonagall's voice, low and urgent, speaking into the green flow flames. Galloway from Mysteries was here. She tried to take him under the Emergency Act. No, Albus, she left, but she'll be back with more authority. We need a formal counter-petition to the Wizengamot. Yes, I'll stay until you send someone. Harry looked at Hermione, the anger draining away, leaving only a cold, hollow dread. McGonagall was talking about petitions and the Wizengamot. This was bigger than Dementors and dark books. This was about laws and governments and the right to his own mind and magic. He was no longer just a boy hiding from his past. He was a pawn in a game he didn't understand, played on a board that spanned the entire hidden world. And the most frightening players weren't the monsters in the dark. They were the ones in peacock blue robes, with official stamps and hungry, curious eyes, who saw him not as a person but as the most fascinating specimen they'd found in centuries. And they always got what they wanted. The world dissolved into a screaming vortex of color and pressure. It was nothing like the smooth, whirling journey of the flow network. This was violence. This was being sucked down a cosmic drain. Harry's stomach lurched into his throat. His bones felt like they were being pulled apart. A nauseating kaleidoscope of blurred scenes flashed past. A cavern of glowing crystals, a room full of ticking clocks, a vast, dark space dotted with floating, spinning planets, the Department of Mysteries, he realized in a burst of terrified understanding. He wasn't alone in the whirl. Hermione's hand was a vice around his wrist, her fingers digging into his skin. He could hear her gasp, swallowed by the roar of distorted space. He saw Galloway's shocked, furious face for a split second, her mouth a perfect O of outrage before she was whipped away into the maelstrom. She wasn't holding the portkey. The realization was an ice-cold spike. Hermione had grabbed him, not the hourglass. The portkey was keyed to a person, not a location. Galloway was the anchor, and they were now tethered to her, but as uninvited, chaotic additions to a precisely calibrated spell. The journey, meant to be instantaneous, stretched into a terrifying eternity of wrongness. The portkey magic, confused by the extra passengers, stuttered. The vortex shuddered. The visions of the department blurred and fractured. Harry felt the silver thread inside him, wild with panic and disorientation, lash out. It didn't cast a spell. It reacted. To the magic tearing at them, to the unnatural compression of space. A sound like ripping silk, deafening in the non-space. A jagged crack of blackness, not light, split the vortex ahead of them. They were thrown from the stream. There was no graceful transition. 1 second, they were falling through madness. The next, they were tumbling through cold, open air with a scream of torn magic in their ears. They hit the ground hard, rolling across damp, yielding earth. The breath was knocked from Harry's lungs. He lay gasping, the world spinning, the taste of ozone and soil thick in his mouth. The violent, magical dislocation left his senses reeling. Every sound was too loud, every scent too sharp. Hermione, he choked out, pushing himself up on trembling arms. She was a few feet away, curled on her side, coughing. Her hair was a wild nest of leaves and dirt. I'm all right, she managed, though her face was chalk white. What? Where? Harry looked around. They were in a forest. But not the tidy copse at the end of the Granger's lane. This was ancient. Immense, moss-covered trees soared upwards, their canopies so thick they turned the late afternoon into a deep, green twilight. The air was cool and smelled of damp decay, rich earth, and a strange, floral scent he didn't know. Silence pressed in, a living silence broken only by the drip of water and the distant call of an unfamiliar bird. They were not in Little Whinging. They were not in the Ministry. The portkey had malfunctioned. His magic had interfered. They were lost. Panic, fresh and suffocating, rose in his throat. He scrambled to his feet, his heart hammering. We have to get back. Your parents, McGonagall. Hermione stood up slowly, wincing. She was already assessing, her scientific mind fighting through the shock. The portkey was a one-way journey to a specific Ministry arrival point. We broke the connection. We can't go back the way we came. She looked up at the towering trees, her eyes wide. We need to determine our location. Find out if we're even in Britain. The enormity of it crashed down on Harry. They were 2 8-year-olds, alone in a wilderness, with no money, no supplies, and a Ministry official who knew they'd escaped and would be furious. And it was his fault. His chaotic magic. I'm sorry, he whispered, the words raw. I shouldn't have, my magic, it messed it up. I've stranded us. Hermione turned on him, her fear sharpening into anger. Don't you dare. I grabbed you. This was my choice. And your magic didn't mess it up, it saved us. That woman was going to take you to a laboratory. We're lost, but we're free. Now, help me think. Her blunt refusal to let him wallow was a lifeline. He grasped it, nodded, shoving the guilt down into a cold, hard knot in his stomach. He had to be useful. They had nothing. Harry was still in his everyday clothes, jeans, a t-shirt, thin trainers. Hermione was in a summer dress and cardigan. They had no wands. Harry's was upstairs on his desk, Hermione's was in her room. They had no food, no water, no shelter. But they had magic. Or, Harry did. Can you feel anything? Hermione asked, her voice low. Magically. This place feels old. Harry closed his eyes, trying to quiet his pounding heart. He reached for his magic, not to cast, but to sense. The gold affinity was muted, a low, sad hum, worry for the Grangers, fear for Hermione. But the silver thread, it stirred. It didn't shine. It resonated. A faint, sympathetic vibration, like a tuning fork responding to a note too low to hear. This forest had magic in its bones. Old, deep, sleeping magic. It wasn't like the sharp, clinical power of the Ministry, or the warm, human magic of the Granger house. This was something else. Something wild and untamed. There's magic here, he said, opening his eyes. In the trees. In the ground. It doesn't feel bad. Just old. A magical forest, Hermione breathed, a spark of her academic curiosity igniting. There are a few in Britain. The Forest of Dean, parts of the Scottish Highlands, but this feels bigger. She pointed. Look at the moss. That species usually only grows in specific, enchanted microclimates. And the air pressure is wrong. We might be in a magically expanded space, or even a pocket dimension. A pocket dimension. The words were terrifying. How would they ever get out? A crack of a twig made them both freeze. Something was moving in the undergrowth, something large. The deep silence of the forest was now a blanket of threat. Harry stepped in front of Hermione, his hands coming up instinctively, empty. From between two giant ferns, a creature emerged. It was not an animal Harry knew. It had the body of a large deer, but its coat was dappled gray and green like lichen-covered stone. Instead of antlers, from its forehead grew a twisted, living branch adorned with shimmering, silver leaves that chimed softly as it moved. Its eyes were pools of liquid amber, intelligent and calm. It stopped, staring at them. It didn't look hostile. It looked curious. Bowtruckle. Hermione whispered uncertainly. But giant. The creature took a step closer, lowering its head slightly. The chiming leaves sounded like fairy bells. Harry felt no fear from it. He felt the silver thread inside him hum a little louder, a note of recognition. He slowly lowered his hands. "Hello," he said softly, feeling ridiculous. The creature blinked its amber eyes. Then, it turned and began to walk away, looking back over its shoulder at them. I think it wants us to follow," Harry said. "That is a classic tactic of predators and will-o'-the-wisps," Hermione said, but she was already taking a hesitant step forward. "But we have no better options. And your magic seems to resonate with this place. Maybe it senses that." They followed the staggish creature, moving as quietly as they could through the dense undergrowth. It led them along a faint, almost invisible path, deeper into the green twilight. The air grew cooler. The strange, floral scent intensified. After about 20 minutes of walking, the trees thinned abruptly. They emerged into a small, circular clearing. In the center stood a stone. Not a boulder, but a crafted plinth of weathered granite, covered in moss and carved with runes so worn they were almost smooth. A gentle, silver light, like captured moonlight, emanated from the stone itself, illuminating the clearing in a soft, dreamlike glow. The creature walked to the edge of the clearing and lay down, folding its legs beneath it, watching them. This was a place of power. Harry could feel it humming in the air, a quiet, potent song that made the silver thread in his core sing in harmony. The gold magic remained quiet, awed. Hermione approached the stone, her fingers tracing the worn runes. "This is a wardstone. A very, very old one. An anchor for protective magic. This whole forest, it's a sanctuary. A hidden, magical preserve." She looked around, wonder overcoming fear. "We must be in one of the ancient magical reserves. Places kept secret even from the ministry. A sanctuary." The word was a bomb. They were lost, but perhaps they were safe. For now. But as the initial awe faded, reality set in. The sun was setting somewhere far above the dense canopy, the light fading from green to deep blue. The temperature was dropping. "We need shelter," Harry said, his breath misting in the cool air. "And water." Hermione nodded, her practical side reasserting itself. "The wardstone is dry ground. We should stay near it. The magic might keep things away." She didn't specify what things. They gathered what they could, armfuls of dry, fragrant bracken to make a rough bedding near the stone. Harry, using the sharp edge of a flint he found, managed to tear strips from the hem of his t-shirt to bind together a few sturdy sticks into a crude lean-to against the plinth. It was pathetic, but it was something. As true darkness fell, the clearing lit by the stone's gentle glow, the enormity of their situation settled over them like the cold. They huddled together under the lean-to for warmth, the events of the day crashing down. "My parents will be frantic," Hermione said, her voice small in the vast dark. "Professor McGonagall too. They'll think Galloway took us. Dumbledore will know," Harry said, trying to sound convinced. "He'll figure it out. He'll find us. How?" The question hung in the air, unanswerable. They were silent for a long time. The forest was alive with night sounds now, rustlings, hoots, the endless drip of water. "Harry," Hermione said quietly. "Your silver magic. The way it reacted to the portkey, and to this place. It's not just for changing things. It's a compass. It resonates with other magic." He hadn't thought of it that way. But she was right. It had tugged him towards the tree. It had hummed in the vortex. It was humming now, softly, in tune with the wardstone. Maybe he whispered. But a compass is no good if you don't know where home is. Then we find a map, she said, with a stubbornness that defied the dark and the cold and the fear. This place is old magic. Old magic has guardians. Like that creature. And guardians have knowledge. We'll ask. He almost laughed. Ask the magical forest deer for directions home. But with Hermione, it didn't sound crazy. It sounded like a plan. As they shivered in the dark, listening to the ancient forest breathe around them, Harry made a promise to himself. He had gotten them into this. He would get them out. Not with angry, destructive blasts of power, but with understanding. With the silver thread that connected him to this strange, hidden world. He would learn its language. He would find their way home. And when he did, he would have a new understanding of his magic, and a new, fierce resolve. The world wanted to cage him, study him, or break him. But it had also, accidentally, shown him a secret heart of wonder. And he would use that knowledge, and that power, to protect the people he loved. No matter who stood in his way, ministry officials, dark lords, or the endless, watchful trees of a forgotten forest. The cold was a patient predator. It slipped through the gaps in their makeshift lean-to, coiled around their ankles, and settled in the hollows of their collarbones. Harry and Hermione huddled together on the bed of bracken, their thin clothes no match for the deepening chill of the forest night. The wardstone's gentle silver light painted everything in shades of monochrome, beautiful and lifeless. It provided no warmth. Hermione's teeth chattered. Harry could feel her shivering against him. The fear of the unknown had been temporarily pushed aside by the more immediate, animal need for heat. "We need a fire," Hermione whispered, her voice raspy. "But we have no way to light one. And even if we did, it might attract things." Harry nodded, his jaw clenched to stop his own teeth from rattling. He was the one with magic. He had to do something. He thought of his gold affinity, the warm, emotional magic. He'd used it to make light, to create a shield of protective warmth in the woods back home. Could he do that now? But the gold magic felt distant, muted by exhaustion and a strange, odd respect for this ancient place. It was as if shouting here would be a sacrilege. He focused instead on the silver thread. It hummed steadily, a clear, cold note in harmony with the wardstone and the sleeping forest. It was a magic of will, of change. Could he change the air around them? Make it hold heat? He held out a hand, palm up, and concentrated. He didn't want to create light or fire. He wanted to bend the rules of warmth itself. He imagined a dome of still air around them, a bubble where the cold could not seep in. He poured his will into the idea, shaping it with the silver thread. At first, nothing happened. Then, the air directly above his palm shimmered, like heat haze over a road in summer. A faint, barely perceptible sphere of calm formed, about the size of a grapefruit. Inside it, the cold receded. He could feel a difference, a pocket of marginally warmer air. "Did you do that?" Hermione murmured, leaning closer to his hand. "I think so." He tried to expand the sphere, to envelop them. But the moment he stretched his will, the effect shattered, the shimmer vanishing. A headache, sharp and immediate, lanced behind his eyes. He gasped, lowering his hand. "Too complex," Hermione diagnosed instantly, though her voice held no criticism. "You're trying to invent a new spell on the fly. Maybe think smaller. Simpler. Just heat. Can you make heat?" Heat. He thought of the Dementor's cold, and the golden fire that had repelled it. That had been an inferno of emotion. He needed a candle flame of will. He closed his eyes. He thought not of grand emotions, but of a single, simple concept: friction. The spark when two stones are struck. He held out both hands, palms close together, and imagined that spark occurring in the space between them. He focused his silver will on that infinitesimal point, demanding a collision of energy. A tiny, brilliant white spark, no bigger than a pinprick, flashed into existence between his palms. It vanished instantly, but it left behind a fleeting rush of warmth, like the breath of an oven door opened and closed. Again, Hermione urged, her eyes wide in the stone light. He did it again, and again. Each spark was a mental strain, a precise, exhausting act of creation. But with each one, the air between his hands grew fractionally warmer. After a dozen sparks, he could hold his hands there and feel a distinct, comforting heat radiating from the spot. He couldn't sustain it for long. After a minute, the headache returned, throbbing. He let his hands fall, panting. "It's something," Hermione said. She took his hands in hers, rubbing them to share the lingering warmth. It's a start, but we need a more sustainable solution. As if in response, a soft chime sounded. The stag-like creature had risen to its feet. It walked slowly to the edge of the wardstone's light and looked back at them, its silver leaf antlers gleaming. Then it turned and stepped into the dark between the trees. It wants us to follow, Harry said. It's night. In an unknown magical forest. Following an unknown creature is against every safety protocol, Hermione stated. But she was already standing, brushing bracken from her dress. However, staying here without fire or water is also against safety protocols. And it hasn't shown hostility. They shared a look. The unspoken understanding passed between them. They had no protocols here. They had only each other and their wits. They left the relative safety of the clearing and followed the creature into the dark. The forest at night was a different beast. The wardstone's glow faded behind them, replaced by dappled moonlight filtering weakly through the immense canopy. The stag creature moved silently ahead, a gray-green ghost in the gloom, its chiming leaves the only sound. Harry's silver thread hummed a little louder, a guidewire in the dark. He realized he could sense the creature's magical signature, a gentle, woody, ancient pulse, and followed that as much as its physical form. They walked for what felt like an hour, though time was fluid in the timeless woods. The terrain sloped downwards. The air grew damper, and the sound of running water reached their ears. Finally, they emerged into another, smaller clearing. A stream cut through it, black and silver in the moonlight, chuckling over smooth stones. On the far bank grew a tree unlike any they had seen. Its bark was pale and smooth, like birch, but its leaves were a deep, velvety blue, and clusters of glowing, pearl-white berries hung from its branches, shedding a soft, milky light. The stag creature walked to the stream, lowered its head, and drank. Then it looked at them and nudged its head towards the water. Water, Hermione breathed. She hurried to the stream's edge, cupped her hands, and drank. Harry followed. The water was ice-cold and tasted of minerals and something sweet, like wild mint. It was the most wonderful thing he had ever tasted. Their immediate thirst slaked, they turned their attention to the tree. The berries glowed invitingly. Don't touch them, Hermione warned, though she crept closer to examine. Glowing berries in a magical forest could be poisonous, hypnotic, or both. As she spoke, the stag creature ambled to the tree, gently plucked a berry cluster with its lips, and began to eat. It made a soft, contented sound. Or they could be safe, Harry said. They waited, watching the creature. It showed no ill effects. Cautiously, Harry approached. The tree's magic was a gentle, nourishing song that made his gold affinity stir with a faint sense of well-being. He picked a single berry. It was cool and firm in his hand, glowing with an inner light. He took a small bite. Flavor exploded on his tongue, a mix of peach, honey, and a crisp, clean note like morning air. Energy, subtle but real, flowed through him, easing the ache of exhaustion and cold. He ate the rest and picked two more for Hermione. They ate in silence, sitting by the stream. The berries filled their stomachs with a gentle warmth and a feeling of quiet alertness. The stag creature lay down nearby, watching them with its calm amber eyes. It's helping us, Harry said, wonder in his voice. Why? Perhaps because you resonate with this place, Hermione suggested. Your silver magic, it's like a greeting in a language this forest understands. Or maybe it's just kind. As they finished eating, a new sound began, a low, rhythmic humming that seemed to come from the stream, the trees, the very earth. It was a vibration more than a noise, felt in the bones. The stag creature raised its head, its leaf antlers chiming in harmony. What is that? Hermione whispered. Harry stood. The silver thread inside him was no longer just humming, it was singing, pulled into resonance with the forest song. He felt an irresistible pull. He walked away from the stream, following the vibration. Hermione, after a moment's hesitation, followed. The stag creature did not follow. It remained by the stream, its job apparently done. The song led them up a small rise to a place where the trees formed a natural amphitheater. In the center stood a circle of standing stones, much smaller than the wardstone, each no taller than Harry. They were arranged in a perfect ring, and each stone was carved with a different, clearer rune. In the middle of the circle, the air shimmered with a veil of soft, silvery light, like a vertical pool of mercury. The song was strongest here. It was a lament, Harry realized. A song of deep time, of guardianship, of a slow, patient sadness. He stepped into the circle. The moment he crossed the boundary, the song crystallized into words in his mind. Not English, not any language, but he understood them, translated by the silver thread that was now thrumming in time with the stones. We are the memory of the green. We are the keepers of the quiet places. The world outside grows loud and sharp. It forgets the song. It breaks the threads. Images flashed in Harry's mind, forests stretching across continents, untouched by axe or road. Magical creatures living in balance. Then, the encroachment, cleared land, smoking chimneys, the sharp, bright spells of wizards cutting and claiming. The slow retreat into hidden pockets like this one. A profound sense of loss. I hear you, Harry whispered, not with his mouth, but with his magic, sending the thought down the silver thread. The song shifted. The sadness remained, but a note of curiosity entered. You bear two threads. One of connection, bright and fragile. One of self, clear and strong. You are a child of the loud world, but you sing in the old key. Why do you come here? We are lost, Harry thought spoke. We were taken from our home by a loud, sharp magic. We want to return. A pause. The silvery veil in the center of the circle rippled. The paths between the quiet places are few. They are for the green things, the old things. Your kind has forgotten how to walk them. You walk with tearing steps. You leave scars. An image of the Portkeys' violent vortex, a tear in the fabric of space. We didn't mean to. We were afraid. Fear is a loud emotion. It drowns the song. The forest's voice was not unkind, but factual. To walk the quiet paths, you must be quiet. In mind and magic. Can you show us? Harry asked, hope leaping in his chest. The quiet path is not a road. It is an alignment, a harmony. You must find the song of your home, and sing it. The forest will listen, and if the songs are compatible, a thread will be spun. You may follow it. Find the song of home. Harry thought of the Grangers' house. The warmth of the kitchen. The smell of books and toothpaste. The feeling of safety. That was his gold magic. But it was fuzzy, emotional, not a clear note. Hermione, standing just outside the stone circle, was watching him intently. She couldn't hear the conversation, but she saw his focused expression, the way his eyes were fixed on the silvery veil. It's talking to you, isn't it? She breathed. Harry nodded slightly, not breaking his mental connection. He needed a clearer song. He thought of his holly wand, waiting on his desk. Its magic had a specific frequency, a unique signature. He had felt it when he first held it. He grasped for that memory, the warmth, the sense of rightness, the specific vibration of phoenix feather and holly. He fed that memory into the silver thread, shaping it into a single, pure note of magical identity. This is mine. This is where I belong. The circle of stones brightened. The silvery veil shimmered. From the center of the pool of light, a thin, gossamer strand of silver began to extrude. It was intangible, made of light and magic, but Harry could see it stretching away from the circle, through the trees, in a specific direction. It pulsed softly in time with the memory song of his wand. A thread has been spun, the forest's voice sighed. It is fragile. It will last only until the next dawn. Follow it. Walk quietly. Do not let your fear or your anger shake the path. If the thread breaks, you will be truly lost. Harry opened his eyes. The physical world snapped back into focus. He turned to Hermione. There's a path. A magical thread. It leads home. But we have to be quiet. In our minds. No strong emotions, or it'll break. Hermione's face lit with hope, then immediately settled into a mask of determined calm. Okay. We can do that. How do we follow it? Harry looked at the silvery thread. It was visible only to his magical sense, a line of resonant energy hanging in the air. I can see it. Just follow me, and try to think calm thoughts. He stepped out of the stone circle. The thread remained, stretching away into the forest. He began to walk, Hermione a silent shadow at his shoulder. The journey back was a test of mental discipline. They walked for hours in the deep night, following the winding, elusive thread. It led them over roots, across whispering streams, through thickets that seemed to part for them. The forest was watchful but not hostile. Occasionally, other pairs of eyes gleamed in the dark, curious, assessing, but they did not approach. Harry focused all his will on maintaining a state of quiet. He pushed away thoughts of Galloway, of the Ministry, of the scared faces of the Grangers. He thought only of the next step, the feel of the earth underfoot, the sound of his and Hermione's breathing. He kept the song of his wand humming softly in his mind, a steady beacon. Hermione was a rock of silent concentration beside him. He could feel her effort, her logical mind forcibly suppressing panic and focusing on observation and step-by-step progress. It was the hardest thing Harry had ever done. The silver thread was a lifeline, but it was also a drain. Sustaining the quiet mental state while also magically perceiving the path was exhausting. His headache returned, a dull, persistent throb. Just as the first faint hints of gray began to lighten the black sky above the canopy, the thread led them to a familiar sight, the clearing with the wardstone. But it didn't stop there. It passed through the clearing and continued into the trees on the other side. "We're going a different way," Harry whispered, the first words spoken in hours. Hermione just nodded, gesturing for him to continue. They left the clearing behind. The forest began to change. The trees grew less massive, more familiar. The undergrowth thinned. The ancient, heavy magic slowly faded, replaced by the simpler, wild magic of an ordinary woodland. The silver thread grew fainter. Dawn was approaching. "Hurry," Harry urged softly, picking up the pace. They broke into a jog, following the dimming thread. It led them up a steep, rocky slope. As they crested the top, gasping for breath, the thread vanished. It didn't snap, it simply dissolved like mist in the morning sun. But they didn't need it anymore. Below them, in a valley kissed by the first pink rays of dawn, lay a small, sleeping village. A church spire, a winding road, and on the outskirts, a familiar row of neat, brick houses. It wasn't Little Whinging. The houses were a different style. But it was unmistakably the ordinary, Muggle world. They had made it out of the ancient forest. As they stood there, trembling with relief and exhaustion, a new sound cut through the morning quiet, a distant, rhythmic thumping, growing steadily louder. It came from the sky. They looked up. Silhouetted against the brightening sky, a large, ungainly shape was approaching. It was a motorcycle. A flying motorcycle. And on its back, a massive, shaggy-haired figure was scanning the ground, his face a mask of frantic worry. It was Hagrid. He hadn't seen them yet. He was following a different trail, maybe a magical signature. But he was here. The wizarding world had found them. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. They were out of the forest, but they were not safe. The Ministry would be with him, or close behind. Their unplanned journey was over, but a new, more complicated one was about to begin. They had found their way back to the world, only to remember it was a world that wanted to tear them apart. The sight of Hagrid's flying motorcycle was both a salvation and a sentence. Relief, so potent it made Harry's knees weak, warred with a fresh wave of dread. They were found. The Ministry would know. Galloway would know. The motorcycle circled once, then descended towards a flat stretch of heather about 50 yards from where they stood. Hagrid clambered off before it even touched down, his great boots sinking into the peat. He was bellowing, his voice cracking with emotion. "Harry, Hermione, thank Merlin, Albus, I found him. They're here." He lumbered towards them, tears streaming into his wild beard. He skidded to a halt, looking them up and down, dirty, leaves in their hair, faces pale with exhaustion and smudged with dirt. "Are ye hurt? Are ye all right? Wha' happened?" Before they could answer, two more figures appeared with soft cracks of apparition. Professor McGonagall, her face taut with a worry so deep it had etched new lines around her mouth, and Professor Dumbledore, whose usual twinkle was entirely absent, replaced by a grave, assessing calm. "Harry, Hermione." Dumbledore's voice was quiet but carried perfectly in the morning air. "You are unharmed." "We're fine, Professor," Hermione said quickly, her voice hoarse from disuse and the cold night air. "Just cold and tired." McGonagall swooped forward, her wand out. She cast a series of quick, diagnostic charms over them, her eyes scanning the air where shimmering symbols appeared and faded. Minor magical exhaustion in Potter. Mild hypothermia in both. Dehydration. No major injuries. No foreign magical attachments. She let out a breath that was almost a sigh. "A miracle." "It wasn't a miracle," Harry said, finding his voice. "It sounded small. We were in a forest. An old forest. It helped us." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. He looked past them, towards the line of trees from which they'd emerged. The trees here looked ordinary, Scots pine and birch, but his gaze seemed to see deeper. The ancient sanctuary, he murmured. You fell into the forest of the singing stones. That explains why every tracking spell failed. Its magic is older than our spells. A place that chooses to remain unseen. He looked back at them, his blue eyes sharp. How did you leave it? It showed us a path, Harry said. A silver thread. I had to sing a song of home. With my magic. A profound silence met his words. Hagrid blew his nose loudly. McGonagall stared. Dumbledore simply nodded, as if Harry had confirmed something he long suspected. The forest speaks in resonance. You offered it a harmony it recognized. That is a rare gift, Harry. One it does not bestow lightly. We need to get them home, McGonagall said, practicality overriding wonder. The Grangers are beside themselves. And the Ministry. The Ministry, Dumbledore said, the word gaining weight, will be waiting. Amelia Bones is a fair woman, but Galloway has filed a formal complaint of magical interference and unlawful flight. We must return, and we must have a story. The journey back was a blur. They couldn't flow from the wilderness. Hagrid insisted they take the motorcycle. Harry and Hermione were tucked into a magically enlarged sidecar, wrapped in thick blankets Hagrid produced from his moleskin pockets. The flight was cold and loud, but it was over quickly. They landed not in the Grangers' garden, but in a secluded alley a few streets over. Can't be too careful, Hagrid muttered, shrinking the motorcycle and stuffing it into another pocket. Ministry might be watching the house. They walked the last stretch. Mrs. Granger must have been watching from the window, because the front door flew open before they reached the gate. She ran out, her face ravaged by fear and lack of sleep, and gathered both Harry and Hermione into a tight, wordless hug. Mr. Granger was right behind her, his eyes red-rimmed, his hand coming to rest firmly on Harry's shoulder. No one spoke for a long minute. The horror of the past 18 hours hung in the air, slowly dissipating in the solid reality of the reunion. Inside, overstrong, sweet tea that Mrs. Granger insisted they drink, the story was told. Hermione took the lead, her narrative clear and concise. Galloway's arrival, the threatened portkey, her impulsive grab, the chaotic journey, the landing in the forest. She described the stag creature, the wardstone, the berries, the stone circle. She explained, in clinical terms, Harry's communication with the forest and the silver thread. She left out Harry's moment of violent impulse towards Galloway. She left out the depth of his fear and the cold, angry power of his silver magic. Harry was grateful. Dumbledore listened, steepling his fingers. When Hermione finished, he turned to Harry. And the song you sang to the forest, Harry. What was it? My wand, Harry said quietly. The feeling of it. I thought that was, uniquely mine. Something it could follow. Wise, Dumbledore said. A wand's signature is a clear, magical fingerprint. A beacon any anchored magic could trace. He sighed. Charity Galloway is ambitious. She sees in you a key to advancement, to unlocking secrets that would make her reputation. She overstepped, using an unapproved portkey and threatening your guardians. Amelia Bones was displeased. But Galloway's argument that you are an unstable, powerful anomaly who requires special containment has gained traction in certain circles, especially after this incident. Your disappearance, followed by your reappearance linked to a mythical magical reserve, will only fuel that fire. So what happens now? Mr. Granger asked, his voice tight. Now, Dumbledore said, we play a more public game. The Wizengamot, our Wizarding High Court, has scheduled an emergency hearing for tomorrow to determine Harry's placement and the oversight of his magical education. Galloway will argue for ministry custody and study. I will argue for his continued placement here, under my guardianship and the tutelage of Professor McGonagall, with additional, specialized counsel. Specialized counsel? Harry asked. Someone who understands what it is to be different in the way you are different, Dumbledore said cryptically. For now, you must rest. Both of you. The hearing will be demanding. He and McGonagall left soon after, with promises to return in the morning to escort them to the ministry. Hagrid, after crushing Harry and Hermione in another tearful hug, departed as well. The Grangers fussed, drawing hot baths, making sandwiches, tucking them into bed as if they were 5 years old. Harry didn't protest. The exhaustion was a weight pinning him to the mattress. But sleep, when it came, was not the blank void he needed. He dreamed of the forest, not as a place of fear, but as a living presence. He felt its ancient song in his bones. And he felt something else, a lingering gift. Not the berries or the water, but a subtle shift in his own magic. The silver thread felt stronger, cleaner, as if washed in moonlight and starlight. It felt more natural, less like a tool and more like a sense. And the gold felt warmer, but also deeper, rooted in something older than the Grangers, kindness. It was as if the forest had shown him that his magic wasn't just about emotion or will, it was part of the world's own song. He woke with the dawn, feeling strangely clear-headed. The fear of the Ministry, of Galloway, was still there, but it was a problem outside him. Inside, he felt a new steadiness. Downstairs, he found Hermione already at the table, a huge book on wizarding law open in front of her. She looked up. "I've been researching Wizengamot procedures. We have the right to testify. Our accounts will be crucial. We need to be precise, logical, and emphasize Galloway's coercion and the stable environment here." She was building a legal fortress, just as he had built a magical one. He sat beside her. "What are our chances?" She chewed her lip. "It depends on who's on the court. Dumbledore has influence, but the Ministry bureaucracy is powerful. And we're an unknown. A Muggle-born witch living with Muggles, and a famous, magically volatile boy. We don't fit their boxes." That afternoon, their specialized counsel arrived. The doorbell rang, and Mrs. Granger admitted a young woman who looked like she'd been caught in a rainbow explosion. She had a heart-shaped face, currently framed by short, spiky hair that was a vibrant, shocking pink. Her robes were patched in clashing colors, and she had a silver ring through her nose. She grinned at them, a lopsided, infectious smile. "Watch her, Harry. Hermione. I'm Tonks. Nymphadora Tonks, but don't call me Nymphadora unless you want a hex where it hurts." Her voice was bubbly, her eyes, a bright, warm brown, darted around with friendly curiosity. As they watched, her hair flushed through several shades of blue before settling back to pink. "Metamorphagus," she said with a wink, tapping her nose. "Comes in handy. Dumbledore sent me. He thought you might like to talk to someone who's a bit of a magical oddball herself." Harry stared, his mouth slightly open. This was the living precedent. The person who used a power like his silver thread, but for herself. She wasn't a terrifying unspeakable or a stern professor. She was brilliant. Over tea, Tonks was nothing like Galloway. She was funny, self-deprecating, and fiercely loyal to Dumbledore. "The old man's got a plan," she said, her tone turning serious. "Always does. But the Ministry's full of little-minded gits who get scared of anything that doesn't look like them. Your little forest jaunt. They'll call it reckless magical deviation. We're going to call it instinctive survival in the face of unlawful seizure. See the difference?" She coached them on what to expect. The grandeur of the Wizengamot chamber. The intimidating rows of witches and wizards in plum-colored robes. The chief warlock, currently Dumbledore, she explained, which was a point in their favor. She told them to speak clearly, to look at the judges, not at Galloway. "And Harry," she said, leaning forward, her eyes earnest. "They might ask you to demonstrate your magic. To prove it's controllable. Don't show them the big, flashy stuff. No silver fire, no turning trees into metal. Show them something precise. Something gentle. Can you do that?" He thought of the tiny, warm spark between his palms. The gentle gold light. The careful repair of a broken button. He nodded. "Good." She smiled again, and her hair turned a reassuring shade of sunflower yellow. "We'll be right there with you. The whole order's got your back, even if they can't all be in the room." That night, as they prepared for the most important day of their young lives, Harry didn't feel alone. He had Hermione, with her relentless mind. He had the Grangers, with their stubborn, loving normalcy. He had Dumbledore and McGonagall. He had Hagrid's fierce devotion. And now he had Tonks, a living reminder that different didn't mean broken. The forest had given him a gift, but it wasn't just magic. It was a lesson. He was part of an older, wider, wilder world than the Ministry could comprehend. And tomorrow, he would have to stand before that Ministry and make them see that the boy they wanted to cage was not a hazard, or an anomaly, or a specimen. He was Harry Potter. He had sung his way out of an ancient wood. And he was not afraid to speak his truth to a room full of wizards in silly hats. The hearing loomed, a dragon at the gate of his new life. But for the first time, Harry felt not like a victim facing a trial, but like a warrior walking to a battlefield he was prepared to win. The morning of the Wizengamot hearing dawned gray and heavy, the sky a sheet of pressed lead over Little Whinging. It felt like the world itself was holding its breath. Inside the Granger house, the air was thick with a tension that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the looming judgment of a hidden world. Harry dressed in the simple black robes from his suitcase. They felt strange against his skin, formal, stiff, a uniform for a war he hadn't chosen. Hermione wore a smaller set, her bushy hair tamed into a marginally neater bun, her face pale but set in lines of fierce concentration. She had been reviewing legal points with Tonks until midnight. Mrs. Granger fussed over them, straightening collars that didn't need straightening, her hands trembling slightly. Mr. Granger stood by the door, his jaw clenched, a man used to fixing problems with precise tools, facing a problem no drill or filling could solve. Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived precisely at 8 o'clock. Dumbledore wore robes of deep midnight blue, embroidered with subtle silver stars that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them. He looked calm, but his eyes were the blue of a glacier, deep, old, and full of immense, slow-moving power. McGonagall was in her usual severe tartan, but a heavy chain of office bearing A engraved M hung around her neck. "It is time," Dumbledore said, his voice gentle but leaving no room for delay. "The portkey will take us to the Ministry atrium. From there, we will proceed to the Wizengamot chambers. Remember, speak only when asked a direct question. Be truthful, but be measured. Minerva and I will handle the procedural arguments." He held out a worn, leather-bound book. "Place a finger upon it, all of you." Harry, Hermione, and the Grangers touched the cover. There was a familiar, gut-wrenching tug behind Harry's navel, and the cozy living room dissolved into a whirl of color and sound. They landed in a vast, breathtaking hall. The ceiling was a dizzying dome of peacock blue, inlaid with moving, golden symbols that constantly shifted and reformed. The floor was polished dark wood, so shiny it reflected the flames burning in gilded brackets along the paneled walls. Witches and wizards in robes of every hue strode purposefully across it, their footsteps echoing. Enormous fireplaces lined each side, and every few seconds, with a roar of green flame, another person would step out, glance around, and hurry off. The Ministry of Magic, the heart of the world that wanted to decide his fate. Harry felt terribly small and terribly visible. People were staring. Whispers spread like ripples in a pond. He saw fingers pointing, eyes widening at his scar, then flicking with curiosity or disapproval to the Grangers in their unmistakably muggle coats. "This way," McGonagall said, her voice a sharp blade cutting through the murmur. She led them across the vast atrium towards a set of golden gates, guarded by a watchwizard who nodded solemnly to Dumbledore and pushed them open. They entered a maze of corridors, each more opulent and intimidating than the last. Finally, they reached a pair of enormous, carved oak doors, behind which Harry could hear a low, rolling murmur of many voices. A placard beside it read, "Wizengamot Courtroom 10, in session." Dumbledore pushed the doors open. The room stole Harry's breath. It was circular, and vast, like a stone well sinking deep into the earth. The walls were tiered rows of benches, all packed with witches and wizards in plum-colored robes embroidered with a silver W. Their faces were a blur of age, severity, and sharp curiosity in the dim, torchlit air. High above, in a shadowy gallery, more spectators were seated. Harry thought he saw the flash of a camera. In the very center of the sunken floor was a single, high-backed chair, empty. Chains hung from its arms, glinting dully. Harry's heart seized. Was that for him? But Dumbledore guided them not to the chair, but to a smaller, raised platform to the left of it, where a few other simple chairs were arranged. A matching platform stood to the right. On it, looking pinched and officious, sat Dolores Umbridge, a sickly sweet smile plastered on her face. And beside her, looking furious and impeccably tidy, was Charity Galloway. Galloway's eyes locked onto Harry the moment he entered, burning with a cold, frustrated hunger. At the far end of the room, on a high dais, sat the chief warlock. It was Dumbledore. He took his seat there, his presence immediately silencing the room's murmur. His deputy, a witch with a face like a wise toad, sat beside him. "This emergency session of the Wizengamot is now in order," Dumbledore said, his voice magically amplified, calm and clear. The matter before us is the guardianship, education, and magical oversight of one Harry James Potter. Representing the Ministry's petition for reassignment of guardianship and special containment is Madam Charity Galloway of the Department of Mysteries. Representing the child's interests are myself, as Chief Warlock Pro Tempore, and Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. The minor, Harry Potter, and his de facto guardians, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, are present, as is Miss Hermione Granger, a witness. Let the record begin. A quill on the clerk's desk sprang to life and began scribbling on a long roll of parchment. Galloway stood. Chief Warlock, honored members of the Wizengamot. The facts are plain and troubling. Harry Potter is an unprecedented magical anomaly. Since infancy, he has been the epicenter of devastating dark magical events, the backlash that defeated he who must not be named, the attraction of a Lethifold to a Muggle suburb, the summoning of a Dementor, and now, a catastrophic, uncontrolled magical interaction with a Ministry portkey that resulted in the unauthorized transportation of 2 minors into a classified, high-risk magical zone. His magic is volatile, dual-natured, and clearly beyond his control. He is a danger to himself and to the statute of secrecy. She spoke persuasively, painting a picture of a ticking bomb. Harry felt each word like a blow. He kept his face still, his hands clenched in his lap. The child has been placed, by well-meaning but tragically misguided decision, into a Muggle household, Galloway continued, with a pitying glance at the Grangers that made Mrs. Granger stiffen. They cannot hope to understand, let alone manage, the forces at play. The Department of Mysteries is the only institution equipped to safely study and contain this phenomenon, for the good of all. She sat down, looking satisfied. Dumbledore nodded. Professor McGonagall. McGonagall stood, her posture rigid. Honored members. What Madame Galloway calls anomaly, we call potential. What she labels volatile, we see as powerful. Harry Potter is an 8-year-old boy who has survived unimaginable trauma and neglect. His magic, while strong and unusual, is not malignant. It is responsive. It reacted to a Lethifold that hunted him. It repelled a Dementor that attacked him. It disrupted a portkey that was being used to abduct him, illegally, by an official overstepping her authority. Her voice was like cracked ice. He is not a phenomenon. He is a student. Under my personal tutelage, he has made remarkable strides in control, demonstrating both powerful defensive magic and a precise, will-based affinity for transfiguration. He is learning occlumency to shield his mind. He is cared for, loved, and grounded in a stable home, something he was cruelly denied for the first 8 years of his life. To rip him from that now would not be an act of safety. It would be an act of profound cruelty, and a replication of the very trauma that may have contributed to the volatility Madame Galloway so fears. She sat. The Wizengamot members were listening intently. Dumbledore called upon the Grangers. Mr. Granger spoke, his voice initially shaky but growing stronger. He spoke of Harry's intelligence, his kindness, his rapid adjustment. He spoke of their commitment, of the legal processes they had begun. He was logical, heartfelt, and utterly, convincingly normal. Then it was Harry's turn. His name was called. He felt every eye in the room drill into him as he stood and walked to a small, circular spot of floor marked in the center, facing the dais. The chains on the central chair seemed to rattle in his peripheral vision. Harry Potter, Dumbledore said, his voice softer now. The court has heard descriptions of your magic. Can you tell us, in your own words, what it feels like to you? Harry took a deep breath. He looked not at the frightening crowd, but at Dumbledore's calm face, then at Hermione, who gave him a tiny, encouraging nod. It feels, like me, he began, his voice small in the vast room. A charm amplified it, making him jump slightly. There's 2 flavors, I guess. One is warm. It happens when I feel safe. Or when I want to protect someone. He thought of the golden fire. The other is clear. Cold, but not in a bad way. Like a really sharp thought. It's what I used to talk to the forest. A murmur ran through the crowd. Talk to the forest. And this, clear magic. The forest. Can you demonstrate it for the court? Asked a stern-looking wizard with a monocle. A small demonstration. To show control. Harry's heart hammered. This was it. Don't show power. Show precision. Show gentleness. He looked around. On the clerk's desk was a small, empty glass inkwell. He pointed a finger at it. He didn't use his wand. He focused on the silver thread, not on force but on idea. He thought of the inkwell's purpose, to hold ink. He imagined amplifying that purpose, turning the hold into preserve. He imagined the glass becoming less brittle, more resilient. A thin stream of silver light, no thicker than a thread of spider silk, shot from his fingertip and touched the inkwell. The glass didn't change shape or color. But it shimmered for a second, and a faint, ringing tone, like a tiny bell, echoed in the silent room. "What did you do, Mr. Potter?" the monocled wizard asked, leaning forward. I made it stronger," Harry said. "Just a little, so it wouldn't break if it was knocked over." The wizard gestured. The clerk picked up the inkwell and, after a hesitant glance at Dumbledore, let it drop onto the stone floor. It didn't shatter. It bounced, once, twice, with a solid tock-tock sound, and rolled, unharmed, to a stop. A louder murmur, this one tinged with surprise and interest, swept the room. Galloway shot to her feet. "A parlor trick. It demonstrates nothing of the inherent danger. What of the wandless transfiguration of a living tree? What of the destructive blast that banished a Dementor? This is a calculated display to mask the true, chaotic power." "The destructive blast, as you call it, saved 2 lives," McGonagall retorted coldly. "And the transfiguration of the tree was an act of a child exploring his magic in a moment of stress, resulting in no harm to any person or creature. Would you punish a child for his first, clumsy steps?" The debate raged. Wizards and witches argued about law, precedent, danger, and rights. Umbridge gave a sickeningly sweet speech about ministry-guided nurture for the greater good. Tonks, from the gallery, shouted, "Hear, hear," for McGonagall's points and was shushed. Through it all, Harry stood, feeling dissected. They talked about him as if he weren't there. A thing. A problem. Finally, Dumbledore called for a recess. The Wizengamot would deliberate. They were ushered into a small, windowless antechamber. The wait was agony. Hermione sat with her eyes closed, lips moving silently, rehearsing arguments. The Grangers held each other's hands tightly. Harry just stared at the stone wall, the silver thread inside him coiled tight with anxious energy. After an hour that felt like a day, they were summoned back. The chamber was silent as the grave. Dumbledore looked weary. He read from a scroll. "The Wizengamot, by a majority vote, finds that the case for immediate ministry custody and containment under the Department of Mysteries is not proven." A wave of relief so violent it made Harry dizzy. But Dumbledore wasn't finished. However, he continued, his voice heavy, "The Wizengamot also recognizes the unique and potent nature of Harry Potter's magical development, and the valid concerns for public safety and his own well-being. Therefore, it is decreed that Harry James Potter shall remain in the guardianship of Robert and Jean Granger, under the following conditions." He listed them. Each one was a bar on a new, more gilded cage. 1. He shall be fitted with a ministry-monitored magical dampener, to be worn at all times outside of supervised educational sessions, to prevent large-scale accidental magic. 2. His educational tutorials with Professor McGonagall shall be observed by a ministry-appointed monitor, to ensure curriculum compliance and safety. 3. He shall submit to quarterly magical and psychological evaluations by a joint panel from St. Mungo's and the Department of Mysteries. 4. Any further serious magical incident, as defined by the Ministry, will result in the immediate revocation of this guardianship and his transfer to a secure ministry facility. The verdict was a defeat disguised as a victory. He could stay, but he was collared. Watched. Judged. Every spell would be observed. Every emotion that sparked magic would be noted. Galloway looked furious but vindicated. The monitoring was her foot in the door. As they left the courtroom, the weight of the conditions settled on Harry like a physical yoke. They had won the battle to stay together. But they had lost the war for his freedom. The ministry now had a legal leash around his neck, and a committee that would decide what he was allowed to be. Back in the Granger living room, the atmosphere was hollow. There were no celebrations. "Mrs. Granger cried quietly. Mr. Granger stared at the wall, his face a mask of helpless frustration. Hermione looked at Harry, her eyes blazing with a new kind of fire. Not just academic curiosity, but rebellion. "They want to dampen you. To monitor you. We'll learn the dampener. We'll learn the monitor. We'll know their rules better than they do." Harry nodded, the cold, clear silver thread rising within him, not in anger, but in resolve. The Wizengamot had made their decree. They thought they had caged the wild, magical boy. But as he looked at Hermione, at the determined set of her jaw, Harry made a silent vow. They had just given him the rulebook for his own imprisonment. And he would study every page, until he found the words to tear it apart. The Court of Stone had spoken. But his education was just beginning. And his teachers were the cleverest which he knew, and the wild, singing heart of a forest that didn't believe in cages. The magical dampener arrived 2 days after the Wizengamot decree. It was delivered by an unsmiling ministry courier, a thin, brass bracelet, deceptively simple, cool and heavy in Harry's palm. It was meant to be worn on his left wrist, just below the heel of his hand. Engraved on the inner curve were minute, interlocking runes that pulsed with a faint, sickly yellow light. The dampening band of Linden, the courier recited tonelessly, as if reading from a manual. Non-removable except by authorized ministry personnel. It monitors ambient magical buildup and disperses energy in excess of level 3 standardized thaumatic output, equivalent to a sustained lumos or simple levitation charm. Attempts to remove or tamper with it will trigger an alert and a mild shock. It is keyed to your magical signature, Potter. It will not interfere with monitored educational sessions, during which Professor McGonagall will temporarily disengage it with this. He handed McGonagall a small, silver tuning fork. The observer appointed by the ministry will be here tomorrow at 9 a.m. for your first supervised session. Good day. He left. The bracelet seemed to grow heavier in Harry's hand. It wasn't a shackle of iron, but of polished metal and cold intent. It was a declaration, your magic is not yours. Mrs. Granger's lips were pressed into a white line. It's barbaric, she said, her voice trembling with a quiet fury Harry had never heard from her. To put a monitor on a child. It is a condition of him staying with us, Jean, Mr. Granger said, but his voice was thick with disgust. He touched the bracelet with a dentist's clinical finger. The craftsmanship is precise. The runework is complex. A blend of containment and observation magic. He looked at Harry, his eyes full of a helpless apology. We'll find a way to make it bearable. Harry didn't want it to be bearable. He wanted to throw it out the window. But he saw their faces, the fear that he might be taken away, the anger at the injustice, the love that had fought the entire ministry for him. He couldn't add to their burden. With a sigh that felt like it came from his shoes, he slid the brass bracelet onto his wrist. It closed with a soft, definitive click, sealing seamlessly. A brief, cold tingling spread up his arm, a sensation of something foreign settling into his magical bloodstream. The golden warmth inside him dimmed, muffled as if heard through thick felt. The silver thread didn't dim, but it felt, contained, like a river forced into a narrow pipe. He could still feel his magic, but it was distant, frustratingly out of reach, like an itch under a cast. He raised his hand, focused, and tried to summon his lumos. A feeble, yellowish sputter, weaker than his first attempt with McGonagall's wand, flickered at his fingertip and died. It felt like trying to shout with a hand clamped over his mouth. Hermione, watching, looked murderous. It's throttling you. That is the point, Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall said, her voice tight. She examined the bracelet with a professional, critical eye. Crude, but effective. The lindenwood infusion in the alloy is a classic suppressant. The observation runes are a newer addition. We will work within its constraints. She held up the silver tuning fork. During lessons, I will temporarily disrupt the dampening field. You will have your full capacities, but under the eye of the ministry observer. We must be exemplary. The word hung in the air. Exemplary meant restrained, careful, boring. The ministry observer arrived the next morning, punctual to the second. He was a man named Percival Graves, a junior clerk from the improper use of magic office. He was young, pale, and nervous, with a tendency to jump at loud noises. He clutched a clipboard to his chest like a shield and avoided looking directly at Harry's scar. Just here to observe, of course, he mumbled, taking a seat in the far corner of the Grangers' living room. Ensure educational standards and safety protocols are met. Proceed as you were, Professor. McGonagall, her mouth a thin line, nodded. She tapped the tuning fork against the edge of the coffee table. It emitted a clear, high ping that made the air vibrate. Harry felt the muffling sensation around his magic vanish. The gold and silver surged back, a joyful, fierce return that made him gasp with relief. It was like taking a deep breath after being underwater. But the relief was short-lived. Under Graves's anxious, scribbling gaze, the lesson was a farce. McGonagall had him practice the most basic of first-year charms, Lumos, Wingardium Leviosa, the color-changing charm. Harry performed them with flawless, mechanical precision, his magic responding with the bland obedience of a trained dog. He made no mistakes. He showed no flair. He didn't let the gold warmth infuse his light, or the silver clarity sharpen his levitation. He was a model of ministry-approved mediocrity. Graves scribbled notes, looking vaguely disappointed, as if he'd hoped for a spectacle. When the lesson ended, McGonagall tapped the fork again. The ping sounded, and the dampening field slammed back down, cutting Harry off from his magic with a jarring finality that left him feeling hollow and cold. Graves nodded, gathered his things, and scurried out, his duty done. The moment the door closed, Harry ripped a pillow from the sofa and threw it across the room. It was a pathetic, Muggle expression of fury, but it was all he had. "This is impossible. I can't learn like this. I can't be like this." "You must," McGonagall said, but there was a hint of sympathy in her stern eyes. "For now. The Observer is the least of it, Potter. The quarterly evaluations will be more invasive. They will test the limits the dampener suppresses. You must learn to control not only your magic, but the appearance of your magic. You must show them exactly what they want to see, a talented but manageable boy. Nothing more. So I have to lie," Harry said flatly. "You have to survive," Hermione corrected. She had been silent during the lesson, watching Graves like a hawk. "And we have to learn how the dampener works." "Precisely. What are its thresholds? Can it tell the difference between your gold and silver magic? Does it measure output, or intent, or both?" She had that gleam in her eye, the one that meant a puzzle had presented itself. "We need data." And so, a new, secret curriculum began, running parallel to the sanctioned one. When Graves was not there, and the dampener was active, Hermione conducted experiments. She had Harry try to cast, noting the exact point at which the bracelet's runes glowed and his magic fizzled. She made him keep a journal of his emotional state when the magic stirred naturally, to see if the dampener reacted to passive magical emission as well as active casting. They discovered the dampener was blunt. It measured raw magical output, not nuance. It didn't care if his magic was gold or silver, defensive or transformative. If the energy exceeded the low threshold, it was suppressed. It was like a lid on a pot, keeping the steam from boiling over, but also preventing the soup from cooking properly. The frustration was a constant, sour companion. Harry felt trapped in his own skin. The wild, wonderful power that had saved him, that had spoken to a forest, was now locked in a brass cage on his wrist. He took to walking in the garden, staring at the silver circle on the apple tree, a reminder of what he could do when he was free. One evening, a week after the dampener's arrival, he found Mr. Granger in the shed, tinkering with an old radio. He looked up as Harry hovered in the doorway. "Can't sleep." Harry shook his head, holding up his dampened wrist. "It itches." "Psychosomatic, most likely, Mr. Granger said, putting down his screwdriver. The mind's reaction to constraint. He studied Harry for a moment. "You know, in dentistry, sometimes we have to put a brace on teeth. To guide them. To correct their growth. It's uncomfortable. It feels foreign. The patient hates it. But it's for a purpose. To create a healthy, functional alignment." He paused. "This is not that. This is not guidance. This is containment. And I am sorry we cannot simply cut it off you." The honesty was more comforting than any platitude. "What do I do?" Harry asked, his voice small. "You outgrow it, Mr. Granger said simply. "Not by breaking it, they've made that unwise. But by growing so clever, so controlled, so understanding of your own magic, that its limits become irrelevant. You learn to do within its bounds what they cannot imagine. You make its cage your greenhouse." It was a different kind of strategy. Not rebellion, but transcendence. That night, Harry lay in bed, the bracelet a cold weight against his pulse. He thought of the forest, of the song he'd sung. The forest's magic hadn't been about raw power. It had been about harmony, resonance, understanding. The dampener suppressed power. But could it suppress understanding? He closed his eyes and retreated to his mental fortress. The golden filigree glowed softly. The silver thread hummed. He focused not on casting magic out, but on turning his awareness in. He explored the sensations of his two affinities, not as forces to be wielded, but as parts of himself to be known. The gold was a warm pool in his center. The silver was a vibrating wire running up his spine. The dampener felt like a gray, static fog wrapped around both. He couldn't push through the fog. But maybe he could listen through it. If his magic was a song, the dampener turned the volume down to a whisper. But he could still learn the lyrics. He could still study the melody. He spent hours there, in the quiet of his own mind, mapping the contours of his magic with a new, precise attention. He found subtleties he'd never noticed, how the gold magic sparked brighter when he thought of Hermione's loyalty, how the silver thread vibrated in a different key when he focused on protection versus creation. He was learning the instrument, even if he couldn't play it loud. The next morning, before Graves arrived, he went to Hermione. "I have an idea. The dampener measures output. What if we don't give it any output to measure? What if we practice magic that doesn't leave?" She frowned. "Internal magic. That's advanced occlumency, maybe some forms of meditation. Not just shielding," Harry said, excitement stirring for the first time in days. "The forest, it didn't teach me spells. It taught me to listen. To resonate. What if that's a kind of magic the dampener can't touch? What if I can practice tuning?" Her eyes lit up. A theoretical framework. If magic is a frequency, and the dampener suppresses amplitude, you could work on purity of frequency instead. Harmonic exercises. It's brilliant, Harry. And so, their secret studies deepened. While Graves observed bland, ministry-approved charm work, Harry and Hermione, in stolen moments, worked on internal magic. Harry practiced holding the gold and silver tones perfectly steady in his mind, separating them, blending them gently. He tried to extend his magical awareness outward, not to affect anything, but to feel the latent magic in the herbs and misses. Granger's garden, the quiet hum of the household wards, the distant, sleeping song of the earth itself. The dampener didn't react. It only cared about magic leaving his body, not about magic moving within it, or listening beyond it. It was a small victory. A crack in the cage. He couldn't change the world yet. But he could learn its music, note by quiet note, until the day the bracelet came off. And on that day, he wouldn't just be a boy with powerful, wild magic. He would be a wizard who understood the song of his own soul, and every magic that echoed it. The weight of glass was still on his wrist, but he was no longer just straining against it. He was learning to see the world through its lens, and planning the masterpiece he would create when it was finally, inevitably, shattered. The day of the first quarterly evaluation arrived with the subtlety of a siege engine. The sky was the color of dirty dishwater, and a fine, cold drizzle fell, matching the mood in the Granger household. Harry sat at the kitchen table, pushing porridge around his bowl. The brass dampener on his wrist felt especially heavy, its runes glowing with a faint, persistent pulse as if in anticipation. Hermione, across from him, was reciting the day's schedule from memory. 9 a.m. Arrival of the evaluation team. 9:15, preliminary interview with the Grangers. 9:30, baseline magical measurement in the prepared testing room. 10 o'clock, controlled spellcasting demonstration. 10:30, emotional resilience assessment. 11, occlumency evaluation. 11:30, debrief and findings. She looked up. "We have to assume they'll deviate from the schedule. They'll try to provoke you." "I know," Harry said quietly. He'd been practicing his internal harmonic exercises until his head ached, holding the gold and silver threads in perfect, separate tension. He felt like a violin string tuned too tight, ready to snap or sing a painfully pure note. The evaluation team arrived via flow in the living room fireplace, stepping out with an air of clinical authority. There were 3 of them. Healer Strout, a plump, kind-faced witch from St. Mungo's who looked like she wanted to give him a biscuit and a hug. Mr. Ogden, a thin, severe man from the Department of Mysteries, Research Ethics Panel, a branch apparently separate from Galloway's, though Harry didn't trust the distinction. And a legilimens, introduced only as Ms. Vance, a woman with silvery eyes that seemed to look through you rather than at you. Charity Galloway was conspicuously absent. Madame Galloway's committee is recused from direct evaluation due to her partisan involvement, Mr. Ogden explained, his tone making it clear he considered Galloway an unfortunate hysteric. This, Harry realized, might be worse. These people were the cool, dispassionate alternative. They wouldn't threaten, they would dissect. The preliminary interview with the Grangers was brief and polite. Mr. and Mrs. Granger answered questions about Harry's health, diet, sleep, and behavior with careful, measured answers. They were a united front of calm normality. Then it was Harry's turn. He was led into the dining room, which had been cleared and warded. The air smelled of lemon polish and the sharp, clean scent of recent magic. A series of instruments had been set up, a complex brass astrolabe that clicked softly, a crystal orb on a stand, a blank parchment that hovered, waiting for notes. Now, Harry, Healer Strout said with a gentle smile. We're just going to take some readings. Nothing painful. The dampener will remain active for now. Just relax. Mr. Ogden waved his wand. The instruments whirred to life. Beams of colored light played over Harry. The crystal orb clouded, then cleared, showing shifting patterns of gold and silver mist. The astrolabe spun, its pointers tracing arcs. Harry felt the dampener grow warm on his wrist as it interacted with the scanning spells. It was an unnerving sensation, like being listened to by a very attentive, silent ear. Dual affinity confirmed, Ogden murmured to Vance, who nodded. Baseline output suppressed to approximately 12% of estimated core capacity. Excellent damping. Next came the controlled spellcasting. Professor McGonagall, who was present as Harry's educator, used the tuning fork to temporarily disable the dampener. The relief of his magic returning was instantly tempered by the knowledge that a dozen eyes were on him, instruments poised. Standard first-year charms, if you please, Potter, McGonagall said, her voice giving nothing away. Harry performed them. Lumos, a steady, white light. Wingardium Leviosa, a feather rose and fell in a perfect parabola. Calivaria, he turned a white handkerchief a solid, unremarkable blue. His magic responded with obedient precision. He kept the gold warmth banked, the silver clarity sheathed. It was magic by rote. The instruments hummed, recording every fluctuation. Adequate control, Ogden noted, sounding almost disappointed. Proceed to the emotional resilience assessment. This was the part they dreaded. Healer Strout stepped forward, her kind face now serious. We need to understand how your magic responds to stress, Harry. It's important for safety. We're going to use a boggart. It will take the form of your fear. Your task is to repel it using the ridiculous charm. Do you know it? Harry nodded, his mouth dry. He'd read about it. He'd never faced a boggart. He didn't know what his greatest fear would become. A large, old wardrobe was brought into the room. The air grew colder. Harry felt a familiar, creeping dread, the same emptiness that had preceded the Dementor. But this was different. This was more personal. The wardrobe door creaked open. Out drifted a figure, not in black robes, but in a crisp, neat suit. It was Uncle Vernon, his face purple with rage, his fists clenched. Freak. The boggart, Vernon roared, advancing. You ruin everything. Back to the cupboard. A cold spike of pure childhood terror shot through Harry. His magic, the gold affinity tied to emotion, surged in response. The dampener on his wrist, re-engaged after the charm demonstration, grew hot, straining to contain the spike. The runes flared a warning orange. Remember, ridiculous. McGonagall's voice was sharp. Harry fumbled for his wand. He couldn't think of anything funny about Vernon. The fear was too real, too anchored in years of pain. The boggart changed. Vernon's form melted, reshaped. Now it was Charity Galloway, holding the brass portkey hourglass, her smile predatory. Time to go, Mr. Potter. Say goodbye to your little friends. The fear shifted from the past to the future. A fear of loss, of being taken. Harry's magic surged again, a mix of gold terror and silver defiance. The dampener glowed brighter. Harry, focus. Hermione's voice, from where she watched by the door, cut through the panic. He had to break the fear. He thought of something ridiculous. What was silly about Galloway? Her robes. Her smile. He imagined her in a giant, pink, frilly bathrobe, with fluffy bunny slippers. He raised his wand. Ridiculous. The boggart Galloway shimmered. The peacock blue robes turned pink and fluffy. The obsidian rod became a rubber chicken. But the smile remained, cold and hungry. The boggart wasn't fully defeated. It was confused, flickering between the bathrobe and the official robes. It changed again. Now it was a Dementor, its ragged form gliding forward, the sucking despair washing over him. This was a fear his magic knew how to fight. Without thinking, reacting on pure instinct, Harry dropped the ridiculous charm and reached for the golden fire that had saved them. Get back. But the fire didn't come. The dampener, pushed to its limit by his emotional spikes, constricted violently. Instead of a torrent of flame, a weak, guttering spray of golden sparks shot from his wand, barely causing the boggart Dementor to hesitate. The cold deepened. Frustration and fear became anger. The silver thread, cold and sharp, reacted to the blockage, to the injustice of being shackled in the face of his worst memories. It didn't try to flow out. It turned inward, a focused point of icy rage. The boggart Dementor, hood turned towards him. Harry met the void where its face should be, and he didn't flinch. He let the silver anger fill him, not to cast, but to define. He was Harry Potter. He had faced worse than a shadow. He had sung to a forest. He would not be broken by a cheap imitation. You, he whispered, his voice low and steady, are not real. He took a step forward. The boggart Dementor hesitated, rippling. Harry took another step. He didn't raise his wand. He simply willed it to be gone. He pushed the silver thread's certainty, its unyielding sense of self, at the creature. I am more than your fear. The boggart shivered, then with a sound like tearing paper, it imploded, collapsing into nothingness. The room was silent, save for the frantic clicking of Ogden's instruments. The dampener on Harry's wrist was scorching hot, the runes glowing a fierce red before slowly fading back to yellow. Healer Strout looked stunned. Mr. Ogden was scribbling furiously. Emotional spike exceeding dampener thresholds in categories 3 and 5. Subsequent, unprecedented non-verbal, non-standard repulsion. Magic signature, pure will-based. No registered charm. Ms. Vance, the Legilimens, stepped forward. Her silvery eyes were intent. Your mental state during that last interaction. I need to see it. Before Harry could protest, before McGonagall could intervene, he felt it, a delicate, invasive pressure at the temples of his mind. Not a brutal attack, but a skilled, insistent probe. His occlumency shields, already strained from the emotional ordeal, slammed up. He retreated to his fortress, sealing the doors. But Vance was good. Her magic was a fine, silvery needle, seeking cracks. It slid along the edges of his defenses, probing. Harry felt a flash of panic. He couldn't let her in. He couldn't let her see the forest, the firewall, the depths of his fear and resolve. He focused on a single, bland memory, a recent lesson with McGonagall, transfiguring a button. He pushed it to the forefront of his mind, making it vivid and detailed. The needle hesitated, then pushed past it, digging deeper. Pain lanced through his scar. White-hot, blinding. It wasn't from Vance. It was the connection, agitated by the mental invasion. A flash of something else seared across his vision. A stone altar, dark and wet, and a gleam of silver so bright it hurt. A dagger with a bone handle. A voice, high and cold, exultant, the vessel is prepared. Harry cried out, clutching his forehead. The mental probe vanished as Vance recoiled, her own face pale. What was that? Ogden demanded. A memory? No, not a memory, Vance said, her voice unsteady for the first time. An echo. From his scar. And his occlumency, it's not just shields. It's architecture. Fortified. I've never seen anything like it in a child. The rest of the evaluation passed in a blur. Harry was shaken, his scar throbbing. The debrief was a tense affair. Ogden and Strout conferred in low tones. The dampener contained the major magical outburst, but it was severely stressed, Ogden reported to the Grangers and McGonagall. His ability to repel the boggart without a standard charm is concerning. It suggests a development of magical ability outside approved curricula. The Legilimency probe revealed advanced, possibly unstable, mental fortifications and a reactive curse scar. The risk of uncontrolled magical feedback, especially under emotional duress, remains significant. He is a child who has faced more trauma than most adults, McGonagall countered, her voice like steel. His defenses are a necessity, not a symptom. Be that as it may, Ogden said, the committee's recommendation is for increased monitoring. Evaluations will be monthly until stability is demonstrated. Furthermore, we recommend a series of sessions with a mind healer from St. Mungo's to address the architectural anomalies in his occlumency. Monthly. Tearing open his mind every month. Harry felt sick. As the team packed to leave, Vance approached him. Her silvery eyes were inscrutable. "You have a strong mind, Mr. Potter. Unusually strong. But what you are building in there, be careful what walls you erect. Sometimes, the strongest fortresses become the darkest prisons." Then they were gone, leaving behind the scent of their spells and a crushing weight of scrutiny. That night, the scar's pain faded to a dull ache, but the vision lingered. The stone altar. The silver dagger. The triumphant voice. The vessel is prepared. Lying in the dark, the dampener a cold circle on his wrist, Harry understood. The evaluation had been a measuring rod, and he had been found both wanting and dangerously exceeding. But out there in the wider darkness, Voldemort was moving, preparing something with a silver blade. And the walls around Harry, both mental and magical, were about to be tested not by ministry bureaucrats, but by a foe who understood power in a way they never would. The cage was tightening, and the shadow beyond the bars was sharpening a knife. The world after the evaluation felt thin, stretched over a framework of dread. The house was too quiet, the normal sounds of the kettle boiling or a page turning suddenly loud and fragile. Harry moved through the rooms like a ghost, the memory of the legilimens, needle-like probe a constant, itchy sensation at the back of his skull. The vision it had triggered was worse, the stone altar, the silver dagger, the exultant voice. It played on a loop behind his eyes, a silent film of horror only he could see. His scar gave a sympathetic throb, a dull reminder of the connection that had been so violently agitated. The dampener on his wrist felt different now, not just a restraint, but a brand. A mark that declared him a subject of study, a problem to be solved monthly, piece by invasive piece. Hermione watched him with worried eyes. She didn't try to talk it away. Instead, she attacked the problem with the only weapon she trusted, information. She vanished into a fortress of books, emerging hours later with ink-stained fingers and a grim expression. A vessel, in dark ritualistic magic, typically refers to a container for a soul, a power, or a consciousness, she reported, her voice low. They were in her room, the door locked. It could mean he's creating a Horcrux, but he's already made those. Or it could mean he's preparing a new body. But the silver dagger, silver is for binding. For containment. It's used in rituals of transfer, or in anchoring a spirit to a physical object or place. She chewed her lip. He's preparing for something. Something that requires a prepared vessel and a silver blade. Harry felt cold. Is it, for me? Hermione hesitated. I don't know. The connection goes both ways. Maybe he wants to use you as the vessel. Or maybe the vision came because you're connected, and you're seeing his preparations for something else. But it's active, Harry. He's not just hiding. He's working. The thought was paralyzing. While he was being poked and measured by the ministry, the real monster was calmly sharpening his tools. 2 days after the evaluation, a small, bright spot appeared in the gloom. Tonks arrived, not through the flow, but by knocking on the front door like a normal person. Her hair was a calm, chestnut brown today, and she wore simple robes. She carried a large, lumpy bag. Brought you something, she said to Harry with a wink, after exchanging quiet greetings with the worried Grangers. She led him and Hermione into the garden, away from the windows. From the bag, she produced 2 objects. The first was a smooth, gray river stone, utterly ordinary. The second was a small, wooden cube, each face painted a different color. Dumbledore's idea, she said, her usual bubbly energy subdued into something more focused. The ministry can monitor your magic when it leaves your body. They can't monitor what you do inside it, or what you do with magic that doesn't look like magic. This, she pointed to the stone, is for you, Harry. And this, she tapped the cube, is for you, Hermione. She explained. The stone was a focus, but not for casting. It was a training tool used by some metamorphmagi in their youth. The goal wasn't to change it, but to feel it. To understand its essence so completely that the line between the stone and the sense of stoneness in one's mind blurred. Your silver thread, Tonks said, her eyes serious on Harry. It's not just for changing things. It's for knowing things. For seeing the truth of a thing's nature. That's the first step to real transfiguration, and to magical sense. The forest responded to you because you have that sense. We're going to develop it. You're going to hold this stone, and you're going to learn everything about it. Not with your eyes, with your magic. Your dampener won't even twitch, because you're not putting out any power. You're just listening. She turned to Hermione. Your magic is logic, precision. The cube is a puzzle. Each face is locked with a different, simple magical knot, a color-based charm, a number sequence, a tiny shifting maze. You have to solve them in the right order to open it. Using only your magic. No wand. The spells are first-year level, but the puzzle requires you to cast them silently, in sequence, with perfect control. It's about finesse, not force. About making your magic think. It was a lifeline, a way to fight back that didn't involve defiance, but deepening. While the ministry looked for explosions, they would be learning the quietest parts of their craft. Harry took the stone. It was cool and solid in his palm. He closed his eyes, pushing away the memory of the evaluation room, the vision of the dagger. He reached for the silver thread, not to push it out, but to let it become a receiver. He focused on the stone. Its weight, its coolness, the slight grit of its surface. He tried to feel past that, to the idea of stone. Patience, stillness, age, a slow, enduring existence. At first, there was nothing. Then, a faint impression, like a whisper heard through a wall. A sense of immense pressure, of ancient water, of slow time. It wasn't a thought. It was a quality. The stone-ness. He held onto that feeling, cradling it in his mind. When he opened his eyes, the stone looked the same. But he felt different. He had touched its story without changing a single atom. Hermione, meanwhile, was staring at the cube, her brow furrowed in concentration. She held it in both hands. Her face was a mask of focus. Suddenly, the red face of the cube glowed softly, then clicked. A minute later, the blue face shimmered and did the same. She was solving it, her magic working in tiny, precise bursts the dampener would never register. For the first time since the evaluation, Harry saw a genuine smile on her face, a smile of pure, intellectual triumph. Their secret training became their sanctuary. In the gaps between observed lessons with McGonagall, under the wary but supportive eyes of the Grangers, they practiced. Harry's world shrank to the river stone. He learned to find its essence faster, clearer. He began to sense other things too, the latent life in a fallen leaf, the slow, sweet magic in a bee hovering over a flower, the tired, protective hum of the household wards. His magical sense, the silver thread, as a faculty of perception, grew sharper. The world became a chorus of quiet magic, most of it unnoticed by wizards who only knew how to shout. Hermione mastered the cube within a week and demanded a harder one. Tonks brought a sphere covered in interlocking, rotating rings. She also brought news. Galloway's been sidelined, she reported, munching on a biscuit in the kitchen. Officially, she's refocusing on theoretical work. Unofficially, Dumbledore and Bones leaned on her superiors. The monthly evaluations will proceed, but with Ogden and Strout only. The Legilimens, Vance, won't be back unless there's a significant escalation. Dumbledore bought you some breathing room. It was a victory, but a precarious one. The evaluations were still monthly. The dampener remained, and the vision of the silver dagger hung over them all. As the date for the first monthly evaluation approached, the tension returned, thicker now for having been briefly dispelled. Harry practiced his ministry-approved charms until he could perform them in his sleep. He and Hermione developed a silent language of looks and slight gestures, a way to communicate under the observers' noses. The night before the evaluation, Harry couldn't sleep. He slipped downstairs and sat in the dark living room, the river stone cool in his hand. He practiced not listening to the stone, but to the house. He felt the deep, sleeping magic of the Grangers, a calm, steady, mundane glow. He felt Hermione's sharp, silvery blue consciousness, still awake and reading upstairs. And he felt something else. A faint, discordant note. A cold, oily smear on the edge of his newly honed perception. It was outside, distant, but moving closer. It felt like the Dementor's despair, but more focused. More intelligent. And it carried a faint, metallic echo that made his scar prickle. Silver. He was on his feet in an instant. He went to the window, peering out into the moonlit garden. Nothing moved, but the feeling persisted, a distant, approaching wrongness. He woke Hermione. He didn't need to explain. The look on his face was enough. She grabbed her dressing gown and followed him to the window. "Do you feel it?" he whispered. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her own, more logical magical sense. A pressure. Like a storm coming, but not a weather storm. A magical one. She opened her eyes, alarmed. It's coming from the southeast. The direction of the woods. Not the ancient forest. The ordinary woods at the end of the lane. The place where the Lethifold had been, where his journey had truly begun. We have to tell someone, Hermione said. But who? The Ministry. They'd use it as proof he was a hazard. Dumbledore was at Hogwarts. It was the middle of the night. As they watched, a light flickered deep within the line of trees. Not a torchlight. A cold, phosphorescent green. The same green as the Lethifold's sigil, but brighter. More purposeful. The oily, magical wrongness spiked, a wave of nausea that washed over Harry even through the walls and wards. His scar burned, not with the sharp pain of the evaluation, but with a deep, resonant ache, as if something was vibrating in tune with the approaching discord. The green light in the woods pulsed, then split into two. Then four. They began to move, weaving through the trees, coming closer to the edge of the woodland, to the open ground that led to the houses. They're not just lights, Harry breathed, his magical sense screaming in alarm. They're carrying something. That feeling. The first of the green lights emerged from the tree line. It wasn't a light at all. It was a cloaked figure, tall and skeletally thin, its face hidden in shadow. In its hand, it held a staff from which the sickly green radiance poured. Behind it, three more figures emerged. They moved with a terrible, gliding purpose, heading not randomly, but directly towards the Granger house. They were being hunted, not by a mindless creature, but by sentient beings. And they were out of time. The monthly evaluation was tomorrow. But the true test was here, now, in the dead of night, with four green-lit figures crossing the moonlit field towards their home, and a silver dagger gleaming in Harry's mind, its purpose horrifyingly clear. The vessel was prepared, and the hunters had come to collect it. The world narrowed to the four green smears gliding across the silvered field. Time, which had been crawling for days, now snapped into a frantic, racing present. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silent, approaching menace. The dampener on his wrist felt like a death sentence. Wards, Hermione gasped, already in motion. She sprinted to the front door, not to open it, but to press her hands against the wood. Her face was a mask of fierce concentration. The wards are strong. Dumbledore and McGonagall reinforced them. They should hold. Should. Harry echoed, joining her. He could feel the wards now, thanks to his honed magical sense, a complex, shimmering net of protective energy enveloping the house. But he could also feel the approaching figures. Their magic was a corrosive stain, a slow, deliberate acid eating at the edges of the night. It pressed against the wards, not with a brute force smash, but with a patient, seeping cold. The green light wasn't just illumination, it was a tool, a solvent for magic. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The sound from the garden, the same sound that had preceded the Lethifold, but multiplied, coming from all sides. Claws of shadow and malintent scraping against the magical barrier. They're not trying to break in, Harry realized, his voice tight. They're trying to untie it. A thud shook the front door, not physical, but magical. The wood didn't splinter, but the ward net visible to Harry's senses flared a bright, distressed gold before dimming. Upstairs, a light came on. Mr. Granger's voice, thick with sleep and alarm. Hermione. Harry. What's that noise? Stay upstairs. Hermione shouted, her voice cracking with authority. Don't come down. But it was too late. The assault shifted. The scratching concentrated on a single point, the back door leading to the kitchen. The corrosive green light intensified there, pooling like poison against the invisible shield. With a sound like tearing silk, a tiny, hairline fracture appeared in the ward net. A tendril of absolute cold, sharper and more focused than a Dementor's aura, slithered through the breach. It wasn't despair. It was purpose. A single, intelligently directed command, open. The deadbolt on the back door clicked open. Hermione screamed a warning. Harry acted without thought. He threw himself across the kitchen, skidding on the linoleum, and slammed his body against the door just as the handle began to turn. The wood was icy against his back. Through it, he felt the presence on the other side, a void of cold intent. Colloportus. Hermione cried, her wand pointed at the door. The locking charm sizzled, but the magic that met it was stronger. The spell shattered like glass. Her wand, a cheap practice one, snapped in her hand with a sharp crack. The door jerked inward an inch. Icy air, smelling of damp soil and ozone, flooded the kitchen. Harry braced his feet, pushing back with all his strength. He was small, weak. It was hopeless. His magic, the wild golden fire, roared against the dam of the dampener. The bracelet on his wrist burned, its runes blazing a furious red as it strained to contain the surge of terrified, protective power. It felt like his blood was boiling in his veins. He couldn't let go. He couldn't let them in. Think. Hermione's voice, or his own, screamed in his head. The silver thread. Not force. Understanding. The door was wood. Oak. Strong. Old. Stubborn. He couldn't fight the thing outside. But could he talk to the door? He stopped pushing against the physical pressure. He closed his eyes, against the terrifying proximity of the cold, and pressed his palm flat against the wood. He ignored the golden surge, reached for the clear, cold silver thread within. He poured his awareness into it, not to change the door, but to know it. To feel its oakness. Its strength. Its purpose as a barrier, a protector. You are a door, he thought spoke, the way he had to the forest. You keep things out. That is your truth. Hold to it. The silver thread vibrated, a pure note of will that sank through his hand into the wood. He wasn't casting a spell. He was offering a reminder. A reinforcement of identity. The door, under his palm, seemed to settle. To become more solid, more oak. The cold pressure from outside met not just wood, but the resolved, ancient idea of barrier. The inward jerk stopped. The door held. From outside, a hiss of frustration. The green light at the crack intensified, focusing on the lock. The corrosive magic returned, trying to unravel the door's newfound certainty. It was a stalemate. Harry couldn't hold this forever. His head was pounding, a mix of occlumency strain and the dampener's violent suppression of his gold magic. The silver thread was a focused beam, but it was draining him fast. The flow. Hermione yelled. She was at the living room fireplace, grabbing a pinch of powder. We have to get help. She threw the powder into the cold grate. The Hog's Head, she cried, a desperate, unlikely destination she'd heard Tonks mention once. The flames turned green, but they sputtered weakly, churning like troubled water. No clear passage formed. The corrosive magic outside was interfering with the network, muddying the connection. They're damping everything. Hermione sobbed in frustration. A new sound, a high, thin, chilling whistle from the front of the house. The assault on the back door ceased. The cold presence withdrew. For a second, there was silence, broken only by their ragged breaths. Then, the living room window exploded inward. Not with a crash, but with a whisper. The glass didn't shatter, it dissolved into a million grains of sand that poured across the carpet, leaving a gaping hole. A figure stood framed in it, cloaked in green lit. This close, Harry could see details. The cloak was ragged, like burial shrouds, and the hand holding the staff was skeletal, the skin gray and tight over bone. No face was visible within the hood, only a deeper, swirling darkness. It raised its staff. The green light coalesced into a serpentine shape, poised to strike into the room. They were out of tricks. Out of time. The dampener on Harry's wrist was a furnace of pain, containing the inferno of his fear and rage. He had no wand. Hermione's was broken. The flow was dead. The serpent of green light struck, not at them, but at the ceiling above them. It wasn't an attack. It was a scalpel. The magic cut through plaster and wood, and with a groan, a large section of the ceiling gave way. Dust and debris rained down. And through the hole, frozen in horror at the top of the stairs, were Mr. and Mrs. Granger. The cloaked figure's purpose was clear. It wasn't here for a fight. It was here for a snatch. To take Harry, and to leave devastation in its wake. A red haze descended over Harry's vision. Not fear. Fury. A pure, incandescent rage that this thing dared to threaten the only people who had ever given him a home. The golden magic, so long suppressed, met the silver thread of his will in a white-hot fusion. It wasn't just emotion. It was justice. It was the absolute, unyielding no of the cupboard, amplified 1,000-fold by love. The dampener on his wrist didn't just glow red, it screamed. A high-pitched, metallic shriek of stressed enchantment. The runes burned like brands into his skin. He didn't try to cast a spell. He didn't have a form for this feeling. He simply looked at the cloaked figure and rejected it. He rejected its presence, its magic, its right to exist in this space. The air between them convulsed. A wave of silent, invisible force erupted from Harry, a concussive blast of pure magical negation. It had no color, no heat. It was the vacuum left after a cancellation. The green serpent of light unraveled into nothing. The cloaked figure was hurled backwards through the broken window as if hit by a giant, unseen hand. It landed in a heap on the lawn, its staff rolling away, its light extinguished. But the cost was immediate and devastating. With a sound like a cracking bell, the brass dampener on Harry's wrist shattered. Pieces of hot metal bit into his skin. A shockwave of raw, unfiltered magic, gold and silver tangled in a furious storm, exploded outwards from him. Every remaining window in the house blew out. The pictures fell from the walls. The furniture skidded across the floor. Hermione was thrown against the bookcase. Mr. and Mrs. Granger cried out from the stairs. And the magical backlash, the uncontrolled detonation of a suppressed core, lit up the night sky for miles. It would have been detected by every magical tracking charm in Britain. In the sudden, ringing silence, Harry slumped to his knees, his wrist bleeding, his entire body trembling with shock and depletion. The invading cold was gone. The other green lights in the field were winking out, retreating. They had survived. But as he looked at the destruction around him, the broken windows, the terrified faces of the Grangers, the smoldering pieces of the dampener on the floor, Harry knew with absolute certainty. The battle was over, and they had lost. He had broken the Ministry's collar. He had unleashed forbidden power. In defending his home, he had given Galloway, Ogden, and every fearmonger in the Wizengamot everything they needed. The unstable, dangerous anomaly had just proven them right in the most spectacular way possible. The first sirens, Muggle and magical, began to wail in the distance, converging on the ruined house. The night was no longer quiet. It was full of the sound of consequences, rushing towards them, and there was nowhere left to hide. The silence after the explosion was absolute and profound. It was the silence of a vacuum, of a breath held too long. Dust motes danced in the moonlight streaming through the shattered windows. The smell of ozone, burnt metal, and plaster hung thick in the air. Harry knelt on the glass-strewn carpet, cradling his bleeding wrist. The flesh was burned and cut where the dampener had shattered. But the pain was distant, secondary. The true ache was inside, a hollowed-out, scraped-clean feeling where his magic had been. The furious fusion of gold and silver had left him empty, trembling with a depletion that went to the marrow of his bones. Across the room, Hermione pushed herself up from the toppled bookcase, a cut on her forehead trickling blood into her eyebrow. Her eyes were wide, not with pain, but with horrified understanding as she took in the devastation. From the stairs came a whimper. Mrs. Granger was huddled against Mr. Granger, who stood protectively in front of her, his face ashen as he stared at the ruins of his living room, the gaping hole to the night where his window had been. Harry, Hermione's voice was a rasp. She stumbled towards him, avoiding the glittering shards. Your wrist. Before she could reach him, the world outside erupted into sound and light. A cacophony of sirens, the familiar wail of Muggle police cars, and underneath, a stranger, magical trilling. Bright beams of white light, not from car headlights but from wands, swept across the garden, illuminating the prone, crumpled form of the cloaked attacker on the lawn. The Ministry had arrived, and so had the Muggle authorities. No, Harry whispered, the word a breath of despair. This was it. The proof. The catastrophic, undeniable proof of everything they feared he was. Figures swarmed the garden. Witches and wizards in official robes, some tending to the fallen attacker, others casting complex detection spells that made the air hum. Through the broken front door, 2 police officers stepped cautiously, their torches illuminating the wreckage. They froze, staring at the magical officials, at the floating debris, at the family in their nightclothes amidst the chaos. A tall, stern witch with a monocle stepped through the hole where the window had been, ignoring the splinters of wood. It was Amelia Bones. Her face was grim, her eyes sweeping the scene with methodical precision before landing on Harry. Secure the perimeter, she commanded, her voice cutting through the noise. Obliviate the Muggles. Standard Memory Modification Protocol 7. She gestured, and 2 of her aides moved towards the confused police officers, wands raised. Healer. Bones barked. A witch in green robes hurried forward, kneeling beside Harry. He flinched as she took his injured wrist, her wand emitting a cool, blue light that soothed the burns and sealed the cuts. The physical pain faded, but the hollow ache remained. Magical core depletion, severe, the healer reported. Minor lacerations. Shock. The others? Bones asked, not unkindly, but with the efficiency of a crisis manager. The healer moved to Hermione, then to the Grangers on the stairs, murmuring spells. The girl has a concussion. The adults are in shock, no physical injuries. Bones nodded. She turned as another figure ducked through the broken window frame. It was Dumbledore. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him, his face etched with lines of weariness and a deep, cold anger that seemed to chill the air around him. His eyes found Harry, and for a fleeting second, they held an emotion Harry couldn't name, something between pride and profound sorrow. Amelia, Dumbledore said, his voice quiet but carrying. Albus. Bones's tone was respectful but firm. The scene is consistent with a defensive magical outburst of extreme magnitude. The dampening band is destroyed. There is evidence of an attempted intrusion by unknown magical entities. She gestured to the cloaked figure being levitated away on a stretcher. One assailant neutralized. 3 others fled. The prior incantato on his staff reveals dark conjury of a focused, intelligent nature. This was not a creature attack. This was a raid. Dumbledore's gaze swept the room, lingering on the terrified Grangers. The family is not safe here. The wards have been critically compromised. The boy is not safe anywhere, a new voice interjected. Mr. Ogden from the Department of Mysteries stepped from the shadows near the fireplace, his face pinched and triumphant. The evaluation committee's worst-case scenario has been realized. An uncontrolled magical eruption of this scale, in a Muggle area, following direct provocation. The terms of the Wizengamot decree have been irrevocably violated. He must be taken into immediate ministry custody for containment and analysis. He was defending his home from attack, Ogden, Dumbledore said, the cold anger seeping into his voice. The method of defense is the issue. This power is demonstrably beyond his control. Look at this. Ogden waved a hand at the destruction. What if the next, defensive outburst, occurs in Diagon Alley? Or a Muggle school? The risk is intolerable. The argument raged over Harry's head as he sat numbly on the floor. He saw Hermione, holding a cloth to her bleeding head, arguing fiercely with a ministry scribe who was trying to usher her away. He saw Mrs. Granger crying silently into Mr. Granger's shoulder. He saw the last of the Muggle police officers led away, their faces blank and confused. He had done this. His magic, his uncontrollable, freakish magic, had brought violence to this peaceful house and shattered the lives of the people who had taken him in. A warm, heavy hand settled on his shoulder. Hagrid was there, having somehow squeezed his enormous frame through the damaged doorway. His beetle black eyes were brimming with tears. Ye did wa, ye had tear do, Harry, he rumbled, his voice thick. Ye protected him. Don't ye forget that. But the cost was etched in the broken walls, in the blood on Hermione's face. Dumbledore and Bones reached a tense, temporary accord. The Granger family, along with Harry and Hermione, would be relocated immediately to a secure, wizarding-safe house. The remains of their home would be repaired and their memories modified for any Muggle neighbors. It was damage control on a massive scale. As a team of wizards set to work with swift, wordless spells, plaster flowing back onto ceilings and glass reassembling in the frames, Harry was helped to his feet. He was given a plain black robe to wear over his pajamas. Hermione, her head bandaged, was at his side in an instant, her hand finding his. Her grip was fierce. "This isn't your fault," she whispered, her voice low and vehement. "They came for you. You fought back. You saved us." He wanted to believe her. But all he could see was Mr. Granger's shell-shocked face. They were led out through the repaired front door into the cold night. A large, horseless black carriage waited, Thestrals stamping their feet impatiently in the harness. The sight of the winged, skeletal creatures made Harry shudder. You could only see them if you had seen death. He wondered which of the others could see them now. They climbed in. The interior was dark and plush. The Grangers sat across from them, holding hands, silent. The carriage lurched into the air with a sway. Through the window, Harry watched the lights of Little Whinging shrink away. The ordinary, safe world he had fought so hard to reach was gone. He was leaving it behind, not as a runaway, but as a fugitive of sorts, a disaster zone contained. Hermione leaned her head against his shoulder, exhausted. "The silver dagger," she murmured, so only he could hear. "The vessel. That's what this was about. They weren't just trying to take you. They were trying to prepare you. For whatever he needs the vessel for. The vision from his scar. The altar. The bone-handled dagger. A vessel prepared. Had they come to anoint him? To mark him? To begin some terrible ritual? The safe house was a secluded cottage on a windswept moor. It was small, dark, and felt more like a prison than a sanctuary. New, powerful wards hummed around it, a constant, oppressive buzz in Harry's magical senses. There were 2 bedrooms. The Grangers took one. Harry and Hermione were given the other, with 2 narrow beds. Alone in the room, the door closed, the reality crashed down. "They're going to take me away, Hermione," Harry said, his voice breaking as he sat on the edge of his bed. "Ogden will win. They'll say I'm too dangerous. They'll put me in some cell in the Department of Mysteries." Hermione sat beside him. She didn't offer false hope. "Dumbledore won't let that happen. Dumbledore couldn't stop the dampener. He couldn't stop the evaluations. He's powerful, but the Ministry, it's a machine. And I'm a loose cog they want to weld shut or throw away." They sat in silence for a long time, listening to the wind howl outside, a lonely sound that matched the desolation inside them. Finally, Hermione spoke, her voice quiet but clear. "Then we don't wait for them to decide." She looked at him, her eyes gleaming in the dim light. "You broke the dampener. Your magic is free. And you've been practicing. Not just charms. Understanding. The stone. The forest. You can sense magic now. You can hear it. What good does that do? We know Voldemort is moving. He's preparing a vessel with a silver dagger. Those creatures tonight were his, or someone's, trying to get to you. The Ministry is blind to the real danger. They're looking at the symptom, not the disease." She took a deep breath. "We have to find out what the ritual is. Where it is. We have to stop it. Not to prove you're safe to the Ministry. To prove that you're the only one who can." Her words were madness. They were 2 8-year-olds, one magically exhausted and traumatized, the other concussed, trapped in a safe house. They had no resources, no allies they could trust. But as Harry looked at her, at the unwavering fire in her eyes despite the bandage on her head, he felt the cold, hollow ache inside him shift. It wasn't filled, but it was defined. It wasn't just despair. It was purpose. A terrible, desperate purpose. The Ministry saw a weapon to be locked away. Hermione saw a key. And out there in the dark, a monster was sharpening a silver blade, waiting to unlock a door that should never be opened. Harry Potter looked at his bleeding, broken, brilliant friend, and made a choice. He would not be a prisoner of the Ministry, or a victim of the Dark Lord. He would be neither a weapon nor a key. He would be the storm. He took Hermione's hand. His grip was no longer trembling. It was firm, resolved. "Okay," he said. "Where do we start?" The safe house was not silent. It creaked. Every shift of the wind outside made the old timber groan like a living thing in pain. The new wards buzzed, a high-pitched, insectal hum that lived in the back of Harry's teeth. But worse than the sounds were the silences. The silence from the Grangers' bedroom, a thick, exhausted quiet that felt heavier than any scream. The silence between him and Hermione, punctuated only by the rustle of pages as she devoured the single book they'd been allowed to bring, the ancient, handwritten defensive manuscript from Dumbledore. Harry sat on his narrow bed, back against the cold stone wall, and stared at his hands. The healer's magic had sealed the cuts from the shattered dampener, leaving only faint, pink lines. But his magic, that was a different kind of wound. It felt like a limb that had been bound too tightly for too long, now released, throbbing with a painful, unfamiliar freedom. The gold and silver threads were no longer distinct. They were a tangled, aching knot of potential in his chest, raw and sensitive to every stray thought. A flicker of anger at their situation made the lantern on the bedside table flare. A pang of guilt towards the Grangers dimmed it to a guttering stub. He had no control. He was a live wire in a house made of kindling. He looked at Hermione. A purple bruise was flowering around the bandage on her forehead. Her eyes were shadowed, but they moved back and forth across the page with a ferocious, hungry speed. She wasn't just reading, she was hunting. "Anything?" he asked, his voice rough from disuse. "Maybe." She didn't look up. "The manuscript is about defense. But to defend against something, you have to understand what it is." Dumbledore's notes reference counter-rituals. Ways to unravel magical workings that are already in motion. She finally lifted her gaze. He mentions sympathetic resonance. If two magical constructs are linked, affecting one can affect the other. Your scar is a link, Harry. A terrible one, but a link is a two-way street. A cold knot tightened in Harry's stomach. You want to use the connection. 2. To spy. I want to understand what the ritual is, she corrected. If we know what he's trying to do, we can find a way to stop it. Not by fighting him head-on. By cutting the thread. By spoiling the ingredients. By understanding the spell well enough to whisper a flaw into it. She closed the book. The problem is, every time the connection opens, it hurts you. And it alerts him. We need a way to listen. Without being heard. The door to the cottage opened downstairs, making them both jump. Low voices filtered up, Dumbledore's calm murmur, and another, younger, weary voice, Tonks. A few minutes later, there was a soft knock on their bedroom door. Tonks entered. Her hair was its natural mousy brown, lying flat and lifeless. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her usually expressive face was drawn. She carried a tray with 2 bowls of soup and some bread, but the food looked as unappetizing as she did. "Hey, kids," she said, setting the tray down. She attempted a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Brought you some of Molly Weasley's finest. It'll put hairs on your chest. Even yours, Hermione." Hermione ignored the attempted joke. "What's happening, Tonks? What did they find?" Tonks sank onto the end of Harry's bed with a sigh, the energy seeming to leak out. "Of her, the attacker. He was a wizard. A missing person reported about 6 months ago from a small village in Cornwall. His magical core is gone. Siphoned. What's left is just a shell, animated by some really nasty, parasitic dark magic. The green light was a corrosive guide beacon. It eats through wards by convincing them they don't exist. Clever. And horrible. A puppet," Harry whispered, the image chilling. "Yeah, and there are strings. But we can't trace them. They're cut. The other 3 got away clean. No traces." She rubbed her face. "The ministry is in an uproar. Bones is livid. This was a direct attack on a Wizengamot-protected residence. But Ogden and his lot are using it as proof positive. See, his very presence draws dark forces. He's a lightning rod. He must be isolated for his own protection and everyone else's. The argument is gaining traction. What about my magic?" The outburst. Harry couldn't look at her. Tonks's expression softened. "Dumbledore is calling it a ward backlash defensive surge. Technically true. He's arguing that the destroyed dampener is evidence it performed its final function, containing the explosion until the threat was neutralized. He's spinning gold out of straw, Harry. But even he can't spin forever. The Wizengamot is reconvening in 48 hours. To make a final determination. 48 hours. 2 days. Then either a cell in the ministry or, he didn't know what. "There's more," Tonks said, her voice dropping even lower. She cast a wary glance at the door. "Dumbledore's sources, there's talk in the shadows. Whispers of a gathering, a reclamation, and of a tool being forged. Something silver, that can cut through more than flesh. The dagger." The vision solidified in Harry's mind, cold and sharp. "What does it cut?" Hermione asked, her voice barely a breath. "Magic," Tonks said, the word flat and heavy. "Theories. Old, banned theories from Grindelwald's war. A blade that can sever a magical binding. Or transfer one." The pieces clicked into place with a terrible, logical clarity in Hermione's mind. Harry saw it on her face. "A vessel," she breathed. "To hold something magical. And a silver blade to cut the thing free from where it is and put it somewhere else." Her eyes locked with Harry's, wide with horror. "Your scar. It's a binding. A piece of him is bound to you. What if the ritual isn't to prepare you as the vessel? What if it's to use the dagger to cut the piece of his soul out of you, and put it into something else? A new, stronger vessel." The room seemed to tilt. Harry's hand flew to his forehead. The scar was quiet, but it felt like a bullseye painted on his skin. He wasn't the vessel to be filled. He was the mind to be quarried. The thought was somehow more violating, more horrifying. "A Horcrux transfer ritual," Tonks muttered, paling. "Merlin's beard. It's monstrous. And it might just be possible. If he has the right tools, the right sacrifice." "Sacrifice," Harry croaked. "Power like that doesn't come from nowhere, Harry," Tonks said grimly. "Old magic, the really dark stuff, runs on an economy of pain and life. To sever a soul shard and rehouse it, that would require a tremendous counterweight. A life. A powerful magical life. The implications hung in the air, suffocating. They weren't just targets. They were potential fuel. We have to tell Dumbledore, Harry said. We are, Tonks said. He's working on it. But his hands are tied with the Wizengamot. And if this ritual is as close as we fear, he can't be in two places at once. She looked at them, a desperate, determined light entering her eyes. He sent me here with a message. Not as an Order member. As someone who knows what it's like to be different in a world that hates difference. She leaned forward. He can't help you from inside the Ministry's game. You have to help yourselves. You have to find the thread he can't see. You, Harry. That connection. It's a curse, but it's also intelligence. We need to know where. We need to know when. But how? Harry's voice was desperate. Every time it opens, it's like an alarm. Hermione stood up, pacing the small room. Sympathetic resonance, she repeated, thinking aloud. If we can't stop the connection opening, maybe we can tune it. Like a radio. Turn down the volume on our end. Make it so when he broadcasts, we hear a whisper, not a shout. And he doesn't hear us at all. Is that even possible? Tonks asked. The forest did it, Harry said suddenly, remembering. The stone circle. It taught me to sing a clear, single note. To be quiet in my magic. To resonate without shouting. He looked at his hands, at the tangled mess of his power. I'm not quiet now. I'm noise. Then we make you quiet, Hermione said, stopping her pacing. We have 2 days. We use the manuscript. We use what the forest taught you. We build a new kind of occlumency. Not a wall to keep him out. A filter. To let the information flow one way. To let you hear the ritual without him hearing you listen. It was an insane plan. The most advanced legilimens in the world struggled with such fine control. But they had no other options. Tonks nodded slowly. I'll be your lookout. I'll make sure the Ministry monitor they send tomorrow sees nothing but 2 traumatized kids resting. You do what you need to do. She stood. I'll bring you books. Whatever you need from the Order's libraries. Just be careful. You're not playing with fire. You're playing with a cursed blade. After she left, the soup cooled, forgotten. Hermione spread the manuscript open on the floor between their beds. The chapter on psychic insulation was now their Bible. But they needed to rewrite it. Not to block, but to channel. The firewall was about containment, Harry said, looking at the runic sequences. This has to be about direction. They worked through the night, by the light of a single, carefully steadied lantern. Hermione deconstructed the runes, proposing modifications based on arithmetic principles. Harry tried to explain, in clumsy, feeling-based terms, what the forest's resonance had felt like, a state of being perfectly aligned, a clear vessel for a specific frequency. It was a language barrier between logic and intuition, but they forced a translation. They designed a mental construct, not a fortress tower, but a single, focused listening dish. A parabolic mirror for the soul, to collect the faint signals from the scar and focus them into understandable information, while radiating nothing back but a perfect, silent, neutral field. Building it in his mind was agony. It required a finesse he'd never attempted. He had to take the raw, tangled knot of his magic and painstakingly tease the threads apart. The gold, warm and emotional, had to be soothed, calmed into a flat, still pool. The silver, sharp and willful, had to be honed to a needle point, not for action, but for reception. He failed. Again and again. A surge of frustration would make the gold churn. A moment of fear would make the silver twitch violently. The listening dish would warp, collapse, or worse, start to broadcast his own chaotic feelings back down the link, making his scar prickle in warning. Hermione was his guide, his anchor. She talked him through it, her voice a calm, logical drone in the dark. The gold is not your enemy. It's data. Your emotional state is data. Acknowledge the fear, then set it aside. It is not the conductor. The silver is the conductor. Focus on the want to know. The pure, clean will to understand. That is your antenna. Slowly, painfully, over hours that bled into the gray light of dawn, something began to take shape. It was fragile, a soap bubble construct in the center of his mind. But it held. When he focused on it, the chaotic noise of his own magic softened. The world, magically speaking, became a series of faint, distinct vibrations, the hum of the wards, the steady pulse of Hermione's intelligent mind beside him, the deep, troubled sleep of the Grangers downstairs. And there, like a thin, frozen wire running from his forehead into infinite cold, was the connection. He didn't touch it. He just observed its frequency. A low, malevolent drone, currently quiescent. He opened his eyes. He was drenched in sweat, shaking with exhaustion, but his mind felt clearer than it had in weeks. The lantern flame burned steady, unmoved by his emotions. I think I have it," he whispered. Hermione, who had fallen asleep propped against her bed, jerked awake. She saw his face, the unusual calm in his eyes, and a tired smile touched her lips. "Okay. Now we wait for the signal. And when it comes, we listen." The ministry monitor arrived later that morning, a new, even more nervous clerk who performed perfunctory checks and left quickly, unnerved by the heavy silence of the cottage and Tonks's stony glare. The day passed in a strange, suspended tension. Harry practiced maintaining the listening construct, holding the perfect, quiet alignment. It was like balancing a diamond on the tip of a needle. Any strong emotion threatened to topple it. Evening came. They were in their room, Harry meditating, Hermione reading, when it happened. Not through the scar. The silver circle on the apple tree back in Little Whinging, the one he had created, it acted as a beacon. A distant, sympathetic part of his magic. And through it, he felt a twist. A powerful, foreign magic, cold and greedy, had just brushed against his transfiguration. It wasn't trying to undo it. It was tasting it. Analyzing its magical signature. The signature of Harry's will. The connection in his scar flared to life in response, a sympathetic vibration. The frozen wire sang with a sudden, vicious glee. The vessel is prepared. The tool is sharpened. The sacrifice is chosen. The voice was clear, colder than the grave, ringing directly down the link. But this time, Harry's listening dish caught it. It focused the words, clarified them, and absorbed the psychic backlash. The pain was a distant throb, not a white-hot spike. He heard the words, and he felt something else, a location. Not an address, but a feeling. A place of deep, wet stone. Of old blood and older magic. A coastal place. The scent of salt and decay. And he felt the echo of the sacrifice. A pulsing, terrified, familiar magical life force. His eyes snapped open, meeting Hermione's. "He's not going to use a random life," Harry said, his voice hollow with dread. "He's going to use someone connected to me. To power the ritual. To make the cut." "Who?" Hermione breathed. Harry didn't know. But the familiarity was a hook in his heart. The listening dish had given him a whisper of the truth. Voldemort had his silver dagger. He had his ritual sight. And he had chosen his sacrifice. The Wizengamot was deciding his fate in 48 hours. But Voldemort's ritual was happening much, much sooner. They were out of time. The breaking point wasn't a ministry hearing. It was a cliff edge, and they were already falling. Harry looked at Hermione, the last calm fragment of his construct shattering, replaced by a new, desperate resolution. "We're not waiting," he said. "We're going to find it. We're going to stop it. Tonight." And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.